Welcome to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Again, my name is Andre Agogo, here with my lovely co-caster Daniel Golden Gad. And Daniel, how are we today on this fine, wonderful morning?
Yeah, very early morning here for some Overwatch 2, of course. And this is going to start off our final day here at Red Bull North America. And I'm pretty excited, to be honest. It was a little bit of an early morning. Definitely needed a little bit of a drink to get me started up.
Oh, you're talking about Red Bull. Because where are we at?
Red Bull,
are we?
North America.
The Red Bull HQ. And oh my goodness, this Pear Cinnamon Winter Edition.
I've heard it's quite new, actually. So definitely check it out if you are interested. Either way, let's get to it. We are going to be starting with our first match of the day. It's going to be UCI versus UCSD.
Yep, and another rematch again from last year's UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. And it seems like the teams have actually not changed too much, but we're going to be talking about this new player called Rhino, and we're actually heading into the game here.
No, this is actually just going to be a replay from the group stages and the earlier bracket stage. So this is just going to be UCSD, a little bit of a showing here. UCI, of course, these teams are going to be playing today. We're actually going to be playing 4 matches today. If you've been watching UCEI, we're doing 3 a day, but it's actually no games are going to be on the backstage, so you're going to have all that Overwatch 2 action right here on the UCI Invitational presented by Xfinity channel. Of course, as a lot of these plays, all these teams deserve to be here, so definitely going to be well fought from all the teams. But either way, I'm pretty excited to get into some games because there have been some different changes, new characters, notably in the game, Malga. We'll see if we end up seeing him a lot or not.
We're most likely not going to be seeing him, as the patch notes have been hitting through. They've been looking at Malga a lot, and Malga's power unfortunately just declined, so we're not going to be seeing him too much. But again, I like that we're going to be seeing, right, a lot of different compositions. We're going to be seeing the rush comps again, right? It's not with no map.
Yeah.
And with like the Queen, Genji Soj, right? And then we're gonna be seeing some dive, obviously, on like some verticality maps like Bani, etc. And obviously, there's that new game mode called Flashpoint. So
relatively new at this point. If you're not familiar, it's just King of the Hill, but minus the loading zones, there's no interruption between rounds, so you get to save those juicy ultimates for the next point every single time. It's a pretty fast-paced game mode. I actually enjoy playing it a lot. I know it's very hard to adapt to in the moment. Kind of changes up how quickly you want to kind of give away your ult charge, make sure you can swap over to different heroes depending on the point, or forgo because you're not going to be able to get a good fight on the point and move over to where you think the next point's going to spawn. So there's definitely some nice nuance at play there, for sure. And, you know, now we're just waiting to get into game. Of course, I know all of our players are loaded up into the game, but they are going to have a walkout pretty soon, of course.
But right now, we're going to be looking at the bracket for the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. We're going to be seeing that Irvine, right, they're in this winner's semifinals, and again, right, we're going to be watching UCSD versus UC Irvine, and in the lower bracket, we're going to be seeing UCSC, right, versus UC Davis. So a lot of familiar faces that I'm seeing too from the Tier 2, from my Tier 2 experience, right? I'm gonna be talking about like Davis here. They have Wannabe. I know that he was actually a kid back then, and now he's like in college. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like for me, you know, I guess I'm old. So
we also have some surprises on the bracket. I mean, UCLA crucially not making it to this top 4 side. Kind of a surprise when it did happen when SC did take them down. So definitely check out that second match to see Santa Cruz in action and see what they kind of adjusted there. But of course, our focus is UCI versus San Diego, and whoever wins this match is in grand finals, and they're going to get to wait in grand finals throughout the day. If you've been watching UCEI at all, UCI has won the first 2 tournaments for League and Valorant, so it's going to be on everyone else to kind of stop them in their tracks if they want to. But I think a good benefit is that they've all been waiting in grand finals the entire time. They didn't have to play continuous matches throughout the day.
Well, I think the Valorant one was actually very, very close. I was the one who was casting it. But right now, we're going to be seeing the player walkouts in just a second here. And there it is, the door not opened. And now it's opened.
Oh my
as
God.
we see the players walking through here. We're seeing UCSD going through. Frosted, of course, a familiar face, and all the other players on UCSD walking through as well. The managers, the coach, we have them all, right?
Of course, everyone coming up from SD. So shout outs to everyone for driving over. You know, some people got to drive a bit further than others. SD a little bit further. They're not in that greater LA area, so shout outs to them. And I mean, it's early in the morning, but they got to be ready to play.
Yep, it's early in the morning, and they got to be ready to play. And right now, I think we're just waiting for Irvine to walk through, and there they are, those new jerseys, clean AF. And we're seeing Light come through, Sai, and also the new manager for Overwatch as well. In presence, he didn't fly down this time on my Curry shot, but disappointing, but that's my boy right there, Coach The. And yeah, I mean, UC Irvine here, very confident with what they're going to show. And here's the handshakes coming through. Daniel, any predictions for this match?
Any predictions? You know, it's hard to see. It's hard to gauge right before we do get into it. But of course, I'm going to favor UCI. You know, they are quite powerful as far as the collegiate scene.
They are the favorite to win the entire
exactly.
thing, right?
So it's on the teams to upset them for sure, and that's a pressure that is on UCI. So definitely something that they're going to have to overcome if they do want to take the match.
Yeah, but let's also not forget UCSD is also on those collegiate power rankings. Even though I don't pay attention too much to Overwatch, right? I still do keep up with the OCC power rankings, and they do show that UCSD is in that top 16 in contention. So they are a competitor.
Yeah.
I think right now that's why they're in these semifinals. So we're going to be seeing such a great match already, playing the very first match as well. So right now, even though UCI are the favorites, we cannot count out UCSD.
For sure. And now we're just going to wait for them to get all into game. Of course, So let's talk about it. We're going to have our first map is going to be on control. That is how the rule set is laid out.
Yeah, but they usually have a select map.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully we get that from production about which one it is, but there is a multitude of choices, right? They have Busan, they have Lijiang Tower, right? And those maps are basically the OG ones, and Ilios as well.
Yeah.
See, I still remember it all, even though I
don't
play anymore. Oh, Antarctica.
Yeah, Antarctic Peninsula. That is correct.
Whoa!
Yeah, you got
See, I got it. Yeah. But yeah,
we're just getting excited, of course, to start these matches up. We don't want to stall too much. We just want to get into these games. But let's shout out the players. We got on UCSD's side, we got Frosted, Zinnia, Paco, Moosh,
I think right here we're
mine.
seeing Paco right now, just a close-up cam. Paco, can you smile for the camera for the boys? Yeah, Paco! Woo! Let's go. See, I know you, bro. I know you.
And, of course, on UCI side, we got Rhino, Light, Xcal, as well as Supreme and Otters.
Yeah, and those are the GOATs of UC Irvine. As you know, I've played with a couple of them as well from the ranked, and also played with them on the previous team as well. So no bias, by the way.
No bias. Well, you're gonna get no bias from me.
What? Like, what do you mean by that?
I mean, you know exactly what I mean. You've already shown it, bro.
Well, chat.
You've shown your cards.
Well, chat. Just listen to me. I have the experience.
He's experienced. True.
Yes,
I am out of my depths here. So we are going to be going to Antarctic Peninsula to start us off. So.
Famous map. Apparently, a lot of people do like that one. Not really sure why. Haven't played it, but what I know, it is a rush map. So we're going to be seeing the Queen, hopefully, or maybe the Ramatra, right? Those are still popular comps, but from what I was told, a little whisper in my ear, we're going to be seeing Sigma.
Ooh, a little bit of a scoop there. We'll see if that ends up coming to fruition here. You know, You are the expert. Who knows?
I am the expert.
So can I keep you accountable for that?
Yeah, we are. Or you can keep me accountable. So I'll Venmo you $10.
Okay.
If they don't pick Sigma,
$10 for real?
Yeah. If they don't pick Sigma, May, Soj, Bap, Lucio.
Oh my God, he's leaking it right now. The strats.
No, wait. I mean, how are they gonna counter strat it?
That's
There's
true.
no counter stratting in Overwatch.
Oh no,
there's none.
Of course not. That's why we put the heroes behind the battle pass.
Oh yeah, there's a battle pass. Guys, like I'm not updated, but now we're seeing the player cams. Wait, everyone wave at the same time. All the players, ready? 3, 2, 1,
we got some waving.
Wave.
Let's go.
See, look, woo! Oh my God.
It seems UCI
no
is
one waved,
not as
but
stoked.
it's so cool.
No, Paco's looking, bro.
Oh, Paco, see, that's my boy right there. Paco, you got me right. Oh.
I mean, he can't hear very well.
He's like lagging though.
Whoa! He's
like
glitching.
Lagging.
He's glitching a little.
Oh my God. But yeah, you could definitely hold me accountable for that. But it is going to be a rush comp, right? On.
Definitely been seeing a lot of May. I did end up casting some of those matches in the earlier bracket stage, and there was a lot of May, a lot of Sojourn. At that point, Mauga wasn't out, and some of the changes hadn't occurred, so we were seeing a lot of Junker Queen, stuff like that, to kind of lock down these control maps.
Yeah, and right now we didn't see Romani go onto the stage today, or he is not here as well. So we're not going to be seeing the Queen, right? So
yeah.
I definitely think we are going to be seeing that Sigma. And we are about to head out into the game here. So, Daniel, let's get ready to rumble as we are on Antarctica Peninsula. I don't know which map this one is, but it's the one in the middle.
It's the one with the high. Oh my! Yo! It's the one with the high ground.
See, look! They're hovering it. Oh, wait, no, it's Brig.
It's a little bit of a permutation. Yo, $10?
No. Wait. Look, he's TPing.
Yeah, I know, but okay. Well, you just wanted to get the May, but there is a Brig on our screen.
Yeah. There's a Brig on our screen, so maybe Supreme is going to be playing the May or the Brig here, and right now. We're going to be seeing a different comp here from UCSD. They're going to opt for their Orisa, so they're going a little bit more survivability here, but Rhino now opting for that Sigma that we were talking about. And I really like the comp, or both the comp choices here. Both teams have BAP and Soj Tracer. They're going to be controlling that other side as well. So, Daniel, right now there's just a little bit of poking between both teams. Right now, Rhino getting a little bit lower than usual as the point does unlock here. UCSD getting the point first, and Paco trying to get and push out Light on that angle. Zinnia gets the first kill there onto Xcal. 4v5. It's not really favorable here for UC Irvine, but look at Frosted getting very, very low. And oh my goodness, Daniel, it's just like it's just pretty back and forth right now.
Yeah, it was actually a good look there from UCSD. They see that they do have the Lucio advantage. They were able to make it to high ground before UCI was able to contest them, so that was kind of their initial advantage.
But they got the invulnerability there, so they're going to be pushing Frosted off of this point for a little bit, but Paco immediately getting Light there, so a little bit of the damage will be going away from Irvine, and the first window does come out here. Otters still holding up for a little bit as their own window comes through as Supreme immediately falls, so the shots does not come out, but the point is just flipping back and forth. And right now, ults are coming online for both sides here as the Pulse Bomb does not find its target. And Rhino very close to this Graphitic Flux, but it's not going to be close enough as the kills are coming away for UC Irvine, and UCSD are falling like flies.
Yeah, Frosted is going to get taken down, and that's going to be no tank left on your team. So
no
that's
tank, no team.
Exactly. So now UCI is going to take that first win, and they already built up that Gravitic Flux. That was a very long fight, very extended, a couple of takedowns, but they still were able to come back to the map. But now we're going to go into our second fight. Terra Surge and Beat are online, so the Gravitic Flux is going to be kind of muted just a bit with that Beat, of course. So definitely going to need to be a nice take on this high ground if UCSD wants to reach
UCSD has
here.
so many ults here. No window right now, and they start as the overclock is going to be initiated, but the target does not find its mark here with that Graphitic Flux, but the Beat does drop, and right now UCSD gets the point and also the kill onto Xcal. Too many resources used here from UC Irvine, so they have to be backing up.
Yeah, so that means UCSD is going to be able to claim the point. They do have the rally when they do decide to re-engage at some point, and they are going to look for a full spawn pretty soon. The window is back up. So Tracer is just poking, prodding. Zinnia is actually going to get stuck, but the invuln field is actually going to deny that, and now UCI is completely back up, and the window is going to get committed to take that high ground.
Yeah, the window is committed to take the high ground, but UCSD still holding all these and finds the target for the mark, and they will get honors before that immortality field is used, but Xcal getting a clean pick on the Paco, but Rhino, there's no main healer for you as you're going to be knocked out of this world, and UCSD still holding this point down, but somehow the flip comes through for UC Irvine, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's actually not bad. They're holding it for a very long time. They're just building up that percent. It doesn't matter when they do end up getting taken out anyways.
Oh wait, and it's still in it for them, but now the flip does come back and the window is used, so now UC Irvine just playing a little bit. Oh, it comes out onto them, but it's going to be awkward here, so now Irvine is forced to play the retake a little bit longer. And yeah, I don't know. It feels like Irvine and UCSD are just back and forth.
Yeah, it's whoever has the momentum or finds that first pick to open it up. But we're going to see a swap out to Alari here. They seem like they want a little bit more damage on UCI's team. They want to be able to secure these picks. A lot of low health bars from UCSD squeaking away. But now it's going to be a full contest here on the point. Big ultimate, so they really need to just find them with any big cooldowns here.
Yeah, and right now it seems like Light will be getting that pulse bomb a little bit quick, but UCSD, both teams' win cons here are the overclocks that are about to come up online. And UCSD still trying to get this positioning here onto this high ground, but Light very close on getting that kill, but no dice here as Supreme getting picked on this Alari, and now UCSD are pushing the objective here. 10% left, so it's going to be the last fight here for UC Irvine, and UCSD will just take it for free.
Yeah, and just like that, they're actually going to take the entire map. The fights lasted so long at the very start, but it's just going to be one fight, and that's going to be everything because the stall was there, and they had to wait for their big cooldowns, but there just wasn't anything left, and they're going to take the first round here on Antarctic Peninsula. And was there anything in particular you think that UCI needs to change if they want to kind of turn the tide?
Definitely the Brig there. The Brig didn't get too much value, right? That character is mainly used just for that counter dive style, but if you're getting outranged, right? They have the Orisa, they had the Pap, they had Tracer and Sojourn pressuring that front line. Brig didn't really get that much value.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. I definitely agree. I feel like that's why they ended up swapping to the Alari, but it was too little, too late. At that point, UCSD had the foothold and the ultimate advantage, so that is definitely their advantage. But we're going to go straight into that second point here in just a second, as we are waiting to just adjust the audio levels, I think, because they were just a little bit off there, so sorry for your ears.
Definitely. Yeah, it felt like I couldn't even hear on my right ear, and then sometimes it comes into my left, and then sometimes it comes from both ears.
I
so
know,
it's kind of crazy.
But it's okay. Don't worry. We are just going to be fixing that right up. So, in the Twitch chat, no one's going to be complaining.
Yeah.
I want to make sure to take care of you guys.
Yeah, take care of us. And Daniel, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream? I think I asked.
You've asked before, and then you called me a weeb right afterwards. Do you remember what my answer was?
Oh, yeah, because of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity, right, during 2023. We did talk about that, a little bit of lore, if you watch League of Legends. That I did ask him that. But now, because you are a new man, new me, new year, right, probably got a different flavor now, right?
No, it's still gonna be green tea or matcha. Yeah.
I mean, he said weeb, not me.
Well, you definitely did last year.
But that was last year, though.
Hey, it's okay.
New me or new me. Right?
Not exactly wrong, but that's besides the point. So, what's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Well, if you were paying attention to the last
I actually didn't ask, so.
Damn.
Checkmate, boy. No.
That was tough. And yeah, what's kind of crazy is that what?
Is it chocolate?
I'm not that basic.
Okay, just
it's
checking.
Like Oreo, it's like a mix.
Oh, okay. Okay, I respect it.
Yeah, but I'm like also like I like ube.
Okay.
Like the purple stuff.
Yeah, I know.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough.
If you are in LA, try Somi, no lie. Okay.
Somi, I feel like that's everywhere. But yeah, Somi, pretty good place, but I feel like what is that Wonderland like ice cream? Or there's also the Yogurt Land. That's tough.
The classic?
Yeah, that's tough.
I mean, tough isn't good.
Yeah, it's good. Like it goes hard.
It does go hard, but I've been eating that for like 20 years at this point.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean,
it's a classic for sure.
But yeah, like Somi's good if you're getting like the fish.
Oh yeah, you definitely
what is that
need the
called?
Oblong.
Takoyaki?
No, that's the wrong one. Well, it's
takoyaki's the one with the octopus,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, but that's tough too. I go like that.
Yeah, well, it's the taiyaki or oblong.
Oh, taiyaki.
Yeah.
I was close.
You were very close. So.
Yeah. No, but I like it. Is it custard?
There's custard. Yeah, the custard one's
one. And then when it's hot, you know what I mean? It's good. And then I like the Nutella one too.
Yeah. So if you are in LA, try it out. I mean, definitely Somi. Every time I'm nearby, I'm like.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I have to get it. You're like, I got.
Even if I'm full, I'm like, I think I can squeeze.
Yeah.
Well, either way, now we're just waiting for the game pause. It's just some text. Oh, actually, just got word we're going back to game, so that's great. I was just about to, start another ramble here, but here we are. We're straight into game as we're gonna get more action on the brig that we didn't like too much. So I guess UCI does believe in this comp regardless, and it's gonna be pretty much an exact run back. Rhino's gonna miss the TP. Unfortunately, it's gonna be a sad log for Sigma.
How did he miss the TP there? But right now, UCI just kind of waiting for Rhino for a little bit as he's going to be there right now, and UCSD need to try to close the gap here as they have this Mei Lucio, and it seems like that's what they're trying to do as Frosted is just pushing them back a little bit on this right side, and they're just kind of grouping here, trying to get the point. So UCI just playing this a little fundamentally well, and they're just pushing them off as, wow, Denki gets very, very low here too from Light, and yeah, just poking and prodding right now.
Yeah, and they're trying to make sure that they establish someone on the point while they do take this high ground. But UCSD is taking a lot of space here, but
the railgun.
Yeah, the railgun is not actually landing. They're getting very low though on the backside, but nice supporting there is going to keep them alive no matter what.
And now Mine is going to be having this window way earlier than usual, and he's going to be using it right now. So UCSD are going to be in that front foot, but Rhino says no as Zinnia does fall down, and they're just, UCI are just absorbing this and playing well because that Lucio is just not doing too much on this on the point. Supreme gets way more value there with this brig right now.
Yeah, when it gets extended so much, Lucio loses some of that rotational value since it is just a stalemate fight. And unfortunately, Paco is not going to be able to survive, so it's going to be a full reset here for UCSD as we're going to go back into
a pause.
Pause. Let's go. You know,
you think it's audio?
I mean, now I don't know, to be honest. We'll find out, I'm sure. I think this one's probably some player-related issue anyways, so if we get word, we'll let you guys know. For now, you know, good advantage for UCSD. They do have, or not, sorry, UCI, who does have more ultimates.
Yeah, UCI won
moment.
that. Yeah, they won that, and I really like how they played that. They just elongated that fight, so Supreme gets way more value with that brig, and they also played the high ground very well. So they stayed on high ground, forced the Orisa to go low, and also the rest of UCSD to go low, and that was really good. And then after they forced the point fight, they obviously win that because they have the brig, right? And I think also Sigma does the same thing as Orisa, but obviously that rock is going to be a little bit more advantageous because it's like an AoE stun.
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, the survivability is pretty much the same on Orisa and Sig right now.
Yeah.
So.
But you do have that Lucio instead, which does provide just a little bit less than the brig over time. And, you know, it was just a little audio issue. No big deal. They are going to be sorting that out. And here we are back in game.
Yeah, back in game we go as UCSD are not even close to any ultimates besides the sound barrier and overclock. But UCI prepped up. Light will be looking for this pulse bomb here. Now he's caught out of position, and Rhino still with that graphitic flux with the overclock and window as well.
Yeah, as they're just going to be contesting. The Maywall is going to go just a little bit wide, so Rhino's able to kind of skirt away from that. And now it's just going to be a roll on the left side, but Paco's going to immediately take down Light to start off this fight as the window does get committed by UCI as a response.
Yep, as the graphitic flux is also used as well. Rhino just holding it up for a bit, but Zinnia immediately killed because he used the cryo freeze too early, and now Xcal hitting the shots with the overclock. UCI using 3 ultimates already, but getting the momentum as now it's 60% left onto the clock, so 1 fight territory here for UCSD as they only have the sound barrier and overclock right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to kind of breach the line that UCI has been establishing. And they did switch over to the Sigma, so we are seeing a bit of a mirror match here as Light is just looking for the pulse bomb. Paco is going to go forward, but not going to get for the stick at all.
Ooh, but now Xcal nails the railgun shot onto Paco, and right now UCSD are in a 4 versus 5. The Blizzard will be coming up online, but not getting anyone as the Immortality Field is used as well, as now the beat will be coming up online with the window from the side of UCSD as UCI are just still alive. But look at this, UCI living so much with those 3 ultimates used onto them. How is that possible? How did they live?
Yeah, the rally doing so much work there. I feel like there was so much HP generated just because he was hitting so many members in that little corridor. That's a four-man swings every single time there.
It's like Reinhardt.
Yeah, well, that character is dead now, so.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd ever play Reinhardt.
But Reinhardt's so fun.
He's very fun, and he's super cool, and I really wish they'd make him good, but yeah, he's left in like beta now at this point.
Yeah, if only it was Overwatch 1. But back to the point there, UCI played that very well, right, with those swings, and also the Immortality there, playing clutch with Otters. So good overall fight for UCI, and also played the win condition, which is that rally.
Yeah.
Playing, or not rally, but just playing towards that brig range. And now UCSD, hopefully they're recognizing that, and they're going to be swapping the comp to just band-aid it a little bit.
Yeah, and this is, you know, a little bit standard, I'd say, on both sides. Just Sigma mirror matches all day long as the toss is going to go through, but Xcal is going to barely squeak away.
But Frosted just punished because of that rock as well. Even though he did rock and hit Xcal, he took so much damage in that little frame that UCI just punished that immediately. And now UCSD, no tank, no team, right? They immediately take the point and are forced to play back.
Yeah. That's a pretty big blunder there, and they're gonna swap over to the Orisa. It's kind of back and forth. Which one do you want to play here? As Frost is gonna go onto an Orisa, so they want to kind of breach the front line just a little bit more, as the window is already ticking up a lot here for Otters, already at 60 or 72%. You know, it's ticking as I speak, so that's definitely gonna be their big advantage coming into this next fight.
Yeah, Paco just getting constantly marked here from Light, and look at the pocket here from Supreme as well. That's why you pick that brick, so Light can always have that help, and UCSD just so tough here. They have no space, as UCI is just making sure they don't walk in for free, and all the cooldowns here from UCSD are just being blown up as the window does come through, but UCSD get the pick onto Otters here, so it'll be a little bit tough here for UCI as the heals are now down for UCI.
Yeah, and the stick's going to go just a little bit wide. Rhino getting taken down really low. Supreme is fighting on the left side, but Paco is going to win that duel. Of course, XCal does get mine in the process, but it looks like it's answering all UCSD in this particular fight. So we're going into the next fight. Pretty even ultimate charges across the board. We will have the Rally, the Gravitic Flux, as well as the Overclock for UCI. I'm not even going to count the Pulse Bomb. That's up every single fight. And Terra Surge, of course, Overclock, and that window will be up for UCSD. So pretty even across the board, so I'm pretty excited to see Sparks fly.
Yep, as we're going to be seeing the Sparks fly here as the window will be online for UCSD, right, and the Overclock as well. So you see Irvine just trying to find a way to entry onto this site as Light, trying to find an opening with this Pulse Bomb here, and will not find its mark here, but Irvine still getting the space, forcing so many cooldowns on the side of UCSD as their own Overclock, their own Rally, and their own Gravitic Flux will be online. And look at this, the Railgun does come out here, the Overclock as well. But now, UCSD will get this big Terra Surge and forcing all of the abilities of UC Irvine to be used, and the Rally will be used as well, as this fight is just back and forth, but the Gravitic Flux finding its mark, getting Zinnia, and now Mine will be falling down. UCSD are just falling, each member going down, and now UC Irvine will capture that point with only a one fight territory left.
I think it's so important to note how the sustain is really the difference maker here for UCI. They're able to survive a lot longer in these extended engagements since the burst just hasn't been there here for UCSD to be able to finally finish a member. That extra sustain is definitely playing a massive factor here.
Yeah, it feels like that the Lucio is not getting too much value. You only play that character just for the rotation, but if you're not really playing like a Ramacha or a Queen, right, it's going to be so tough because you don't get that burst that you're saying. And now Paco, even though no burst, he doesn't need it because he has that one clip and he gets XCal immediately, so Irvine will be going down, and now that one fight territory will be towards UC Irvine instead, as UCI will have the Pulse Bomb. Oh, shooting bodies similar to Valorant.
Yeah,
that's quite
a little Valorant shout out there.
A little bit Valorant shout out there, but now Irvine just only have the window online, but SD don't really have too much to respond with.
Yeah, I mean, the window is always so powerful here, so they're definitely going to need to make sure that that is going to be the marquee kind of ultimate here on the board. And they're actually going to go for a contest through the middle section here, actually split it up left, right, make sure to divide the attention. They don't want to get picked off like they did last time. And Paco is going to be spotting out Light here, so nice tracer spotting here.
Oh, 2% left. The touch does come through, so overtime will be ticking down as the window will be coming out as well. UCSD very close to their own ultimates, as now Mine and Frosted very close to the Terra Surge and window. But XCal forcing the Immortality Field on the side of UCSD as the flip does come out. UC Irvine now has the control of the site, and now the window used from UCSD will be coming out, and now the Beat and Terra Surge online for UCSD. UC Irvine waiting a little bit for their ults, but Supreme falling down to that Terra Surge as UCSD. It seems like they're going to get this map.
Yeah, they actually used their ultimates to stall out to the very end. I mean, it was so crucial that they came into this overtime, but it looks like they're trying to get the final touches, but it's not going to matter. You know, UCSD, they stalled out their ultimate because they had the advantage of just owning the point to start with, and UCI had to commit the window immediately to try and breach through. And as soon as Otters gets picked, you lose that sustained advantage that you had been harboring throughout this map. And then with that, UCSD just has to stall out just a little bit more till they could get their own window, and then you saw how impactful that was, all of UCI hiding behind those pillars, and the Terror Surge comes through, and that's just so much damage that you're not going to be able to survive. So good first map here over to UCSD. It is a first of 3, so there is going to be a lot of back and forth here, but good on them. They are going to take that map kind of unexpectedly.
Yeah, unexpectedly, but UC Irvine, I think the last fight they did misplay it. Could have been going a lot better there, but Supreme unfortunately does get caught out because they did have the ultimates online there, right? They had the Terror Surge, they had the window, and I think they could have baited the window a little bit, or the immortality a little bit harder on the side of UC Irvine. They didn't get not the window, excuse me, the immortality field quicker. And then after that immortality gets used, then they could have used the window, right? And unfortunately, UCSD were just really good with their push and pull, even though they did give the point up. They were able to always poke it back or like touch it with their tracer as well. So
yeah,
UCSD just doing great stuff there, and I really like that they waited for their ults, and then they also knew that, oh yeah, most definitely they don't have any ults up right now, and immediately just punish them.
Yeah, that was a very good. Yeah, you said it yourself. Push and pull, that was exactly what they did, and they really baited UCI there to use their utility extremely effectively. So now we're going into our second map. It's going to be hybrid, so that's going to be pretty exciting. UCI needs to make sure that they don't let this series slip away from them. They need to make sure that they have a good showing here on this second map because, when the vibes are good, you can really get that snowball rolling, and that is something that UCSD wants to do. I'm excited. We don't have word yet. Okay, we're actually going to have a 5-minute break between games, so instead we're probably just going to go straight to break, chill out, relax. Oh, 1 minute left, actually. Never mind, we're going to stick with you. Anyways, no big deal.
So right now we are going to be going towards that hybrid pick, right? What hybrid maps are we going to be seeing here? Because there are a number of picks, right?
A classic is for UCI is, of course,
Numbani.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Numbani.
Yeah. So apparently, I was already talking about Numbani. That is going to be the map pick here for UC Irvine. A high ground map, right?
Yeah.
So we're not going to be seeing any rush here, and if we do, how do you think UC Irvine will manipulate that?
It's going to be pretty tough. I think Numbani is a lot of long sight lines, but at the same time, a lot of verticality. So they're going to need to make sure that they protect their backline. I feel like they did a pretty good job in this particular matchup in the last map to be able to protect their backline. There was a couple picks that did go in the other way, but it didn't really feel like they lost any picks, so that's definitely not something that they're going to have to worry about. I'd say that just mainly cooldown usage and team-wide rotation, but that is what they had the Lucio for, so it's kind of hard. I think they just need to bait out utility. Is the main thing. That's the hard part.
I feel like they might be sticking to this Sigma. If not, they might be playing towards these verticality characters, right? We might be seeing the Genji coming out or the Winston or Diva here for the side of UC Irvine. And if they do bring out that Winston, we get to see Ana back into play, and Supreme, really known for his Ana play, right? The MVP of last year's UCEI Invitational presented by it was XCal, I think, last year. But one of the MVPs for I think 2022 for the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. He won that last year, or that year before, because his Ana gameplay was so exceptional.
Yeah, definitely going to shout that out. I think also a couple characters that you could potentially see on this map. Echo is a pretty niche pick that does get picked on Numbani pretty often, as well as Genji. Maybe we might see it, at least for the first point. Maybe then they'll rotate off of it. So definitely, a lot of options here on the table, but it's going to be definitely a little bit more movement as far as the tanks are concerned. I don't really favor, personally, something like a Sigma on this map, at least to start off.
I think it's pretty good if you're able to play for that top left control, right?
That's true. Yeah, you have to play for that top left control, but as soon as you lose it, I feel like Sigma loses pretty much all his value.
Well, that's kind of funny. Like, we call it top left.
I know, and we just have to know where that is.
But if you don't play that map on Numbani, you don't know what we're talking about. And I actually, unfortunately, Overwatch doesn't have any callouts.
Yeah,
you can't open the map in sorry, by the way. Overwatch is a great game. I love Overwatch. But
Okay. We just got word
that... It seems like that Ilari is disabled due to a bug.
Yeah.
But back to my point. You can't open the map. But I heard Overwatch might be getting a mini-map.
Oh, really? For real? I also heard another thing with... did you hear about this?
Heroes are getting...
Like,
or no, not heroes.
Every hero in the game
getting passive
regen. That's like a weaker version of the support passive. What do you think about that? I mean, you've played traditional Overwatch 1, and that you knew how important health packs were. I feel like that's kind of like what they're moving away from.
If we're thinking about it, it's just like League, right? League always gets a big change. So this is gonna be Overwatch 3 now.
Oh wow, we're just going to 3 right now.
Yeah, it's like it's like Overwatch 1.5. We had that. Now it's Overwatch 2, right? For a couple years. And now we're in Overwatch 3.
Wow. We've made it, guys.
They didn't say it was Overwatch 3, but it is.
Yeah, that is a massive change that definitely will change the landscape of how competitive plays, kind of played around, because those health packs are usually so important. I'm sure they're still going to be around, but now it's going to be a little bit less valuable to be having health pack control. I know it's fallen off just a bit. Those are like the little nuances that makes these pro players kind of different than a solo queue player, for instance. They don't have to really focus on health packs as much as in competitive play here. But we are going to be getting back into the game quite soon.
Yeah, Numbani going to be picked. Like we said, right? Sigma is still playable with that top left control. Hopefully you guys know what that is. And I'm not sure. Rhino does play main tank a lot, so Winston might be played here again with the Ana, Genji.
That's kind of like
so
the
a lot of
win
condition ults, and it seems like Ago is right, and we're going to be seeing the Winston being played here on Numbani. Daniel, call me the prophet.
I mean, it's a classic. Everyone loves playing Winston on Numbani. I feel like that,
yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. It's just instead we're going to be seeing Ashe on that, on that same side as the Ana to get, you want your long range.
Yeah, no Mercy Pocket.
DPS care. Oh, yeah, no Mercy Pocket. I haven't really seen Mercy at all lately,
I feel like
actually.
It's not that good.
Yeah. There were a couple nerfs on the table like months ago, but that's probably exactly why it's been deterred, of course. And we're going to actually be seeing a Hanzo here for Zinnia. So
I think it's just for the scan here, and he will be swapping immediately. No. Oh, he's not! So it's mainly just for that verticality and that raw damage over at Genji. So Paco here opting for the Tracer. Don't really like it as much as well, because Tracer just will be constantly marked here by Light, right? And he also has the help here from Otters, but now they're playing... Ooh, UCSD immediately just punished here by Rhino. But look at how split they are, because Mine and Paco are doing their own thing, while the other core members of UCSD are taking the map, right?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
so much high ground.
Yeah, I know. They have complete control here. I will say UCSD, they're going for a little bit different of an identity here, where last time we were talking about how Supreme is linking up with Light a lot, and in this case they want Mine to be the one to link up with Paco to be able to match, but it's not mattering.
That makes no sense, though. Fundamentally, to me, it's kind of just weird because it makes the fight more awkward, right? And now look how much control UCI has, and they're just farming this Nano here. They're just literally going back and forth, and Frosted is just an ult battery at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And there really is nothing Orisa can do to kind of get out of this choke point. All Winston has to do is duck out whenever he does get low, and there's no punish available here, but they are able to wrestle away the high ground at the very least at this point. So that is that boon, as Rhino's going to try his best to try and knock him down, but it's not going to matter too much.
I really don't like the pick here from UCSD, because they don't really have that much damage or any sort of damage, right, to push off Rhino off this top left. If they had a different character here, maybe a Queen, right, maybe a Hog, then most definitely it would be threatening towards Rhino, because he's not going to be, or he's going to be more pressured, right, as now he has the Primal Rage online as well. UCI just doing so well with stalling this point.
Yeah, as Bob is up, so any response that does come out, Zinnia is going to get slept here, but there is no capitalization here for UCI here, as the Primal Rage is going to come through, and it's going to knock Zinnia right off the side of the map, and at the same meantime,
did you see that terror surge? What was he hitting? What's Frosted
I think he was trying to save Zinnia there by catching Rhino on the jump, but...
We're going to see a swap back.
Yeah, most likely, for sure, especially because terror surge is gone.
I want to bet maybe Hog.
You think Hog? I mean, No, it's going to be the Diva. I mean, that's a classic.
That's also a classic because it is for that verticality there. And it is a counter to Winston because Winston can't play any close, so he has to play it like
you
a
can't
different
out-damage up close for sure as Winston, so that is definitely going to be Diva favored. And we're going to get to see that echo that I did call out earlier. Also very important on Numbani.
Not getting any value at all, so I feel like they should have opted for this break, so then they could at least push Rhino off this top left a little bit more convincingly, as now the rush is coming out there for UCSD. And look at this, Rhino just pushing it all in because all the members of UCI opted for this top right, top left position, and the rush didn't matter.
Yeah, it's so funny watching Supreme follow in the entire team into that deep, and yeah, it just doesn't matter. They were able to just walk past the Diva.
Yeah, because of the rally though. Ooh, and now this is going to be a really bad stall here, or not bad, but really good stall there for UC Irvine. And now UCSD with 30 seconds left on the clock. No ults here, no win con. So UC Irvine are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, a driver's seat, I'd say they are. I mean, this is
a truck, to be honest. It's not even like...
Yeah, there's a 16-wheeler currently being driven down the freeway at about 80 miles per hour. That's UCI.
That's deadly. As right now, UCSD are going to have a tough time on this site here as Supreme shoots down Zinnia, and now the Nano Boost will be coming out here from UC Irvine. It's going to be the thorn in their side as Light gets the pulse bomb onto Paco, and all of the members of UC Davis are just falling apart what seems to be a great map 1. It's going to be a terrible map 2 as UC Irvine just holding all of Numbani here and making sure that they don't get a single tick.
Yeah, a perfect hold here for UCI. They barely even touched the point once. So very impressive stuff there from UCI. I feel like they played so well and they didn't even need to push and pull anything. They just held their ground very effectively.
I thought they were literally in the same positions almost all the time. Rhino was just top left, and if they do moved a little bit, they're like, oh yeah, Axcal is like, oh yeah, I'll play under bridge.
Yeah,
because that's what it's called. So he played close to the ramp. Supreme also. And what does that do for UCSD? They can't kill them because they're too far.
They're too far, yeah.
And if they did play the dive comp, right, it would be too committal because then they would have the help there from their front line because Rhino would be able to just jump back, or not even jump back. I think you could just move there.
Yeah,
like you would just W key.
Yeah.
So it's just too textbook here for UC Irvine. A classic map here for them, right?
Yeah.
I would know. I literally love this map and called for this map too. So no bias there, but UCSD just didn't have any cards there. No dice as well.
No dice at all. And now it's going to be pretty much the exact same comps. We are going to stick to the Diva on UCSD.
Yeah, Frosted, a known Diva player as well. But UC Irvine, I think their win con is just a little bit better there because that Winston is played so well by Rhino.
Yeah, and you know what? Interestingly enough, I mean, I've heard whispers that Brig was, pretty much very highly prioritized, and we're seeing that in action. Pretty much either one of Otters or Supreme on Brig pretty much at all times. So definitely seeing the strength of that pick.
I feel like it's not even just the swings are getting value here. It's the rally.
Yeah.
The new rally is just so strong. And as we saw UCI, they didn't care about the Kiriko rush on that one time because they had the rally and fully disrespected it.
Yeah,
they went past it.
I know, and now you saw the pings go out. They want to take this high ground away from UCSD, and Xcal is going to open it up onto Zinnia. So that's going to be that first elimination, and that's your long-range damage dealer already off the table for UCSD. So it's already looking more dire than when UCI was on that defense.
Yeah, Rhino is just soft jumping towards the high ground here, so there's no follow-up here or counter dive from Frosted. So now UC Irvine are getting the one tick that they need, and it's just wraps.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty tough to hold at this time. At this position, basically, the stick is not going to land, and that's going to be the full cap here on Numbani. And I said that UCI is going to need a good response in map 2, and I mean, good is an understatement here.
Yeah, and what's insane, literally, all Rhino did on that first interaction with Frosted was just he soft jumped onto high ground. Frosted shot his his rockets, and then he backed off, and then Rhino's like, okay, now I have the space. I pushed him back a little. Now I'm going to soft jump onto bridge, and then everyone pushed up, and it was just wraps.
Exactly. So pretty much textbook there from UCI. UCSD couldn't really find any responses at all. So with that, I mean...
Flashpoint.
Yeah.
I never... This is going to be my first cash on Flashpoint. It's like Call of Duty.
It is exactly like Call of Duty, of course, where you do just move around whatever is assigned to you.
It's Hardpoint, right?
I'm not too sure. I haven't played COD in generations, perhaps.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Flashpoint here. It's going to be It's going to be similar to Control, right? But there is no downtime at all.
Exactly.
The round does not get reset, and whoever does win the point gets the advantage there, right?
Well, not every single time. Sometimes you can make a prediction on where the next point will be, because there are 5 set points on the map. So if, like, let's say you're on point 4, 3 of them have already been played. If 2 of them are on the same side of the map, you can already rotate there ahead of time.
So you're just making a 1 in 3 chance of a
prediction. Yeah, you could go for a bet there if you are losing that point and you just want to give it up. It's actually a quite interesting game mode, but it's kind of hard to adapt to in the moment, and that's why it's pretty fun to watch. But you do get to carry over your ult charge, so that is the advantage of the winning team. Is like, oh, if you didn't use too many ults in the last fight. But sometimes, oh, the losing team didn't use any ults.
Wow, I actually thought the winning team always gets the advantage, but wow.
Yeah, sometimes you just peel off and lose. I mean, you just lose the point, right? But you give up. You just try and rotate to the next point before them.
And then you get to hold, and then now you're in a defensive position. versus UCI matchup, and for that because they played Flashpoint.
Yeah.
And it was Genji at the time, and I didn't know it was like that. I know there's only a couple maps for Flashpoint. I think I played like it was the one in Australia.
Yeah, New
Junker City.
So yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's one more.
There is one more. The one, I don't remember the name. Servasa. Actually, I did remember that, but I wasn't 100% confident.
Oh, I saw some Rhine there. Like I saw people play. No, but there's not gonna be Rhine. But, like, I'm just letting you know. I saw Rhine before.
So
I saw Rhine before.
You heard it here first. Ago has at least watched a game of Flashpoint.
I mean, I played Overwatch, so it's okay. It's like a new game mode, I guess, right?
Well, at this point, it's been like 6 months at least, for sure.
What? It's been out for 6 months?
Something like that. I mean, at this point, yeah.
But yeah, I didn't know it was like out for 6 months.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
but yeah, Servasa, can you like break it down for me?
There is nothing to break down. Not for they're basically like arenas. Like it's like all the points are like arena battle style. I mean, New Junk City has some interesting ones where you get to
Beyblade or something.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, New Junk City has some interesting ones where you kind of dance around a point is like the main, because the high ground is completely around a point. But Servasa, a lot more high-low. There's a couple let me think. Yeah, there's a couple points where like the point itself is on the high ground while the surrounding section is all like the little underbelly that you get to play around. That's actually a common theme on Servasa, where there's an under area while the main point is on that high ground.
Yeah, and it seems like when I did watch the one time that I did watch, it was very quick, like how fast, like...
yeah, we're going to be seeing Lucio for sure.
Well, yeah, Lucio for sure for the traversity, right, and how fast you could be rotating with. Well, I just know that you do pick the... not pick, but how the map goes, or that game mode is... There's like 2 to 3 fights only happening. Like the first fight is very, very important to win.
Exactly.
And that gives you like the outcome of what will happen throughout the next fight, and most of the time that next fight that you do take is going to be winning, right? So 80% of the time, if you do win the first fight, you should win the second, right?
Keep an eye out for those percentages. They go up extremely fast when one person does end up claiming those points. It's usually about 2 to 3 fights per point. Hog getting a little shout out there, but it's not going to be Hog. Rhino back on that Winston. It's pretty much the same comp here for UCI as UCSD is going to be
this
mirroring.
One I see.
Yeah.
Looks like it's in Mumbai or right?
I got no clue.
Yeah, and right now UCSD are opting towards the Orisa and I'm not sure why. I guess that's just the style of what UCSD wants, and UCI style is this divey comp, right, with the Sojourn, and really, I see what you mean with this arena. It's just arena, they're fighting, and UCSD get the first, I think, was it a triple dink that he got out the light? Because if he did, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, something like that for sure. And now, that's just going to be Xcal taking out the first pick here on Tobacco, and then that means that, you know, that's just going to be a nice opening here for UCI, but UCSD did claim the point in the meantime, so this precious percentages going over the way of UCSD as point is just going to keep on ticking, as Xcal's going to look for the railgun shot there, but not going to find it. Frost getting very, very low, but actually able to take down Rhino and Supreme before anything happens. So this is going all UCSD. At this point, the point has, you know, ticked up so much that it's going to be even hard to contest them to begin with.
I feel like this Winston and Mana combo is just not the play here, as UCSD just have so much damage and survivability that Rhino can't even, there's no cover for Rhino to actually just live, right? So you can't even move back and forth, jiggling left to the right? And it's just so hard for this Winston to survive, and he's just forced to use the bubble very early as well.
Exactly, and you know, it is a little bit unfortunate, but they are going to contest for this point. 90% on the board, as the window's going to get it, but a nice stick onto Xcal is going to start us off, as the stick is not going to be a good response here for Light, as Rhino's looking for any damage here. They might be able to find one person here, but Supreme's about to get Nano. He needs to actually tick it off, but not going to be able to survive, save Light with that, but they are going to get the point here for UCSD, so no ultimates are going to be committed.
Thing that you said, they're trying to beat UCSD to this point in that 26 left until the block here, as the anti does come out, and a nice sleep on the right there as well, but immediately woken up. UC Irvine here have the ult advantage. They have the Nano, they have the win con here. It might be a Nano overclock here that might be coming out, right?
Yeah, for sure. That is a possibility, as Rally is also up, so this is going to be a very strong case of utility. Yeah. This one has a lot more side, like you fight around the side a lot here, as the Nano is going to get committed here, as Winston is going to be barreling through Light, trying to break the backline. A nice anti onto Orisa, but they don't care. They're diving straight through, as mine is going to get taken out immediately by Winston, as Austin is getting taken out dangerously low. Going to look for the Terra Surge just to get a little bit more armor. Not going to be able to find the pick there, as Xcal finishes the deal there.
Yeah, as Xcal finishes the deal, but look at the tick. Look who got the point. UCI getting 40% now onto this point. It's going to be a one-fight territory here, I think, for UCSD. UCI still have the overclock, and we're calling a pause.
Yeah, we're going to have a quick pause. No idea what that does entail, but, you know, we'll just keep it honest. I think that was a pretty good fight there for UCI. They were able to kind of go past the Orisa and dive the backline very effectively. I feel like as soon as Orisa used the javelin spin, you have all the space in the world to go right past her.
I feel like the very first fight is just tough in general for UC Irvine, because they don't have that initial space of the Winston being, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
The initial space for Winston. So it's not favorable for him, because Orisa just has better sustainability, right? And because if Winston doesn't have that initial space where he has the high ground, something to just jiggle back and forth with, then he's not able to get any value. He's just forced out immediately, and that's why UC Irvine just lost that first fight. But once they got that new point, they beat them to it, and Rhino was able to get that initial value, and that's why it felt a little bit rough for UCSD, and they also played that Nano pretty well as well. And now it seems like we're going to be heading back to game here, as it's now started here. UC Irvine again, like I said, they have the ult advantage here, but UCSD still have a winning chance here. They only have the overclock though.
Yeah, so now this is going to be UCSD trying to find any position, but the Rally is already propped. They saw their opportunity on the backline, and Light is going to take down the Immortality
headshot, but a nice sleep there onto Zinnia, but now a double pulse bomb there to punish it too. a great combo there between Light and Supreme. And that's why Supreme was our previous MVP for the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. His Ana is just so phenomenal.
Sneaky there by Otters. They hid in that corridor there and then immediately popped the rally as soon as Frosted walked past the choke. So that was very good awareness, so they were able to immediately force out Zinnia and Mine's cooldowns, and then the pulse bomb came on.
This is so far.
Yeah, the point is going to be extremely far here, so it's going to be a long journey over, and this is when they're probably going to meet somewhere in the middle here, as the Diva is going to be opted for instead over the Orisa now for UCSD.
You know what I noticed? UC Irvine doesn't have Lucio here, so instead of that Lucio, right, they have better sustainability, and that's what UC Irvine is playing for as now. Rhino here jumping into the backline here as the Primal Rage does come through, and now he'll be getting Zinnia as he's just swinging his gorilla hands around, but Irvine are just falling down because they don't have anything else to play for, and that overclock will be used as well. And Xcal just falling as Irvine will lose that initial point fight.
Yeah, a little bit disastrous there for Irvine. They did commit both the Primal Rage and the Overclock and didn't find anything, but now we're going to get a quick swap over to the Ramatra, a pick we haven't seen in a very long time. So pretty interesting. They want that sustain advantage, and you said it yourself, it's all about holding down the fort as Ramatra. You want to stall for as long as possible
but
on your
counter
own.
for Diva as well, because Diva cannot stop the punch form there from Ramatra, and Annihilation also good sustainability here for UC Irvine, like this pick swap here from Rhino and UCSD. Forcing a one-fight territory for UC Irvine, so they will be trying to fight. And good pulse bomb here, but a good. But no immortality there for Otters because they don't have a Baptiste. So Irvine will be falling down immediately and giving up this second point, right?
Yeah, losing both their supports there means that that's going to be that entire going over to UCSD, and they don't have any way to quickly rotate over to the next flashpoint, so it's going to probably be UCSD favor. They are going to swap to Lucio, so they want to move around the Ramatra just a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, Ramatra's definitely going to need some movement, so that's why they did swap over to Lucio, finding a little bit less value out of the Brig in this map, but Diva is still in baby form, should be able to get that remech before we do make it to that next flashpoint here, as the window is up, as well as the beat for UCSD, so it's going to be pretty important. Self-destruct also online, but crucially, I believe the Nano Boost is going to be UCI's big opening here.
Yeah, but UCSD have so much survivability with that beat and immortality, so UCSD seems like they will be the likely one to win the fight here, as UC Irvine only just have the Nano Boost online for this
Get in there.
Save here as the window is coming out, as now the Nano Boost will try to get some value here, but now the self-destruct is going to push Irvine into the point, but UCSD still saving this speed here for a little bit during the mid-fight here, I hope, and now Rhino just not in a good position out in the open, and Irvine will just lose this initial fight. UCSD just manipulating the map way better than Irvine right now.
Yeah, for sure. Supreme got forced all the way back because he ended up at almost no HP there to start the fight, which meant Rhino was all on his lonesome when he pushed forward, and that's no tank, no team as soon as he does go down. And now, with that next fight coming up, they do
but Xcal, a crucial pick that he needed to get there, and now he has the overclock. UCSD, I don't know if they'll be able to win this fight because Zinnia is all the damage that they needed, and now Frosted down. No tank, no team. UCSD need to just give this up, and now UC Irvine back onto the control with this point now.
This is, of course, UCI's last chance. They have to make sure that they do claim this next point to extend it to that last final, but they do have so many ultimates that UCSD is going to have to brace through if they want to reclaim this point. They at least have one more fight in the tank here for UCSD as far as percentage is concerned. They will have the window up, most likely, as well as another swap over back to Orisa. They don't like how Diva Ramatra ends up playing out in this game.
Yeah, good pick swap here from UCSD, but that initial pick onto Zinnia will force them to just get this take a little bit longer, as now UC Irvine very close to 5 ultimates here, as UCSD don't have really too much to respond with.
Yeah, and I'd be really concerned here for UCSD as soon as Nano Boost does come up, because the Annihilation Nano Boost is so powerful, especially against UCSD's pump.
Yeah, and right now UCSD trying to get
It's
space
go
here,
time.
as now it's go time. The overclock used for UC Irvine. Shots coming through, gets the immortality build, but no dice here with this ultimate, as now we're seeing so much ultimates being used. I think all 5 being used actually from Irvine, making sure that they win this fight immediately, and the fight is going to go in their favor as they cap this point, and now we're in a 1-point territory. 2-2 for this map point, map 3 Flash.
Yeah, final point here on Servasa.
Oh, it's the middle.
And
I know this
yeah,
one.
You do know this one for sure. So it's actually very fortunate for UCI. It's going to spawn right next to this one. So they ended up with one of those situations
And
where the
there's a
fourth
pillar,
point
right?
is right next to each other. Yeah, it has a little fountain in the middle. As well as some high ground on the left or right side. But they still save the Annihilation for this next fight, so that's a lot of sustain available here for Rhino.
Yeah, he could live a very... Actually, I think it's...
Oh, but that's unfortunate
that
way to
is
start.
not good there, as UCSD get a crucial pick there. Paco, my boy, just getting the pick that he needed, as UC Irvine just in a back foot, but they're not giving it up, as Xcal gets the counter pick here, as look at how long Rhino is just living here, doing really well on this Ramatra pick, but Frosted just the same here because he's playing a way better character than Rissa, as now it's about to end here, as Zinnia is using the overclock to just guarantee the fight. He gets the first pick onto Otters, getting the headshot, but the Rhino with the Annihilation trying to make sure that he's still in the fight, but the Soundberry coming clutch there from Denki and making sure that they're living this fight. But Xcal, he's saying no, we're gonna try to win this fight, but Irvine just has to back up because the picks are just too much for UC Irvine.
Yeah, and you saw how good the Annihilation is in that fight, but the beat does get committed at the proper time to deny any more acceleration on the snowball. And now with the Terror Surge online in the next fight, I'd be a little bit concerned here for UCI. They need to make sure that they find a foothold, especially to guarantee that they get this Nano Boost online.
Yeah, and the Nano Boost here is going to be the win con here for UC Irvine. Need to get it a little bit quicker, as Xcal just trying to get some picks here, trying to see if he can do anything. And ooh, a very bad position there for Xcal, getting caught in the middle there. And now the More, as Light will be making sure Frosted is not going to live for free. And now no tank, no team. All they need to do is just sustain for free. And look at what's happening here as we use the Nano Boost onto Otters. Bustio as the UCSD getting the point, or UC Irvine, excuse me, gets the point flip. And wow, that's going to make sure they get one more fight. But Irvine using a little bit too much in the bank there, right?
Yeah, they won't have any good offensive ultimates besides that overclock. But
for Irvine, because they used 2 ults.
Yeah, UCSD had to use 2 ults to be able to survive the onslaught that UCI was providing, as Light finds a pick on Zinni to open up, and now the pace of the game is going to flip extremely quickly. UCI is going to try and find their opening now that the Sojourn is down, and that's going to be a headshot onto Mine, as now Lucio is in dire straits. Otters is taking out Denki, and now UCI has full control on the point, and that's going to be the swap they need.
But I really like what SV did there, because it's such a long time for them to come back, right? And they're trying to bum rush Xcal because they know he has the overclock, and now Irvine in the driver's seat. They have great ults to survive with here. They have the beat, they have the overclock, very close to the Annihilation.
I mean, Annihilation, Nano Boost, if they get that,
exactly,
they probably do win the game. So they're going to be playing for that 30% here. They will have the overclock and the beat online here for UCSD at the very least, but the percentages is ticking. We got 10% left here for UCI.
And now UC Irvine here. A very clutch fight that's going to happen here, and the point does go to overtime. And now this is going to be the one that we're going to be watching here. An intense fight as the cooldowns are going to be used. UC Irvine is going to be getting picked, as Xcal doesn't even get to use the overclock to his advantage. And now the beat does drop here for Irvine. And UCSD are using ults, and Irvine are just falling apart. What is going on here as UCSD just find miracles on miracles as UC Irvine are falling apart? UCSD is going to be taking this to the map 4 in favor of them, 2-1, Daniel.
Yeah, that's such good play there from Zinnia. Finds Xcal on the overclock immediately, and the damage that was forced out by UCSD forces the Nano early, not onto the Annihilation that Rhino, I'm sure, was waiting for as soon as he did get it, but Supreme got picked on the back end with a pulse bomb. So that's just the individual micro plays that do allow UCSD to take that victory.
Yeah, unfortunately, Xcal there not getting any value on that last overclock, and Irvine, it felt like they had the bag, right? They literally fumbled it, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly.
And they were in the driver's seat. They had so many ults. But they were not able to use it. And Zinnia just hits the shot, right? That's what matters. Because he got the shot, they got the momentum.
Exactly. And that's kind of why Sojourn gets played so much. It has that variability where you're able to just, take out a player, right-click. That's it. And we saw it in action a bunch of times throughout that map.
I swap it to left-click, so it feels better.
Oh, that's what I did with Kiriko.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like that's intuitive now.
Well, that the damage should be on left-click? Yeah. I know.
But now the fourth map here is going to be Push. We're going to be seeing... we have some other map choices, right? See, I still remember this because this came out at the beginning of Overwatch. There's Toronto. There is Coliseum. And I think a third map that I'm missing here.
We're actually just going to go straight to replay, There were a lot of all-star plays there, so it doesn't matter too much. We'll let you know when we do find out which push map we are on, of course, but we're going to be going to replay just, to check it out, see what ended up breaking down in that map, because Flashpoint is such an exciting mode. We saw a lot of close back and forth fights. Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. That's the point. They wanted to cater it to a little bit.
I don't think this is Flashpoint.
We're getting a full replay. It's been a long series so far already, 3 games in, so get a little bit of a taste of every map here.
Esperanza, that's what I missed.
Exactly.
And so that will be our next map here, Esperanza. Excuse me, a very high ground map there on the second fight here if you do get to it. And at the very beginning, I think Esperanza is just favored for that rush comp.
Yeah, for sure. And so
we will be seeing...
We've been seeing pretty much a lot of rush comp here. Not really. We've also been seeing some dive as well, but I feel like it's kind of... It's like... we've been seeing Winston, but there's been like a rush skew rather than a lot of just full-on dive there.
Yeah, and I think UCSD, they're just relying... Zinnia and Paco are just feeling it right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely some all-star all-star performances from the players to make sure that they are securing these victories, and now they find themselves 2-1 up on the favorites, UCI. So UCI really need to dig deep in.
They might actually get knocked to the lower bracket here.
I mean, that's what it's feeling like. It's feeling like UCSD has the momentum.
Yeah, and they definitely do, as this is the first time actually UC Irvine lost 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, I know.
Or not in a row, but you know what I'm saying? Like they lost 2 maps at all within the past year. So I've never seen this from Irvine, and if they do end up not winning, this is going to be the first time in UCEI history, presented by Xfinity, of course, that they lose in Overwatch.
Yeah, so we could be making history here in this next map on Servasa, or not Servasa, sorry,
could be
Esperanza.
Making history.
I mean,
yeah, that's true.
It's history.
It's history.
You gotta change it up just a little bit. I mean, it's not gonna be the history that we love, of course, but it is still history that you gotta acknowledge exactly what happens here, and that would mean San Diego would get to sit in the grand finals, and they would have that advantage of being able to watch everyone else play their matches for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and right now, Esperanza, what are we thinking here? What do we think they're going to play? I feel like they might be pulling out that Ramatra again, but Orisa, Frosted loves that Orisa.
That's true.
What that allows for UCSD is that they're literally using so much resources towards the Orisa. So I feel like it should be the opposite, right? You're not supposed to be focusing that Orisa. You're supposed to avoid it because Orisa doesn't really do that much damage.
She doesn't do that much damage. She has a lot of disruption, which is the main thing that she is used for.
And survivability.
Yeah, and survivability, but you can
that's a bait. That's
ignore
why it's
the
bait.
disruption.
Exactly.
That's the part. You want to get away from that disruption and focus on other characters. But we're going to go to a quick break anyway. Stay tuned. Of course, the stakes are high here in the Red Bull North America, so definitely stay tuned. We'll be right back with you. Hello and welcome back to UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. We just got off of UCSD being 2-1 up over UCI, and we're back from the break, so now we're going to get right back into action. Do you have any thoughts on the first section of this best of 5? Or first of 3, you know?
Yeah, UCSD trying to break the golden road for UC Irvine, and right now they're just playing phenomenal. All of UCSD is just better in the clutch. They're just punishing Xcal so well. Like, I think Zinnia is just positive against Xcal right now. And especially right now, Frosted is just playing the win con here. Not really have to do too much for UCSD. He's just playing his role. He's doing the Orisa, right? Doing the dirty work, the most boring role in the game. Playing the Orisa. And right now, he's just being that team player, while Zinnia and Paco are just able to frag out and just fry all of UCI.
Yeah, and it's important to note, I feel like despite Rhino swapping over to the Ramatra, it felt like it didn't get as much value as you would have wanted.
I think Frosted is just faster on the pick swaps as well. He's going to the Diva, just getting on that comfort pick. And yeah, now we're going to be seeing Esperanza here. And yeah, UCSD not changing anything up. They're still sticking to their roots. But now UC Irvine swapping to something else here. We're going to be seeing the Winston again, right? But no Brigitte. Seems like we're going to have Kiriko instead.
Yeah, we're going to have Kiriko to combo a bit with Light and Rhino going in. And we're going to be seeing Bap Lucio here for UCSD as their support core. And we're going to stick onto that Orisa. They like their chances with that tank pick.
Yeah, and UCSD have so much damage again, right? So Rhino not going to get... he has to be manipulating the... covers here for UC Irvine, and they're going to be giving up this initial robot for sure.
Otter's almost getting taken out there with a nice spear there by Frosted. Very, very close here as they need to find some way to reach it. Yeah, exactly. They've been kind of staying stationary on one point here, as now Rhino's going to try and open it up on the back line, but he is getting forced back just a bit, but a nice anti.
So
very, very close. Frosted able to scoot away into that closet position there.
Yeah, and right now, all of UCSD are just living the onslaught of UC Irvine, and Irvine just not finding anything right now, but UCSD getting this initial push onto the robot. This is why they play this comp. UCSD are just playing their win con so well right now.
Yeah, as now you're seeing them being able to make a difference, but Daki is going to get taken out to start it with the Immortality Field just a little bit late there, and that means that now Frosted is in a little bit of a bad position, does get antied yet again, but getting low, but not going to get taken down all the way. The Javelin Spin is able to keep him alive, and he's barely going to get taken out. Finally, Mine also getting taken out on the backside, so UCI finally able to stop the UCSD snowball there. Now they're going to be able to get some push of their own.
Yeah, and now because UC Irvine are playing this Winston comp, right, it's going to be so easy for them to just get this high ground and work everything else. And now Frosted faster on the pick swap again, right? He's playing the Diva, a comfort pick for him as well. And now UCSD still sticking onto this Baptiste Lucio, but I really wish that they played the Ana instead.
Yeah, just gonna stick to the Bap Lucio. They want to get at least a window and the beat before they do swap off. As now Diva is gonna be able to contest the high ground a little bit better than Orisa was able to.
But they get the robot back, as now UC Irvine are just giving up this initial position. But that doesn't matter, as Irvine are using the nano boost and just wreaking havoc on towards UCSD's black line. And now they just win it all.
Yeah, and they're so close to the checkpoint, they should be able to at least secure this. So that means forward spawn here for UCI is going to be their advantage coming into this next section of the map.
Yeah, and UCSD just, it's so tough for them, as now they gave up the first checkpoint here for this push map, and it's going to be tough because look at all of Irvine's positioning. They have this deep bridge. UCSD needs to do a lot here, or spend so many ultimates to just break out of this initial choke.
Yeah, but they are playing pretty sneaky behind the wall here to be able to have a good sight line on Xcal. Xcal, you really see Frosted in his view.
Yeah, but mainly so hard to push out Rhino on that position, right?
Yeah, exactly. But now it's pretty much a stalemate here on the point, but we have 4 ultimates on the board for UCSD almost to beat as well, but the Stay Rush is going to start us off on this play.
Oh, but a great window here to counteract that rush, but now UCSD, great trades here, using the window in response to that rush, and UCSD still in the back foot here as now Xcal gets the initial pick onto Paco as Rhino is now diving towards his backline, using the Primal Rage to displace all of UCSD's backline, and the self-destruct here also from Frosted to make sure that they're disoriented, and now we went on to Paco.
That was a funny POV, you jump in the back and it's actually Tracer? No.
But unfortunately, Light does fall down here, but a great stick there from Paco to shut down the overclock. UCSD is back into this fight again, and now UCSD are able to push their first robot.
Good to see you.
4 minutes now.
Yeah, and that's so unfortunate there for Xcal. He pops the overclock as he gets stuck, so that means that there's zero value there for the overclock, and even UCSD didn't even have to commit the overclock in that last fight, so they at least come into the next fight with something, but the nano boost is going to be quite crucial here, as there is no other massive ultimates here for either squad. It's pretty much the nano boost is the most high prio here on the board.
Right now Xenia has the overclock as well, has been hitting the shots also, so a crucial player with this crucial ult needs to hit the shots, as now UCSD are getting trampled with this nano boost here by Rhino, but now Rhino very low here, and now it's going to be ending here now as Xenia hits the first shot onto Light. The clutch player for UCSD is now hitting the shots and making sure that it's going to be even for them, and look at this, all of Irvine are just disorientated.
Yeah, they're really trying to talk. Supreme getting very low, but able to heal up just a little bit. Xenia getting super close, and there's the Kitsune rush.
Yep, as the rush does come through, but UCSD, great positioning here, making sure that they're backing off, but still such a tough position here, as now Otters will get the D-Mech onto Frosted and the baby form, and now all of UCSD are falling apart here, as the Kitsune rush made sure that they were moved off that lower position below the bridge.
Yeah, very good play there from UCI to get the foothold back in this match. And upcoming, we got the window and a self-destruct. Obviously, there's nothing to set up the self-destruct, so that's more just a zoning tool there for UCSD. But that's going to be forward spawn claimed. Actually going to get denied. Nice job by Frosted. Make sure you don't allow forward spawn in case anyone does get picked here for UCI. It's going to be a longer trek back to the point.
Yeah, right now UCSD are pushing back that robot, but oh my goodness, you see Irvine get the 2 picks that they needed, and UCSD are just getting thrown in shambles.
Yeah, and now that's going to be a full push, probably all the way to the wall here. They want to make sure that they make it across the next checkpoint. They want to get as far as possible. There is only 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, and they will have both the Primal and the Nano Boost as momentum boosters here in that next fight.
Yeah, but UCSD still have some responses here. They unfortunately did not use the window that last fight, but now they had the opportunity to use it this fight, as now Rhino just using the initial space here, that jump to just make sure that UCSD is pushed back, but UCSD still have an opportunity to play the game, as now they use the window, but Rhino just wreaking havoc in the back line.
Yeah, on his own. I thought it would be with the Nano at least, but no, it's just Rhino getting multiple kills here with the Primal, and now Lucio's going to get taken down, so they're going to keep this steamroll going, as UCI is now going to be able to push deep into UCSD territory here, as Paco is going to get taken out in the side by Xcal. And yeah, it's looking pretty UCI favored at this point. It's going to be pretty hard. Oh, we got Malga for the first time. Frosted swapping over. Wants to at least contest the space. Malga's so powerful at that close range dueling capabilities.
Now we see the Nano Boost and Overclock combination on both the sides, but now Xcal finally gets the upper hand onto Xenia, and now it loads the entire Overclock and gets the kill, but UCI protect their team. Both tanks do, or excuse me, Frosted gets the initial positioning now and is able to push the robot down. And Irvine could have almost ended the game, but now UCSD have a chance in this with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough here with how push is natured, but a nice stick with nullified by the Suzu there. So very good out of mind to make sure that your Malga does not take that damage at all.
Ooh, but a great sleep there from Supreme, as now you see Irvine are holding this high ground position, and now Malga just not in a great spot to be, as Irvine are just punishing all of UCSD's tricks.
Yeah, and UCSD is really capitalizing here, but Rhino is going to be able to take down Zinnia and Danky and Mine, and that's going to be a full sweep here for UCI, and now it's going to be really tough here for UCSD. I feel like they needed to carry that momentum all the way to the finish line, but now it's with 1 minute left. They have at max 1, maybe 2 fights left in the tank, with forward spawn being established. I feel like it's going to be a very uphill battle.
Needs to win at least 4 to 5 fights in a row, as now the pause is coming through.
Yeah, we're having a lot of pauses today. Unfortunately, it does happen. So we're going to just, stick around with us just for a little bit. I mean, what do you think of what do you think UCI or UCSD needs to do to swap it up here? I mean, they did go for the Mauga, but we haven't really seen too much of what the strength that provides. It was more just play on the backside of these fights.
It just seems like Irvine is just able to find the angles that they need, and they're just living all the damages, living all of the damage there from UCSD. That's why they swapped the BAP. They didn't really get too much value out of it, and that because they were playing such a grouped comp, right? All of UC Irvine just took different angles and attacked them on different points. So that's why Irvine played. It feels like they're starting to understand how UCSD plays, but it's also just the map being favored for them. They have so much open space, so much cover for them on different parts of the map that Irvine are able to manipulate it well.
Yeah. So
it's not UCSD playing bad.
Yeah.
It's just Irvine are playing the map well, and UCSD just has no answer right now.
It feels like they're really capitalizing on what their strengths are as a comp here for UCI. Yeah. So definitely good job from them, but they are still a map down, so even if they win this map, they're still going to have to carry that into that next one.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be going towards payload as well. If we do go towards map 5, and I still think it is UCSD favored because they have so much momentum, and from what I know, the escort maps are most of the time rush maps, so it seems like UCSD are just the better rush team. And yeah, UCI, even though they are terrific on that Winston, it's going to be tough if UCSD picks away from maybe a high ground map like Dorado, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see, but right now we're still in that push map. Of course, it's going to be very difficult. Push, one of those game modes that once a team gets the wall extremely far, it's usually just a wait until the end of the map because it's very hard to string those fights in a row.
But it's definitely possible.
It's definitely possible. I've seen it happen, but if anyone gets picked or your ultimates are used improperly, that's going to be the thing that breaks the camel's back. So we're going back to game finally as the pause is resolved. We're back in game here, and now UCSD has to make things happen with 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Yeah, and right now UCSD have some win con ultimates here. They have the Tsune Rush, as now Zinnia, the clutch player for UCSD, finally gets the pick here onto Otters, and now UCSD are in good shape to push this robot eventually, because now UCSD finishes off the fight as Zinnia just gets almost everyone.
Yeah, Xcal, it almost looked like Xcal and Rhino might be able to do a lot of work there, as now Rosset is going to force the rest of the surviving members of UCI back, and now is their opportunity. We were just talking about how they're going to need 4 or 5 fights in a row, and it's definitely possible, but it's going to have to be a miracle here regardless, since that is such a uphill battle.
Uphill battle it is, but still UCSD are defying all the odds as they are the ones trying to stop the golden road for UC Irvine. 20 seconds left on the clock, as now the octagon here for Frosted will be up soon.
Yeah. The Fight Club, I like to call it, will be coming up pretty soon here, and he is just going to charge forward, looking for the cage fight, going to be able to catch Otters on the cage fight, and that's going to be that 1v1 against the support. Poor guy, as now the push is coming through. They're about to get forward spawn, and that's the kind of momentum that you are going to want if you are UCSD.
Finally, they're getting closer and closer to that checkpoint, but now Rhino getting a pick too. He gets 3 picks, actually, just mauling all of UCSD, as now UCSD looked like they had the lead, and now it's just very winnable for UC Irvine, and winnable, they won this map.
Yeah, winnable, call it 1, and with that, UCI is going to take map 4, and we're going to the final map here in our upper bracket semifinals. UCI versus UCSD. It's going down to escort. We were talking about it in the break, and this is where it seems like UCSD style kind of favors them. So I definitely have them as
most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time when it does come to that kind of rush play style, unless we do end up on a different style of escort map. But we just saw UCI do extremely well in push here, where they were able to find their openings very effectively. So it's going to be a very close fought battle, I'm sure.
Yeah, close fought battle. There's a lot of choices here for UCSD. There is Junkertown. I'm not sure if they're going to pick that because it is a sniper map.
Yeah.
But it is a possibility for this rush comp that if they do want to play Junkertown. There's also Dorado. I think they're not going to opt for Dorado. Definitely a UCI favored map. And what else are there?
There's nothing that really comes to mind as either of these teams' preference, because you don't really get to escort that often nowadays with how, first to three means it is that always going to be that final map, and a lot of the times these Overwatch first of threes end usually by map 4 is generally the trend. So I'm pretty excited to see what we end up landing on, because I don't really have a good idea of what these teams have been practicing, because escort does fall so low on the priority list.
Yeah, but most of the time it used to be on the most of the time escort wasn't the map 5. It used to be, I think, the second map pick before when they changed. Hybrid used to be the map 5 actually back then, which was, I think, a bad design choice from Overwatch League during the beginning of Overwatch. And now because they realized, oh yeah, escort's untiable, right?
Yeah.
So they did do that, and I think there is a map that is coming to mind. It's Havana. Havana is a good rush map for UCSD. Hopefully they do play that because they get the close hold, right? And right now they are looking phenomenal on that rush.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, definitely if we do end up on that map, it's going to be a bit of Sigma, a bit of things like that as well that will come back into the favor for UCI, I'm sure.
It's not really rush. It's like a poke comp.
Yeah.
It's like kind of
poke
like comp.
Far range, and you kind of split up a bit.
But they're not really that split, though. They're like together, so it's kind of weird. I think it is a rush comp in that sense, right?
Yeah.
It's a combo.
Yeah.
It's like a frame. Right?
I feel like maybe with
a framework.
Yeah, I mean that's not too bad. I mean,
where it deviates to that.
With the death of like traditional death ball, I feel like that's like a good supplementary kind of description. It works kind of like death ball, but there are some different pieces being tossed around because the utility has changed in the entire game.
Yeah, I can't believe you said utility. I mean, yeah, it is true. It's just like weird to say.
Cooldowns, abilities. I mean, these are global language that people do get to.
It is going to be Dorado here from production. Thank you, production. As now UCSD will be picking Dorado. Odd pick, no?
Yeah, because they haven't really been opting for like high ground contention. Maybe we'll see the Diva yet again. That's been kind of their pick that allows that extra mobility for sure. So that I expect to see that guaranteed almost from Frosted. And on UCI side, maybe more Winston. We're gonna probably have a similar comp. It's gonna be that Sojourn, of course. Probably
Genji.
BAP. Genji is a good possibility, especially in the first 2 points on the map. So get excited for that. I mean, if we do end up seeing it. So
I definitely think that even though UCI are favored to win Dorado because of how dominant they were on these high ground maps.
Yeah,
UCSD
just think back to Numbani.
Yeah, but still, UCSD still have that factor of uncertainty, right? They could still make it through because they defied all the odds.
Yeah, I mean they have the individual firepower to be able to make that kind of overcome that hurdle.
So
that
far Zinnia just doing so hot right now, and Frosted going to go back to a comfort pick again with that Diva if it is going to be picked. But if we do see the Orisa, I still think that UC Irvine will also have a hard time because they can't really touch the point, right? Because if Frosted and they have everyone there grouped onto the point, they have to just take those angles, let the card come through, play the win condition of just poking them down slowly, play for the nano boost, right? But if UCSD play it right and UCI does make a blunder, which it does happen, right? UCI are making blunders, then one blunder, for example, if Rhino just overextends, right? with the no bubble and just gets blasted by
There were
everyone.
a couple times we've been seeing that,
Yeah.
but even then, it's been some just
It's
disconnects
mainly
where
Axel. Yeah.
I feel like some of the players on UCI get forced back, and then Rhino goes forward at that exact same time.
Correct.
And that's the real problem that we've been seeing, especially on Flashpoint.
Yeah.
If you were watching that match, so they're definitely going to need to make sure to shore that up if they want to go to that grand final and sit pretty.
Yeah, and sit pretty. They are trying to do UC Irvine now 2-2 versus UCSD, the one trying to take them out and make history. And right now, I still think UCSD are definitely favored. I still think they're favored.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty close. I mean, I'm kind of with Dorado being the pick.
Well, I said Irvine first favored for the map, but I think because SD has the upper hand in terms of the uncertainty.
Yeah.
I think
the firepower is definitely there. It could go either way.
Yeah.
To be honest, just with Dorado getting picked, yeah, definitely have a UCI slightly favored, but that's just testament to how close this series has been.
Yeah.
There really is no standout favorites. I mean, you say the compliments of one team, you have the compliments of the next right afterwards. I mean, that's just good Overwatch, right?
Yeah, just terrific Overwatch. But what's amazing is this Red Bull that I'm about to drink. But Daniel, I still think SD might. I'm not sure what they're actually going to do on Dorado. I'm not sure if it's going to be Rush or that Diva comp, because
I feel like it's going to be Diva, Sojourn, Genji maybe. I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm not the most familiar with a player like Paco, so I'm not sure if he has that Genji in his pocket. Okay, so that's something that I feel like could be a pretty good comp if they do opt for it. I still think Tracer is pretty good on Dorado anyway, so they might still just stick with the Tracer.
Yeah.
Considering the comfort there. Because Paco's been looking good as well. Definitely been it's been light and Paco on the side every single time they do get shown on camera here. So
I still think that they have a higher success rate with the Orisa so far.
That's true.
The Diva has not been working out too much, but at least from watching glimpses of Numbani when they did start with the Orisa, most definitely I think you should start with the Diva for sure.
Oh yeah. Just change it up just a little bit, because they did start with Orisa and Numbani and get stalwarted right there.
Yeah, on the top left.
Yep, top left. Hey, you guys saw that. That's top left. It's the little like pathway, yeah, the runway as soon as you get out from that attacker side. So
yeah, just I mean, overall just tough.
Yeah, it's tough, but I mean, right now we're counting straws, literally, here.
At the UCEI Invitational, presented by Xfinity, and it seems like there is going to be a little bit of a pause, and let's just talk about the bracket and the next game, right?
Yeah.
And let's talk about Santa Cruz versus Davis. I know Davis has some players that I've seen when I was competing. Wannabe is a good one, and Santa Cruz, I'm not really sure what happened to the roster.
I believe.
I remember.
Oh, Monster, yeah.
There is a. I'm not sure. He went to a different school back then. He was a DPS player.
Yeah.
I don't really remember the name, but he was also there. He was a Tracer player at the time. He was really good. But now Santa Cruz, still, we're going to be seeing in that lower final. And yeah, Daniel, any thoughts on that?
I mean, any thoughts? I mean, as we said it before, UCSC, nice upset over UCLA, so we'll see that go to fruition. Yeah. But we're going straight to game, finally. We are on Dorado. No more speculation. We're now going to be able to see. Oh, yeah, no nighttime. We changed all the timing. That's part of the Overwatch 2 change list. Definitely one of the main features they were pushing at the start of the game here. But we're going to see the Diva locked in, so hey, maybe they were listening to us. Who knows? But they are going to stick to the Tracer and the Sojourn as their DPS core. We're going to see Xcal on the Ash, of course, so a little bit more long range to be able to hold that high ground very well. They're going to have the Brig for the anti-dive as well, so that's nice to see. Yeah, I believe this is the Battle Pass Legendary skin that can be upgradable. Yeah, actually. You get like level 80, you get to change how it looks. It's kind of cool, actually. But, oh, that's a little Stonehenge action.
Yeah,
or not Stonehenge, my apologies.
Irvine here playing
Easter Island.
their contention to be in the grand final. And UCSD trying to make history here, as now they are playing this Diva comp versus Irvine. And yeah, Daniel, I'm not really sure how this is going to work, but right now they're just making sure that the cart is going to go through the bridge and they're going to contest that high ground.
Yeah, nice headshot going on to Zinnia there. There's not really too much happening. The high ground is kind of being uncontested here for UCSD. They want to push the cart as much as they can before they're forced to make a play here, but nice anti is going to force back Frosted. They're going to get Rhino out of their back line, and it's just kind of like poking, prodding. They're trying to move around, make sure that they pull the players from UCSD, and in the meantime, Zinnia is going to start off onto Light. Yeah.
Great shot there onto Light, but right now still poking and prodding here. That doesn't really matter much there. That's now UCSD are going to... Oh my goodness, mine got very low, and now Rhino in a very bad position here, accepts his death, and now UCSD finally get the cart through under the bridge and are in a favorable position to get this first point.
Yeah, extremely messy here for UCI. Rhino tries to get the extension onto onto the AMP player, but did not end up taking him down.
Losing the 1v1 versus Light, and now UCI are just forced to give up this initial first point, and now they have 5 minutes, which is quite literally insane.
Disaster striking here for UCI. They really need to find a foothold on this map.
But now that allows them to have that foothold after the Supreme just 1v1. Who was it? Zinnia?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Supreme always definitely... he's a DPS player at heart, in my opinion.
Most definitely a DPS player at heart, as now the Nano Boost is online for both sides of UCI and UCSD. But right now, just a little bit of poking here as the Nano won't be committed on both sides. Still, UCSD just getting free card space here, as now UC Irvine needs to do something here. They have 4 to 5 ults, as now the ult fights are going to be contested, as the Bob will be coming out as well. Oh, Paco just getting caught out onto that Bob as well, as now UC Irvine have dropped onto this lower ground, knowing that they have the advantage here, and the Nano Boost will be committed to guarantee and end the fight here, as Frosted also gets Nano Boosted back.
Bob was put in a weird spot to start that fight, but it's not going to matter with the Nano Boost, and they're going to stall Frosted out. There's no ledges to jump off of here for Baby Diva, so it's going to be a long stall here for UCSD. But, they still have a lot of time on the clock. It's not too much of a concern since they did cap that first point so quickly, and they do have all the ultimates coming up. It's going to be both rallies up as well for both teams here. And it's pretty crucial that they do at least have the ultimates so we can just extract the Zinnia build, make things happen for sure.
Yeah, UCSD wants to try to get the rally second there on UCI's mirror matchup here with the Briggs. But right now, UCI just giving up a little bit of card space again, but the contention with Light and Rhino as Zinnia. Light's trying to contest the point, but that's not going to be enough, as now Excal in the odds here as the Primal Rage will be ripping through all of UCSD, as Irvine are just in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, a huge pick there for Excal onto mine, but now the rally's going to come out, and the pulse bomb's going to go wide. And that means that they're going to push all the way forward, but it might have overextended just a little bit, as Danky is going to get taken down immediately, as now Frosted is also going to go down, just going to get wiped there, and UCI is able to hold.
UCI able to hold there, and great response there from Otters to counter that rally back, and Frosted and Zinnia still have their ults left for UCSD, but I think UCI are in a great position here, able to shoot them from the high ground and just punish their rotations very quickly. That's just the nature of the game on the bottom. This is quite literally hard, because you have to fight for positioning here. Pushing for the card is a little bit of a bait. It's making the job of your tracer to do that, and UCI just playing fundamentally well, similar to Numani.
Yeah, this is now tough. They have been able to push them back just a little bit, but now they found themselves on that lower ground. Now they're getting forced down by UCI, so they need to make sure that they keep this high ground on that opposite side. But we're seeing just a little bit of damage going through, but a nice anti onto UCI is going to find a lot, and Nano Boost is going to get committed.
But a good pulse bomb there from Light, gets 2, and UCSD are going to get dismantled again as Light finishes with 3. And UCI, 130 minutes left on the clock. They have the Bob. They're close to Primal. It's pretty convincing here that it could be a second point hold, but UCSD, don't count them out. Don't get it twisted, as they have a lot of ults as well. They have the Nano, they have the overclock, right? And they also have the self-destruct to force them off the point. It's going to be tough here for UCI to hold, but if they do, it's going to be on the rotation. They're going to be punishing UCSD.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good play here, but Zinnia is going to take out Light as a response. It's not going to matter too much as long as UCI sticks together and make sure no one else falls down, since that is just your Tracer player, not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, UCI actually a little overcommitting on using the Nano in that last fight, since the Pulse Bomb was kind of just the difference maker to start it off. So UCSD did have that advantage with pick going out. There's the Nano boost finally from Mine.
Yeah, and right now the Nano boost with the overclock combination is not finding its fruition, as Rhino is just taking all of it with the Primal Rage and eventually knocks Zinnia down. The carry of UCSD, making it out alive, as now Danky will also fall as well. 3 versus 5 in favor of UCI, as now there's 15 seconds left on the clock. UCSD is forced to just retreat, and they have only a couple touches left here, as Frosted is going to be the first one to touch for sure.
Yeah, and it was such a good start here for UCSD that they need to make sure they touch at least. Looks like they're able to get the OT. They're able to extend just a little bit, but they would need to make it to that first or that second checkpoint if they want to keep it down. But overtime is ticking, and nobody is going to get on the cart. Oh no! And that's going to be round 1 complete here. UCI able to kind of curb the pressure there that UCSD was putting on when they first initially capped that first point. It looked so good for them. I thought for sure we were at least going to checkpoint 3, but UCI getting the full hold there on that second point.
Yeah, UCSD played the first point terrifically, punishing Light, punishing Rhino immediately, even though they did lose their Tracer player immediately. UCSD responded really well and caught Rhino off guard. That's definitely the way UCI will lose, and I called that. And that he might, I think that was the blunder, right?
Yeah.
And it was the biggest blunder, as now UCSD took all of the first point, but then UCI just took it up a notch, played it similarly to Numbani, right? There was no fundamental gap, and there's no holes on their defense. They were able to just punish the rotations of UCSD. I think it was pretty obvious of where they were rotating. They didn't hide where they were going. They didn't want to try to go towards the left side, going through bank. You know what I'm saying? There's just no change. So UCI knew exactly what was going to happen, and unfortunately, even though UCSD could have done that, they were outplayed.
Yeah, it felt like they were, trying to beat their head against a wall almost in UCI, and it was the same wall over and over again. And UCI did a good job to stop them out there. Is going to get down to make sure that they can sneak past any sight lines, possibly. Xscout going for a cheeky snipe there, not going to find it, and that means that we're going to go back to a standard competition.
It would have been cool. Fade would have done it, but Xcal now is going to stick towards this Asher, just getting that high ground as well, opting for that because the Dynamite. Yeah, the Dynamite is also great there for the high ground as well.
Enemies on the payload. Let's get them. Enemy contact.
Great rotation here, trying to contest this past the reach here, and now UCSD also knowing that.
Yeah, I think they've kind of won the point just a little bit here for UCI, but a nice duel, yeah. Yeah, it gets the better of Light there, and they're able to force UCSD down just a little bit, but they haven't been able to breach this line that UCSD has established. As a nice burst there for Paco is going to take advantage of the sleep that was hit by Mine. So very good awareness there to just completely burst them out.
Yeah, UCI now 1 minute 20 left, or 2 minutes almost wasted. UCSD just doing great things as another pause comes through our way, the third one today.
Aren't we so lucky?
Yeah, we're pretty lucky.
Yeah. I feel like it was more than the third. It's like the well, in-game pauses, yeah, like 3. That's true. Hasn't been too many. It's a lot of just audio issues, it seems, which is a little unfortunate. But we want to make sure the players are in tip-top shape when they are fighting it out, because these matches matter.
These matches matter indeed, as now UCSD definitely are in the lead because they have quite a bit of ultimates coming up. They have the Nano Boost on. They have it online. They have the full spawn as well as the self-destruct. Just making sure that they're pushing off away from this bridge position. This Paco, oh my goodness, Supreme
perfect combo. Perfect combo by Supreme, able to take down Paco, so a little bit of revenge there for Supreme, as Frosted is going to get a nice knock off the top, and that means that it's going to be all chaos on the point now for UCI. Yeah, and a nice use of rally there, able to actually extend that advantage. And now we find ourselves 4 minutes, not too different of a story here compared to when UCSD did end up pushing. So they're definitely going to need to make it past at least like 90% of this checkpoint too if they do want to take the victory on this map. But UCSD can definitely hold. We saw how strong of a wall you can put up here on this point.
Wait, what?
Paco on the backside just finds two completely off camera. We didn't get to see that one, unfortunately, and that's going to stall out UCI just for a couple seconds here. And with Xcal getting staggered, that's actually kind of a disaster. That's like 30, 40 seconds off the board here for UCI.
Kind of just like how I really think UCSD could have kept pushing towards their spawn here, forcing UCI to just use maybe a couple ultimates to get out there and take the fight, but they gave the initial space back, and now UCSD, what could have been a great play is now giving back to UCI.
You're powered up.
Yeah, it was a little bit off. Nano is going to go through, and Rhino is going to tear through the back line as he's going to get all three players, and there's nothing Frosted could do as he is just too far forward, and that means that UCI is going to find their advantage with that Nano boost. And with their ultimate still up, Primal Rage has been so much work throughout this series for UCI. I'm pretty concerned for UCSD. Yeah, exactly.
Crazy, because Primal Rage is a very hard.
Yeah.
You have to be hitting all those juggles and now Rhino very, very good. All of the hey, look at that juggle onto the bob.
I feel like that was not the target you wanted, but still got the bob, and it looks kind of cool, you know?
And immediately Rhino will fall down, but not without Frosted going down. So now UCSD is in a 4v4 scenario, as now Xenia will be falling down as well, even though the rally will be used on UCSD's side. It's not going to be enough as UCSD are falling member by member, but UCI not pushing onto this aggression, waiting for Rhino to come back and just regroup and reset.
Yeah, they don't want to overextend anything if they do get a little bit greedy. So as soon as that rally got popped, they backed up all the way. And
Spawn there from Paco, but UCSD still have a win con here. They have both the self-destruct and Nano, so please don't count them out as 2 minutes left or 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, now this is getting a little bit dicey as the Nano is going to get committed onto Frosted.
Seems like the positions are flipped here. The defenders are now the attackers, and it seems like UCSD are just making sure that UCI are funneled into this bank position here. And now the rally will allow them to, as Frosted will just make sure that this rally is contained, and UCSD are just stalling so much for time as now UCI are left with one and JP just making sure that they were living there and light immediately going down.
Yeah, and the Nano boost gets committed. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see if Rhino's able to find anything, but it's not looking likely.
The point with, oh my goodness, he's like almost a meter away.
Yeah, I know. Very, very close here. 1 minute left in the clock. There's only one fight left for UCI, and there's only the full spawn up, but they will have Bob at least in just a second. UCSD kind of far away, but they're going to need to build up that Nano boost to make any strong ultimates count here in this next fight.
Yeah, and Xcal here, he's going to have the Bob for sure as Rhino as well. Great stick there as Otters is now stalled out. 30 seconds left on the time of UCI. They're going to give this reset here as now it's going to be a one-fight territory. UCSD, when it seems like it's looking rough, is now able to hold all of the opposition of UC Irvine and may end their golden road.
Yeah, this is looking like the end for UCI, but they're going to try and go for one more fight here. They need to make sure that they find a pick to start it off, but the nano boost is going to be crucial, and Bob is going to get committed.
Yeah, Bob is going to be committed here as it's going to get a deep position here. Frosting just getting popped on every angle. Gets very, very low as Pop goes low as well. But Supreme will be falling down, so the heals of UCI will be going away as Rhino is going to try to make sure no one is getting on point. Rhino gets so low, but jumps up and lives in time as all of UC Irvine is just taking down UCSD, and UCSD will be falling away as UC Irvine are continue to be in your grand finals, 3-2 in favor of UCI. What a close game.
That was on a knife's edge. Supreme barely able to clutch it out, and I feel with the Brig was doing so much.
Yeah.
Otters, excuse me. That I'm flabbergasted. That was shocking. I was like, okay, the nano's gonna come out. They're gonna be able to force them off point, and then it just didn't happen. I felt like, okay, I could explain it. UCI, wasted so much time in bank there. I was so concerned.
Yeah, that was definitely a lose con.
Yeah, definitely. But they somehow persevered throughout that fight. Rhino barely staying alive. And then on top of that, the Brig doing so much damage, so much healing, so much sustain meant that they were able to finally take it 3-2 over UCSD in the final moments there.
Yeah, UCSD, it was rough because they didn't have the ult advantage until maybe 5 to 10 seconds later into that last fight, and because UCI started with such 3 good ults, even though Supreme went down, they were able to just stall and live for a long time, and because they had the Brig on point, they were Rhino just lived for such a long time.
Wow, and just like that, UCI not going to be stopped. They're going to be waiting in grand finals. We're going to check out with a little bit of with the teams here. We have UCSD. Very unfortunate. They fought so hard, and it honestly looked like they had it in their hands. So pretty sad nonetheless. But now they're going to be waiting. They have at least a couple-hour break while they do wait out the next series. So they're going to wait for the winner of SC versus Davis, of course. And now we're going to see some replays from that series.
Yeah, Esperanza first, as UC Irvine here also played phenomenally on this Esperanza take, as they almost took it all the way, but unfortunately they were not able to do that, as UCSD was able to stop them in their tracks. But UCSD, they were so good.
Yeah, they put up a huge fight. I was actually concerned. We were talking during one of the pauses that, like, oh, they have the Moga, and then you saw everything started to align. They were like 4 to 5 pushes. They need to make sure that they make it count here, and then they were able to find those fights, but it just was too little, too late on this particular map. And then moving on over to Escort in just a second, I'm sure. As yeah, this is the power of Moga right here. Poor Otters, just gonna take one to the face there when you are in that cage fight, as Xcal also gonna get taken down, and that ended that map. And here we are on Escort, where it was a close fought battle. I really thought UCSD could have ran away with this victory on that offensive side, because they had such momentum coming out of that first point with a huge UCI blunder. They had 5 minutes to basically push down that second checkpoint, and it didn't work out. So
yeah, the rotations were just quite obvious from UCSD. They never tried to change it, even though there are different ways to play the rotations there, right? And especially because Dorado is such a hard map, right, to play that second point, especially with the Winston play. I'm not sure if UCSD could have done any better. Maybe a comp switch, but
I think the rotations in the offensive side probably could have changed up how you did approach that point in particular. But we're going to move to a quick interview with Otters, actually. So that's our winner's interview. So let's take it there.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for watching. I wanted to say congratulations. I'm Renee Reggie. I'm here with the amazing support player who clutched up that last round.
Thank you so much. I mean, am I supposed to say my name? Or well, I guess I'm Otters, yeah.
Nice to meet you, Otters. So, Otters, the first thing I wanted to ask you is, first of all, how do you feel about winning the game and going on to finals?
Well, I think as a team, we all kind of expected that we were going to be in the grand finals. I think San Diego is the main school we're looking at when we're looking at who we're going to play against in the grand finals. So it's good that we got to play them first, honestly, because even if we have lost, we would have gotten, like, you know, this is what they play, this is how they want to play. So I think we can take all that and come back even stronger in the grand final, because frankly, we thought it was going to go smoother than how it went. From having like 3 maps that were like to the nail, like overtime. But yeah, I'm pretty happy. I mean, that we at least won, because I thought definitely that last fight was lost.
Perfect. Congratulations. I mean, you ate it up, Otters. I'm gonna be so real. I was screaming so much that my voice is literally gone. But I want to pause. You know, first game of the day. I wanted to ask how you guys were able to bounce back, and if that ruined the momentum or anything, or like a good, clear mind for the next game going forward.
I mean, yeah. I mean, most of the technical issues were ours, to be fair. Like, a lot of our players were having problems with their headset, or their microphone wasn't working, so we couldn't hear them and stuff like that. But I mean, the tech pauses were a bit of a, you know, it was a little like annoying, but we got back into it. It didn't take very long for us to be like, all right, guys, we're starting up. Get ready. What else do they have? What are they gonna do? What's the win condition? Everything. So yeah, I think the tech pauses weren't that big of a deal, but it would be better if they were. It didn't happen again.
Yeah, all good. Okay. To anyone, you know, co-team, family, whatever you would like.
I mean, obviously my family. I love my family. You know, they're probably not watching this because I didn't tell them. But I mean, I don't know if they somehow see this. I love them to death. I want to shout out honestly Santa Cruz for coming here, because I used to be on the Santa Cruz team 2 years ago. I transferred from Santa Cruz to Irvine, and frankly, I'm so happy they made it. And I'm really looking forward to see them play after this. Zebra is my homie. We've been together for a while, like as friends and everything. I'm really excited to see them play, and I'm really glad they made it. Hopefully they beat San Diego, honestly. I want to see them in the grand finals.
Nice, nice. Really good sportsmanship. And then, but you're a support player, right? And support has so much amazing utility. I wanted to ask you, what is your favorite support utility? Suzu, Invuln?
Well, as a support player, I think I can understand that every ability that a support has is broken, honestly. Suzu's broken, Lamp is broken, Nade is broken. All of those abilities are crazy. They can turn fights. I'm pretty sure there was a fight where I Suzu'd like 3 ults off Supreme on Esperanza. Like that ability is not okay. It should be nerfed in every way possible. So I guess I'll give it to Suzu. It's probably broken.
Thank you. Yeah. Very broken, guys. You heard it here first from Otters. But once again, yeah!
Really good insight into the minds of UCI there. They didn't expect to struggle as much as they did, but that's just a testament to how good UCSD was, of course. But with that, we're done with our first series of the day. UCI moves on to grand finals, and UCSD will be waiting the winner of our next match, which is going to be UC Santa Cruz versus UC Davis. So stay tuned for that, but we're going to go to a break. So definitely I need a lunch break, so
get a Red Bull.
Yeah, get a Red Bull too while you're at it anyways, but we'll see you then.
If you don't know about Xfinity Mobile, well, now you do. It's the fastest mobile service around, with the best price for 2 lines of unlimited, only $30 a line per month. That's hundreds in savings a year when you wave bye to the other guys. All on the most reliable 5G network nationwide. You really shouldn't walk out the front door without it. Switch today at xfinitymobile.com.
Hello and welcome back to UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. I am Daniel Golden Gad, joined by
Michael Omicron Sherbrooke.
Yeah, and we're going to be watching our match 2 of the day. It's going to be our losers semifinals, UC Davis versus UC Santa Cruz here. This is their first showing in this tournament as far as the LAN stage is concerned. So I'm pretty excited to see what ends up happening, when we did go to break, we were told to just scarf down our sandwiches, so we needed to make sure that we're here on time, but we're going to go check out the player cams in just a second here, so we get to introduce all of their lovely faces to all of you.
Yep, and you know, we're going to be looking at a lot of interesting gameplay. I think from the side of UC Santa Cruz, some of the more well-known players are going to be Zebra, who is a very well-known Doomfist player, joined by Nevermind, who is a very high dive, helping to support that type of gameplay, and yeah, those are probably the biggest names I would say.
Yeah, for sure, and you know, Zebra, if you've been on Twitter, you've probably seen his clips.
Yep.
It is that Doomfist player. Just to ring some bells in case you don't actually know him. And if you don't know him, you'll get to know him for sure during this next match, because we are going to be seeing a lot of Doomfist here, as we do have our player walkouts here. Of course, just about to commence. The doors open. Who's going to come through? It's going to be the Slugs, UC Santa Cruz. Of course, coming through onto the stage now. You know, it's their first showing here, and they really made a statement by even being here in top 4. They did make their way past UCLA, so that's crucial to be able to make it to this stage, as they have a little bit of a bit there. Nice coordination. That's definitely pre-planned. You know, it's good to see them in high spirits, of course. And then their opponent's going to be walking through the door in just a second. UC Davis, of course, as, yeah, say hello to the Slugs. They're here to stay.
Yeah, so it looks like, not sure in which order, but we do have Zebra, Nevermind, J2HC, Karifin, Okaton, and Orchestra, it looks like. And here comes UC Davis.
Yeah, it's going to be UC Davis. Get your udders up, as they say in Twitch chat. I've been reading it all weekend, because UC Davis did make it in all 3 games, so very impressive showing there. So now it's their time to shine. They definitely want to make this opportunity count, as now we're going to get our handshakes in. If you want to break out through all the players, go for it.
Oh yeah, so on the side of UC Davis, we've got KO, Blue Fire, Wannabe, Isaac Pants, Ecal, Ace Says Hi, and Moonglow.
Yeah.
And they are also a team that has not been super mentioned in the previous years of Overwatch esports and the collegiate scene, but they've sort of risen a lot recently, as well as UC Santa Cruz, and have become a really big top name, not just across the UCs, but also across all of collegiate in general.
Yeah, so some new faces breaching the scene. You know, Overwatch to a new start for a lot of these teams, because it did change the structure of the game. So now we're seeing new names come up, and they're trying to take names off that list of the top ranked teams in the nation. That is what you are competing for, of course. And you know, it looks like they're getting ready to lock in. They need to make sure that they are completely focused coming into this next match. You want to make this opportunity count.
Yeah, so maybe we should talk about some expectations that we have for some of these teams, like maybe what compositions they're playing, what their win conditions are, what style that they want to play. Obviously, we discussed a little bit earlier from UC Santa Cruz. They have that Doomfist player, rank 1 multiple times, Zebra, very well-known name across all social media. But also, we can give more credit to Nevermind, who is a DPS on their team, playing a lot of Tracer and Genji, and he really helps to sort of support that Doomfist playstyle and make sure that they can get a whole lot of value on these dives. And then a lot of the rest of the team is there to help support them through those dives, make sure they're staying alive, keeping their Doomfist healthy, and giving them supportive ults when they need it. And then on the side of UC Davis, we see actually a pretty good variety of compositions that they like to play. They have Ace Says Hi, who's a pretty well-known Sim and Mei player, mostly Sim. And for that, they like to do a lot of these brawl and spammy comps, which can actually be a little detrimental for the Doomfist on the side of UCSC. But you know, I'd be curious to see what side they're leaning to. You know, we're going to start on King of the Hill first, and usually with a lot of King of the Hill maps, you want to pick a brawl comp and maybe some Rhine, Orisa, and they'll see where they go from there. If it's successful, then they might be able to shut down the Doomfist.
Exactly, and it's kind of like the you know, pocket army knife or Swiss Army knife, able to have a lot of options there on UC Davis's side, while it's that singular specialist comp here for UCSC. Can you stop the bull that's charging. Well, I guess in this case it's a zebra that's charging right at
Yeah.
you. You need to make sure that you're able to stop it. You have a lot of tools, but you need to pick the right one for the job. So let's see how Davis, they've had a lot of time to prep. They should have strats kind of designed. They knew that this was going to be their opponent. So I'm very curious to see what they've decided for. We were talking about this before the game, but there is now Mauga in the game, and Mauga does quite well into Doomfist. I'm not sure if we'll see him because of the heavy-handed, well, I wouldn't say heavy-handed, pretty light-handed nerfs he did receive in this previous patch. But, if the cage fight does end up getting put down, Doomfist has no escape for that kind of thing. And he also is very good at close range. Doomfist likes to kind of sit in that kind of area to make sure that he does get all the damage possible. So there's a lot of options here for UC Davis, but we'll see what ends up happening. How about you talk about map choices? What do you think we're going to see map choice-wise? I'm not too sure who gets side selection because I'm not too sure which side is the higher seed, of course. But what if you're, let's break it down for both sides. UCSC, what kind of King of the Hill map are you looking at down the barrel?
Well, I've seen UCSC and actually UC Davis really like Lijiang Tower a lot. I think that a lot of that it benefits the Doomfist gameplay. Looks like the map that we'll be going to is Antarctic Peninsula. That is also a pretty decent map for the Doomfist because a lot of these high grounds allow you to, you can take the high ground and reset your cooldowns and then engage later. The high ground is just a really valuable thing for Doomfist because it just allows a lot easier stabilization, which is something that UC Davis should be looking to sort of upset if they want to turn the tides of the fight in their favor. They want to make sure that Doomfist is not able to reset a whole lot. He can't take a whole lot of space. He can't just kind of chill out and get his cooldowns back. He has to be under constant pressure, and then during the Doomfist downtime, they can look to engage on the back line or find picks on the DPS.
Yeah, Antarctic Peninsula, a pretty popular map nonetheless, but we're going to be hopping right into game as, I am very curious. We're going to wait for everyone to lock in their picks, of course. I'm pretty excited to see probably something like to slow down the pace at the very start. Maybe then they can experiment with kind of going back and forth. I know that KO does have some capability to play a Doomfist, but do you want to do that to Zebra?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll test the waters just a little bit, but first they're going to go with a Roadhog, it's looking like, as their starter. Never mind, we're going to swap over to Ramattra. That, you talk about slowing it down, that is exactly where Ramattra specializes in. Nice. We're seeing coordination throughout the entire time here between the two teams. But here we go. No, it's going to be the Mauga at the end of the day.
Looks like they're with the Junker
no.
There we go. They're trying to.
They're messing with me. Honestly,
keep us on edge here. But yeah, it looks like Santa Cruz is in fact going with the Doomfist Tracer comp, and they got the Kiriko and Lucio to sort of be there and help make sure that they're all fast and speeding around. But the Junker Queen on UC Davis' side could be a great way to sort of pull the Doomfist back into the action and shut them down.
Yeah, a little bit wide there on Zebra, not able to find the charge there. Just denying the space, making sure that they're able to at least claim the point to start off this fight. Bluefire is getting poked out from the backside here, and he's going to get opened up immediately by J2C, but at the same time, Wannabe is going to take the fight in that particular moment. Not able to land the shots on to Wannabe there is going to mean that Zebra won't be able to secure that kill, and that's going to be a nice take here for UC Davis.
It was a great pick on Bluefire at the beginning, but unfortunately I think Santa Cruz was just a little bit too caught out in the open trying to help support the Doomfist, and that ended up getting a lot of them killed there.
Yeah, and now with the commanding shot is actually going to get called out a little bit early here. I feel like you're now going to have a little bit of a valley here where Davis is able to capitalize, and you see a huge opportunity there with a huge charge there, but J2C is going to get caught out on the side yet again, but Zebra is going to trade over Ecal and KO as Zebra is doing Zebra things right now, and that's going to give the advantage over to UC Santa Cruz.
Yeah, that Doomfist punch, that when you charge up your punch after taking some damage, is a very powerful thing for UC Santa Cruz, and that's going to be one of their primary ways that they're going to win the fight. If Doomfist can just get a punch charge, he can just engage with that and then stun some people for 3 seconds. They're going to have a really hard time surviving that, and if he just finds that backline, which is what he's doing here, he could find a large opportunity.
Yeah, they're going in all into 5 members and actually getting the full win here from UC Davis. We're looking for sparks to fly, but Zebra's going to to start off the fight with Bluefire and Ecal getting taken down. He's going to find Wannabe on the backside here too, but the Kitsune Rush is really the benefit here of UC Davis, and it's going to be a very close fight on the backside. Everyone is going low all the way to no HP. The Rampage is going to get taken out, but that's going to be wasted as J2C is able to get away from that cooldown. I mean, I feel like that was such a waste. Rampage is such an important cooldown to be committing here, and Zebra was still alive throughout that, so it didn't matter too much whether the Rampage did come through. So a little bit of uncoordination there by UC Davis is going to allow them to take kind of lose the foothold they started with on this map.
That punch at the beginning of that fight, it completely dictated the rest of it. I mean, you could kind of see, you know, it was a good attempt by KO to try to sort of turn the tides there and get an anti, but unfortunately, it did not pay off.
Yeah, as J2C is going to find the backside of Wannabe there, and that's another Sojourn to start off this fight. I feel like every single fight is starting off every time and time again with Sojourn finding a pick. A nice chase away by J2HC is going to be able to find Bluefire, and this is the movement potential of UC Santa Cruz's comp. They're able to chase these players all the way into base. Wannabe is going to get real low and finally taken down. Zebra not going to be traded over, and that's going to be unfortunate. We're going to see a swap up on the comp here. UC Davis now going to go for a little bit more movement. They're going to opt for the Winston rather than the Junker Queen.
It's going to be a bit of a hasty fight here. They got to touch the point, and Doomfist is making sure that it is very hard for them to get through with those punches. Looks like KO is trying to find opening on the backline here, but Zebra just does not care. He is just going straight on the backline. Suzu is forced out, and the Lucio gets punched into the wall very low.
Yeah, the percentage is ticking down. It's in overtime. They really need to find Zebra here if UC Davis wants to put a foothold, but a nice stick is going to get denied by the teleport here as the Continue Rush does get committed for UC Davis as everyone is getting traded back and forth. KO is going to take down J2HC. That's a lot of the damage gone for UC Santa Cruz, as now it's just up to Zebra. Zebra very low on HP, actually going to get killed at the very end, as now Lucio is going to hold down the point. Ecal able to claim it with the help of Bluefire, and UC Davis is going to swap the point over in overtime.
Yeah, that was a very, very messy fight there, but Davis managed to pull it out. A lot of good point capture play right there. And they are, in fact, committed to this Winston. He's got Primal coming up soon, and UC Davis also has both their DPS ults, which if they find an opening on the backline with their Winston, they could make a lot of really good plays. It looks like they are a little bit worried about this Doomfist here, though.
Yeah, they're going to commit the overclock here. Bluefire's going to find J2HC to start it up. Wannabe going to find Orchestra with the help of the Winston space that was provided. You know, they are committing to the Winston. They want these fights as much as possible, but Zebra's going to be able to at least find one pick to open it up, but he's probably not going to be able to find anything else. Now the percentage is getting quite close, 75 to 99. Quite important for UCSC to find an opening here, and there's not too many ultimates that are super impactful coming up anytime soon.
Yeah, UC Santa Cruz, suddenly the tide seemed to go a little bit towards UC Davis. UC Davis has two of those ults. They got the Sound Barrier come out here, and they still have the Primal Rage and the Pulse, which actually gonna stick onto the Sojourn.
With Zebra, and
but that
never
was
mind,
Santa Cruz's
actually
side.
Wannabe. That means that this is going all in UCSC's favor for the moment. KO only able to trade over J2HC. He's just going to survive for as long as possible because this is overtime, so he's going to need to live. The Primal is going to get popped. You know, he needs to stick on the point. He's getting moved off, and now it's going to get the point swapped over. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hit get the touch here. It's going to be super close, but it's not going to happen, and the first point is going to go to UC Santa Cruz after a nice start. Kind of gets denied by UC Davis.
Yeah, I actually thought that Davis was the one to pulse bomb there, but it actually was the side of UC Santa Cruz, which is, I think, part of the reason why they won that, because Bluefire actually didn't even get to use his pulse bomb, which could have been really impactful there in that fight. It just shows how like little room that UC Santa Cruz is giving UC Davis in terms of what they can do. They're engaging super fast, and Zebra and Nevermind are doing a great job at giving Davis sort of a run for their money. They're making sure that the ball is in their court, and they want to, you know, take these advantages and play their way.
Yeah, and we're seeing a commit here to the Winston for yet another point here. UC Davis definitely felt like it was working a little bit better than the Junker Queen here, so they're going to commit to it yet again on this second map point here. This one already, UC Santa Cruz off to a good start. They're able to take high ground early, which has kind of been a big topic of contention on this particular point here, where that is usually the fact that swamps it, but they're able to wrestle back control as Bluefire finds Crepin on the back line, and that's going to be a big opening, as that is your Kiriko. A lot of your survivability off the table immediately for UCSC as Davis finds control on the point, and they're going to be able to take that one.
That was a great play from Davis right there because, like we were talking about in the beginning, the way that Davis can sort of take advantage and get picks is when the Doomfist is not engaged on their team. When Santa Cruz is just kind of chilling out, they're trying to get their cooldowns back, that is the perfect time for Davis to strike and say, hey, we want to trade your supports this time with our Winston and Tracer. And they did it really well in that first fight and got the point.
Yeah, they're extending quite far here to try and find anything here, but a nice kind of split up of the team on KO. KO's getting so low, he's able to at least squeak away, but in the meantime, Ekal gets taken out by J2HC on the sidelines. Now Zebra is going to turn his attention to KO. Wannabe gets forced away by Kreffin, but a nice trade away by KO is going to at least even up the numbers for now. And the Kitsune Rush is going to come out, and the Pulse Bomb is going to land, but it's not going to do enough damage as KO is surviving after getting 2 kills. The Kitsune Rush is landing massive here, and they're able to actually keep the point in their favor. Very close fights here.
Yeah, that was very impressive for KO to stay alive there. You got to give a lot of credit to the supports on this one. Senna just like making sure with the Kitsune to sort of pump KO through with heals as he just engages on the core of UC Santa Cruz. Great stick from Blue Fire.
Yeah, that's a nice opening that they've been looking for this entire time. And now Zebra's going to get forced back. Nice boot back by Ekal as well. And now it seems like the momentum's all in UC Davis's favor. They're really going to need to wait. UC Santa Cruz is really going to need to wait for that Kitsune Rush to make anything happen. It feels like they need a linchpin here that they can rely on to break through this line.
Yeah, there's a lot of really big ults here coming on the side of UC Santa Cruz. They got 4 ults here, both their supports, their Doomfist, and their Sojourn coming up online. But UC Davis has their Lucio Sound Barrier too, so maybe they want to take a fast fight here, which would probably be in their best favor.
Yeah, and the Kitsune Rush is going to get committed, but the Primal Rage is going to get denied here, and it doesn't really find any value since the Kitsune Rush did kind of force away the rest of it. And now the Overclock's going to get committed. The Meteor Strike is trying to find anything, but in the meantime, Nevermind finds Wannabe with a stick, and now there's nothing left in the tank for Davis. They are going to at least lose this point, but they did commit 3 ultimates to that, and they did, you know, UC Santa Cruz crucially doesn't actually use all 5, so that is very good control there for UCSC.
Yeah, Davis did engage with their ults. I just think it was a little bit too late. The Sound Barrier wasn't able to catch KO, and Santa Cruz was able to just essentially take the entire fight with just the Rush and the Doomfist ult. And because of that, they have their Sojourn ult, they have their Lucio Sound Barrier. They have a lot of resources, while UC Davis don't have any of their ults really, except for Kitsune.
Yeah, Blue Fire getting very low there. That was dangerously low. The actually comes out, and there's the Kitsune Rush from Senna trying to force down the hallway, but Zebra is just sitting in it, making sure that they don't have access to that very strong ultimate as KO somehow survives on the front line despite having both supports zoned out there for quite a while there. And now they're going to kind of turn the tides here. Drevin in a pretty bad spot, able to teleport away. Zebra just blocking, but KO's going to find Kreffin on the chase back. And with J2HC going down, it doesn't seem like there's much left in the tank for UCSC, and it's probably going to be a full take here, but Nevermind trying to do as much as possible. He's actually going to find 2, but since the stick doesn't land, it's going in the favor of UC Davis. The time is ticking. Overtime is at least going to get extended just a little bit, but no one else seems to be in the area, but they might be able to get Kiriko to TP on top, but with the kill coming out just in time, it's going to be so close. Kreffin able to at least extend just a little bit longer, but it's just too little, too late. Sombra also on the point. Nice stick, but TP's away, I believe, and is able to survive just a little bit longer. And with that, we're going to the final map of this King of the Hill as Davis evens it up.
Yeah, very drawn-out fight for Santa Cruz there. It was hard for them to sort of stabilize and take a full fight with their Doomfist engagement. It was just a lot of plays just happening individually, and because of that, Davis was able to take the early dive. They were able to find that backline and caused that essentially stagger back on the point. Really great try by Nevermind there at the end, though. He was getting some really good value on that off angle, and if he had hit that stick, actually, I would have
exactly. That was the crucial moment. If the stick landed, I would have put it in his favor because there weren't too many members left on Davis's side. But here we are, the final map, or the final round of this particular King of the Hill map, and now we're seeing pretty much the exact same comps here for both sides. No change-ups except for the Sombra is actually going to be committed to by J2HC. They aren't going for the Sojourn, so they want a little bit more brawly of a style here.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle of the dives here. We've got the Winston dive versus the Doomfist dive. Which one of them can find value first? And they're going to occasionally be engaging on each other. As we can see, KO takes down Nevermind. getting a little low there.
Yeah, and they win that engagement just to start it off. KO going to find both DPS players to start it off. You see how well they're rotating around, but Griffin is able to find KO. And with that, I mean, with the Lucio going down, I believe that's going to be the point here for Davis. So a nice opening there to find it on to Nevermind. So a little bit overextended there. I feel like the separation just wasn't in a good spot there. Not able to TP over to save him. Zebra's going to at least find Sin on the backside, so that's a good opening. Now they have a window here where they're able to push forward as they're going to look for a big fight. They're trying to find the Orchestra on the backside, but not able to find it for quite a while, but finally secures it. Nevermind able to trade over onto Wannabe in the meantime. Zebra getting so low with Kreppen TPing to his death. That's going to be a lot of people going down very quickly for Davis, and Davis is able to secure that point and keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, Davis is doing a great job playing around this Doomfist because, I mean, we've been talking about it, right? Like, Zebra is this rank 1 peak Doomfist player who he's still doing amazing things in this game. But if Davis can take the fight before them and, you know, take advantage of killing those squishies before the Doomfist, just try to ignore the Doomfist as much as possible.
Yeah.
If they can find value while doing that, then they're going to have a really easy time here.
Yeah, they aren't picking any, like, traditional counters to Doomfist, crucially. They're just actually playing in a way that neutralizes it on its own, but we're seeing a big fight here. The pull stick is not going to land. Nevermind is going to look for it all here. Zebra is getting so low. He's finally almost able to find Cinna, but a nice move into the corner is going to deny it. Nevermind able to secure it, but Zebra getting traded back means that the fight is going to be mute regardless. As now it's going to be an overclock getting committed here for Wannabe. He wants to close out this fight, not able to land the shots immediately. Gets a headshot, but it's a little far range, so it's not going to go for the one shot. Nevermind gets taken out at the start, and with KO being here, it's probably going to be everything on this fight for UC Davis. Now we're at 80%, so it's a little bit rough here. They really need to find some momentum as UCSC doesn't have too much in the tank. They're going to need to play for this Kitsune rush coming up, but they only have 10% left to be able to survive. The sun's going to come through from Zebra, but he's stuck in the corner. Nevermind's going to get chased out by the Primal. The swings are coming through. KO is making sure that they stay in their base, as at least Zebra's not able to get the touch.
He doesn't make it.
Wow, the invulnerability means he's not actually inside the zone there when he does go for the Meteor Strike, so the overtime does not get committed to, and UC Davis sweeps the last map of this King of the Hill to be able to win the first map there in that first to 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see how similar UCSC and UC Davis want to play here. It seems that UC Davis has sort of settled on this Winston composition, and it seems to be doing them pretty well. I mean, they've been able to catch a lot of the squishy targets casually, while the Doomfist is not able to engage on their backline, and it's been providing them a lot of value.
Yeah, for sure. So much value. I feel, as I said, they don't really have a pick that's countering Doomfist traditionally. You know, Overwatch can be more complicated than just, I'm going to select this hero that counters another hero. You can change your play style to be able to play around those kind of opportunities. But what kind of adaptations do you think Santa Cruz needs to make if they want to kind of change the tides?
So I think maybe the biggest concern with Santa Cruz right now that they might be addressing is what support line they want to play, because those are often the targets that are being dived by this Winston the most. They're not able to help their DPS succeed. They're having a little bit of trouble where they want to position, and they just, they don't. We might see some Ana Brig. I know that UCSC has played that a little bit. They might see some Ana Kiriko. We don't really know, but it'd be interesting to see. I think an Ana would actually be kind of interesting to see, because you'd have that sleep, you'd have that nade, and that's going to be a little problematic for the tank and DPS on the side.
Yeah, definitely something will need to change. I mean, we're going to Numbani, so very likely we see Ana, at least for sure. So that'll be something that now Davis is going to have to worry about just a little bit more. And yeah, I mean, right now I feel like the state of the game is that supports are the name of the game. They are by far the strongest role or singular role in the game. You definitely have so much agency. I mean, I feel like if the meta isn't Lucio all the time, you know how strong supports usually are. But in this case, it's a lot of Lucio, because these comps do favor kind of rotating and making sure you're able to wrap around and find the special angles onto different teams. So on Numbani, do you think we're going to stick to the same kind of comps besides a little bit swap up in the support role?
I honestly think that UCSC is probably still going to commit to the Doomfist, maybe with a Genji instead of a Tracer. Genji is, even though Genji is not in the greatest state now for the meta, he's pretty decent on Numbani, so we could see that coming out from Nevermind. I definitely do still think they're going to be playing the dive, and again, we might see some Ana as well. Might help them against UC Davis's dive. And then on the side of Davis, they'll probably still go with the Winston comp on Numbani. It probably is going to benefit them. It's just, how are we going to make sure that our dive is better than theirs, basically? And again, as you mentioned, I think the supports play a very big role in that. You know, even though Davis won the last map, there were still a lot of really big picks on the side of Santa Cruz from Nevermind and Zebra and J2 just finding like these openings. But the problem is that by that point in the fight, there's so many picks on their side that it's just they're not able to win again in a numbers disadvantage. So if the supports are able to still get value a little bit later into the fight, or survive a lot longer, that's going to give them a little bit more time to work with. And then when Zebra, Nevermind, J2 find those picks, then they're going to get a lot more value out of them.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the main differentiating factor, especially in that last map or that last round in particular, was the tempo. It felt like Davis had the entirety of the tempo, and these are tempo-based comps. That is kind of how dive/rush really work. It's like, okay, I have the tempo here, and I'm able to do my strategy, my plan, before you're able to execute yours. And that's like, without insanely good defensive play, which it's going to be hard to adapt on the fly when your plans aren't even able to come to fruition when they're stopped in their tracks so often.
Yeah, I was kind of interested to see Santa Cruz is pulling out the Sombra at the in the third round there for King of the Hill. I'm not sure if they play a whole lot of Sombra or if they were just trying to hard commit to those dives. It might be interesting to see if they do commit to the Sombra for this Numbani pick. But again, we were talking about tempo. Interestingly enough, we've seen a lot of like Sojourn Mirror. I feel like a lot of the series. Like right now, a lot of these teams are playing Sojourn. We saw that in the previous series with San Diego and Irvine. And I would be interested to see if maybe that was just like they were just trying something else, or if they have a Sombra comp planned on the side of Santa Cruz. It could be really beneficial for them. Yeah,
I mean, you definitely want to swap something up. You don't want to keep it all too, traditional, but Sojourn is just so strong.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. Every time overclock's up, most likely someone's just going to get picked, and it's of no fault of their own. It was a pretty chaotic first round there where it was a lot of poking and prodding, and it was a lot of Sojourns finding the angles that are unexpected, actually, surprisingly. Usually it's like Tracer poking in these angles, but it was a lot of J2HC. I remember finding a lot of turned heads, basically, where they're focusing on something else, and then they do find that pick. But we're going to go back into game quite soon. I'm curious to see the adaptations here, and we really need to make sure that UC Santa Cruz finds some footing in it, because remember, this is UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity, and this is the losers bracket, so this is kind of the final chance to prove yourself. You need to make sure that this stage is where you show everything off.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have come a really long way to play here at this LAN, and they've both improved tremendously in terms of the skill level overall with these teams. They're become pretty big names, not just in the University of California, but across like all of Activision Blizzard Collegiate, and both Collegiate Homecoming and various other tournaments like NECC. Like, these are, they've made a name for themselves, both of them. And it's kind of interesting to see here, but also both of these teams are playing to one of them will be knocked out after this game, so the stakes are very high.
Stakes are very high indeed. And it's funny you say they come a long way. They've literally come a long way down to LA, so definitely want to make sure that this trip was worth it. But now we're getting into it. We got Brig here for UC Davis, a little bit defensive. Same for Santa Cruz. They're both going to be running Brig. We saw how strong that pick was if you were watching UCI versus SD in that last match. But now we're going to have Numbani, a very vertical-based map. We saw you don't want to get stuck in that top left position where you're getting stuck in that choke. So we're seeing a very different look to how we saw last Numbani. Zebra able to push off at least some pressure from that high ground. That is kind of what Doomfist is great at, taking the space on his own to make sure that he does allow for some changes. Nevermind, and of course Wannabe dueling on the side here as they're just going to force J2H low as they're a weird position by KO. I feel like that was a little bit too ambitious. Fell down and then got booped back into the corner by the Brig there, and that's a good opening here for Santa Cruz.
Yeah, it would look the positioning on the side of UC Davis was a little bit chaotic in terms of where the Tracers were fighting and where the supports were positioned. Also, we do see that the Brig and Ana is being brought out by both teams here.
Yeah, I mean, that is a support core that is extremely powerful, especially on this map. You have coverage to help your backline at the same time with the Ana supporting on top of it. But the point is getting contested pretty hard here. Blue Fire is going to be able to at least skirt out of there, but he's getting pressured by Zebra. But they need to make sure that no one caps on point here. But it is capturing quite soon. I'm going to be a little bit concerned here, but Senna is able to open up on Kreppen, and that's an Ana duel going the way of Senna. So nice opening there for UC Davis to kind of curb the kind of scary situation that they were put into.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes to show how well Davis is sort of adapting to Santa Cruz's dive. I mean, they had a pick on KO at the beginning of that fight, and even though they got 2 ticks, Davis was able to bring it back. They were able to fully brawl with their Sojourn, Brig, and Ana, keep their Sojourn alive from the Doomfist, and yeah, they just kept alive and they won that fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pulse bomb going a little bit wide there, but a lot of ultimates are coming up soon. Rally has been so powerful throughout the day, so definitely watch out for that one. It's coming up very soon. Nano Boost is online for Senna, and it's going to immediately get popped onto KO. The stick is going to land onto Nevermind. Yeah, and at the same time, KO is forcing back the backline here, splitting up the entire force of Santa Cruz, and that's going to be everything in this fight. Wannabe is going to probably clean up in that pocket there, and that's going to be a full wipe here for Davis as they force Santa Cruz back.
Hello.
Yeah, it's that Tracer stick. I'm still kind of, that was a very good stick prediction on the recall there. But yeah, again, I mean, Davis they're also controlling this high ground really well. I think is something that we haven't mentioned yet. They're able to you know, maneuver between the high grounds. Winston really likes to jump between these high grounds, and that's where they need to. And meanwhile, on the side of Santa Cruz, Zebra is looking to get a punch going. Oh, he gets the nano here.
Yeah, he got the nano, and he's actually going to force back both Ecal and Senna, but this is a hard support combo to try and neutralize here, as he's going to force on Ecal, and that's a nice combo. He's going to take out the Brig that was just about to get Rally, so that's pretty crucial here, as the Rally does get popped here for Santa Cruz, which means they do have a good foothold in this fight. KO trying to disrupt as much as possible. The stick is available, and it's going to land onto J2HC. That's a big opportunity as he's looking to land the damage, but with KO going down in the back line, it's probably going to be everything for this first point, and that's going to be Santa Cruz converting to be able to move us to the payload phase of this map.
Wannabe hit another very nice stick there, but it just was not enough. The Nano Doomfist just like completely wiped out the backline for Davis, and you know, that's one of the great things about having an Ana. We discussed about maybe the support change, and having a Nano on your Doomfist is a great way to get a lot of value, especially when you have a rank 1 Doomfist player.
Yeah, and Kreppen is going to be able to take out Senna to start it off. Nevermind also going to find KO to start off this fight. The Rally kind of used it and wasted. I feel like you don't have an opportunity now that those 2 crucial players are taken out. Blue Fire is also going to get taken down, and this is going to be all of Davis forced to reset. They need to make sure they don't lose any more bodies at the very end here. So able to survive just a little bit. KO coming back in, so that means they can now recontest as they're going to try and take the space back.
Yeah, Davis's supports are playing really well. They've been playing very well all this entire match, but one thing I think they probably could get a little bit more from is the value on their ults. A lot of these ults have been used like in the mid-fight or late into the fight. They just haven't really been able to capitalize on a lot of the value there. So that's one thing that they probably want to be looking at if they want to sort of push, take down Santa Cruz push here.
Yeah, so we're going to see the overclock get committed here for J2HC. He's looking for Wannabe here. It's not actually able to land, so Senna did nano KO in the meantime, but it's not really going to find anything. Zebra getting taken out extremely low, but instantly gets healed up with the help of the nano boost, and now it's just going to be a nano Doomfist. You just talked about it, and it's not going to be able to find anything in the meantime. Ecal just going to be able to squeak away. This white Brig is so powerful. A nice stick onto KO, but it's not going to do enough damage. But with the anti plus the meteor strike, it's going to mean everyone is going to get killed in the staircase here for UC Davis as Santa Cruz gets their foothold on this first checkpoint on New Wannabe.
Zebra was in the back line for like that entire fight. Just the nano Doomfist. He gets his punch. He had his ult. So much value there. He was able to sustain himself. And of course, his Tracer was there as well, helping him out. Great stick on the Winston there. And you know, when you have that Doomfist there, especially when he's nanoed and he's just kind of just chilling in your back line, it is hard to stay alive during that.
Yeah. Sneaky Zebra trying to look for anything, but in the meantime, Nevermind is going to find Blue Fire. Everything is landing in UCSD's favor. They're able to take so much space here. KO's forced to use the Primal just to survive, and he's trying to get out of here to make sure that he doesn't get taken down as a stagger, and it means that Davis is going to have to regroup and really recollect things, but Zebra doesn't want them to have any momentum coming into this next fight. ECAL will have Rally coming up very soon here, and it's probably going to be a Rally match in just a second. There's the Rally. Zebra goes in immediately, gets antied, and that's a nice sleep. They're going to need to make a big advantage here. Wannabe finds Orchestra to start off the fight, and now with KO finding Krevin on the backside, it's looking a little bit dire here. Never mind, barely able to squeak away. It's going to be a close Tracer duel in the backside. Zebra comes back to help it out, and then he's going to get that charged fist in the side here. Davis able to at least stop the snowball and make a stand.
Yeah, that was a really smart play, the entire fight by UC Santa Cruz. They've been constantly pushing Davis back to their spawn, which is a really smart play when you when you win a point or you win a team fight, and just sort of chokes the enemy team out, doesn't give them a whole lot of room to maneuver, and it makes the momentum in your favor.
Yeah, and now we're going to have the Rally popped as well as the Overclock plus the Nano. This is a big combo that they're trying to find. They find KO to open it up. Blue Fire was already taken down in the meantime. Zebra's going to find Cinna on the backside with a Meteor Strike. This might be a full cap here. ECAL is going to get taken down as well, and now it's just up to Wannabe and, of course, Blue Fire, but now they're going to get all taken down. KO trying desperately to switch onto the Doomfist to be able to get a touch, and it's not gonna work out, and that's gonna be the first round complete and going over to Santa Cruz with a full cap. 55 seconds left on the clock, so that's a good advantage for them.
Yeah, the momentum that Santa Cruz is giving is really playing in their favor, like we were discussing. And even though Davis was able to manage to win a fight at the end there, they had to use Sojourn ult, they had to use
Yeah, I mean, there were so many things that they did end up using in the meantime, so now it's going to be up to Davis. They need to full cap in response if they want to keep their dreams of a 2-0 alive. So definitely going to be seeing what they end up locking in. Of course, they were on that Winston pretty much the entire time. So let's see if they end up swapping up. I mean, Winston's still a very strong pick on Numbani. You think Numbani, I mean, for me, it's synonymous with Winston. So probably going to see more of that. I don't want to count my chickens now and say it's going to be Moga, of course, because last time KO was messing with me during Antarctic Peninsula. So just going to wait it out to see what they end up finally sticking with. As I wanted to talk about this, but I didn't have the opportunity. But something really good about this first point that Davis was doing was how they were rotating, especially their support core. They weren't just keeping them up in that back high ground that usually is where the Ana would sit in most scenarios. They were actually moving around very effectively, so we'll see if Santa Cruz is able to emulate that in any ways. It's going to be back on the Winston, pretty much the classic pick here. They're going to be able to force out just on the high ground here. So,
it's a bit of Red Bull there, but anyway, we're good. And this is a great play from Davis. They're looking again to sort of engage their dive, which again has been proving to be the sort of superior dive in some of these fights here, but Santa Cruz, how are they going to take control of this high ground? It's going to, they got the Sojourn here spamming down the back line. It's going to be really hard for them to position.
Yeah, I mean, they have pretty much a mirror match between, besides the tanks, of course. KO did get slept earlier, which was pretty cool, so I thought maybe they could find something, a big opening there, but G2HG is getting forced out. Wannabe's going to find Krepin to start it off with a nice dive, pinch play in this back room here, and with KO going down, it's going to be a little bit rough here. Zebra is still alive, finding ECAL on the backside, not able to actually take him down, and that means that Zebra's going to need to skirt away, barely able to survive, but not enough. And now, Davis is going to find a foothold here on the point. We need to see Santa Cruz if they're able to mount a response, but it's looking very unlikely. Never mind, definitely going to go for a touch in a second. No, actually just going to get forced away. He needs to somehow get out of this dicey positioning for sure.
Yeah, it looks like, oh, never mind, trying to sort of have a last draw here. A little bit unfortunate, but that's okay. It was a good attempt. He got some ult charge out of that, so it's not bad. He could open up on the pulse here. Now, how is Davis going to take control of this high ground here? Because high ground and Numbani, they're best friends, and if I'm on Davis' side, I'm thinking, okay, I need to have my Winston force this Brigana back, and then because of that, the Doomfist is not really going to be able to position a whole lot.
Yeah, and now they did get some established with put up here in the high ground, but a nice anti is going to land onto KO. KO taking so much damage. The Nano's actually getting committed, and now Kreppen is a response, but a nice knockback by the Orchestra is going to be able to actually get it, and J2HD is going to go for a dive here on top of the back line of UC Davis, but no one is going down, and there's a lot of low health bars. With the rally coming out, that's going to be so much sustain up for both of these teams, but it seems like with the rally coming out first from Davis, able to get a little bit more charge, means that they are going to have that advantage coming into this fight. With the Primal committed here, it's going to be all of Davis taking out all of Santa Cruz, and they're able to get pretty close to this first checkpoint, but it's not going to be enough. A little bit of flourish there. They did win that fight pretty cleanly.
Yeah, Davis did exactly what they needed to do there. They had the Nano Monkey to engage, and then the Rally and the Primal Rage to sort of keep their sustain up, really giving Santa Cruz the supports a hard time here. Great stick from Wannabe.
Yeah, a massive stick to start out the fight. Zebra getting forced down really low. A nice awareness there to analyze that he doesn't have his cooldowns currently, so they really need to take advantage of that. Fire able to force forward, and now there's the Rally. It's committed to try and take advantage of how deep the players from Davis are, but it's just wasted yet again. I've been seeing this so many times, the Rally used as a kind of last resort, but it's just always, too early on that. The stick is gonna land. Eek-out gets taken out. And with the overclock also getting committed here. I mean, Davis really wants to make sure that they stay on this fight, but the Rally did come out, so it's going to be so dicey in this final stretch of the fight. There's so many things going on. KO is going to get the Nano boost, but he doesn't want to go too far forward. Scared of Zebra committing on his backline, and there's the Nano of their own. And here's the response. Must have been a massive slam down there to be into the punch combo to be able to find 3 members. And you were talking about how strong Nano Doomfist is, and you just saw it in action.
I like how many fights start with the Nano Doomfist on Zebra. He just instantly, just 3 members of the enemy team instantly wiped.
I know.
So
I was
much
like,
damage.
Nano on Doomfist. Oh, they're all dead.
Yep. And that punch is so powerful, especially when you're powered up. And just, they're actually doing a really good job coordinating the Ana with the Doomfist here. Not just on the Nano, but also with the nades and the sleeps. Zebra knows exactly when he wants to engage. If there's if Ana's opened up an opportunity for him. Great shot from J2.
And that's kind of what you want to see, because when you're I wouldn't say singular playstyle, but you have an identity, you need to be really good at that identity to be able to force it in all scenarios here. But we're having Primal tearing apart the backline. It doesn't matter how good Zebra is if you can't protect the backline in the current moment. And, KO has so much movement with the Primal there, able to sweep up a couple kills, so it's going back and forth. These fights are going back and forth constantly, but there's 3 minutes left on the clock, and if Davis is able to secure this whole point here, they will have a good foothold going into overtime here. But Zebra, nice opener onto the fight.
Yeah, Davis is trying their best to sort of keep the momentum up and choke Santa Cruz out of their spawn like they did to them in the previous round, but Zebra and Nevermind, just the coordination there with the punch and then the Tracer immediately following up, just instantly deleted one of the members of Davis.
Yeah, and now we're having another brawl. Just it's just constant fighting because of the identity of these two comps. Yeah. They just want to. There's no really big poke other than when Sojourn is looking for anything, but the punch is going to go just a little bit wide. He does have Meteor Strike in case he does get fully pressured onto, but J2HD in the meantime takes out Wannabe on the side. Unfortunately, doesn't get the wall slam there. The angle was just slightly off, and he's going to look for the knockback. A nice combo with Nevermind damage, and that means that they're going to be able to take down Blue Fire to start it. There's just so many things barely going the favor of UCSC as they're able to stave off the UC Davis offense.
Yeah, I mean, just look how oppressive this Doomfist Tracer is. They had such a hard time just, being anywhere on the map. And this is, exactly what we talked about. This is exactly what Santa Cruz wants to do in terms of getting value of their comp. This is them at their brightest right now. So if we're Davis here, we got to think about a great stick from Nevermind.
Massive stick.
We got to think about, getting a regroup here, using one of our ults to engage, and just shut down this chokehold right now, because they're just sitting in their spawn. They're just kind of chilling. They don't care.
Yeah, and they still have so much utilities in their pockets. They still have the Doomfist Nano in their pocket, ready for when Davis does mount a big offense. offense here, as now they're gonna actually look for something after the primal is committed here. Zebra getting kind of low. There's the nano. He's gonna focus down KO, try and get the kill as soon as possible. The sleep does come through, but the damage does wake him up. That's not what you want to see, as KO is gonna get forced back. Zebra kind of immortal at this point, looking for all the damage. Still has the meteor strike. Gonna find Cinna in the staircase, looking to land the damage. In a nice dodge away, but it's gonna be too little. You don't want to be caught with a doofus in the staircase, of course. And I feel like UCSC is doing such a good job not overcommitting how much utility they end up dumping on these fights, and it means that they will have another advantageous fight coming into this next, last segment of the of this point.
Absolutely. I mean, they're doing a really good job on capitalizing where Davis is positioned, because even though KO got a lot of value out of his primal in the previous fight there, he just wasn't able to find much because his supports were busy fighting the Doofus, so they were really split.
Yeah, and the overclock is going to go a little bit wide here for J2HC. Nice defensive play there by KO, but the stick is going to land. Wannabe is going to take out the Orchestra, as the stick is going to get barely denied by the bubble there, and now it's going to be a very big skirmish on the point, but Zebra and Nevermind, we've said their names before, we're going to say it again, are able to clean up the rest of this fight. KO trying to skirt away at the very end. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock, and he goes down. This is going to be a disaster, but he's able to survive, and now with the health pack kind of ticking out, he's actually able to find the pick on Nevermind, so that could be an opportunity, but 10 seconds left. Time is ticking. They're able to at least get the touch, so that means we're guaranteed one more fight here. KO is getting taken down, backs up just a little bit, able to get all the healing from the supports.
I mean, they managed to pull through the fight there, but they had to use the nano just to get to the point. So now Santa Cruz is going to come back here. They got their own nano, and I mean, J2 just says, never mind, I'm going to kill you anyway without the use of any ults needed.
Yeah, and Wannabe now gets taken out. Blue Fire also going down. It's landing all UCSC. They might be able to close this map right here. It's just up to KO and Cinna. Cinna getting forced down by Zebra. I already know it. J2HC takes down KO, and that's going to be the second map over to UCSC. We got ourselves a banger.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a match to watch. You know, it's crazy to see how these two teams are trading between their dives. You know, during the King of the Hill map, we saw how oppressive Davis was with the Winston comp on Santa Cruz's squishies there. But in this match, we've seen the true power of the Doomfist dive. I mean, that punch was absolutely insane. So much damage there. Zebra pulling out just a quick and easy 4K. You know, nothing too crazy for him. Yeah. So, you know, I have a feeling that we may end up seeing a lot more Doomfist plays like that. It looks like the Ana is really paying off for Santa Cruz. Sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they keep that going in the next maps, because it looks like they're able to survive long enough from the Winston and sort of stabilize that they can support their Doomfist to the fullest.
Yeah, there have been massive antis all the time. Zebra just being able to have access to the nano seems to be a big boon for them. Of course, it depends on the map. Sometimes Ana just isn't the right play on the map, but it is something that when available, definitely I'd love to see UCSC continuously look towards that pick in particular.
Yeah, so looks like we're going to the excuse me, what was
Flashpoint.
I keep forgetting. It's like such a newer mode. I keep thinking of like the Call of Duty mode. But yeah, anyway, so Flashpoint here, there are choices between Suravasa and New Junk City. Both of those maps actually are going to be pretty hard for to run Ana, but
yeah, exactly.
There are some sightlines you could take advantage of, but a lot of Flashpoint tends to be very similar to King of the Hill in that you want fast characters, you maybe want that Kiriko Lucio, but you know, we'll see, because I mean they did show how powerful that Brig is against a Winston, and that's actually something that Davis might be trying to do in order to combat this Doomfist, is to take advantage of their Brig and sort of stabilize around that, because last match they were just getting really pushed out a lot, and it was causing a lot of their backline to die while their tank and DPS are trying to engage on the other team. So it's, you know, they're very split right now, and that's thanks in no part to of course to the Doomfist.
Yeah, which big props over to UCSC for being able to kind of execute their plan. You know, now they had the momentum in that particular match. And I think it's important to note, I feel like Flashpoint is a good match as far as that identity that UCSC has. So, you know, a lot of fighting, a lot of skirmishing. I mean, there was pretty much constant action throughout that entire match on Numbani, and that's one of the slower modes is hybrid, right?
Yeah.
So seeing it on Flashpoint where it's going to be constant brawling for positioning, I'm pretty curious to see how it will shake up. Of course, Winston, I'm not sure if I want to see something else. I don't know what they do have in their back pocket. I mean, it was working when It was, and it's a kind of. I think it really came down to the brig. I feel like it was harder for Winston to do anything in that particular scenario compared to like Doomfist. You can't like skip your interaction with brig, where Doomfist gets to nullify the shield or like the boop away just a little bit better than Winston can. So, I mean, it's gonna be pretty tough here for Davis, but they're gonna need to bounce back to make sure that they can extend their lead. It's 1-1. It's as even as it comes, but. You got to find something to do about I mean, it looked pretty dominant on that
Absolutely
that defensive side.
And I know we've been going on about like, the Doomfist Tracer, and we saw how impressive that was. But we also have to give a lot of credit, I think, to the Sojourn from J2HC there, and then the supports on the side of Santa Cruz. They're still finding a lot of value because of this Doomfist Tracer, and they are taking advantage of it so well. Of course, we have the Nanos, but also the Ana was pushing up a lot on the side of Santa Cruz. We saw able to find those nades, those sleeps, get a lot more value because they're just taking advantage of that space, as they should. And I think overall the ult usage was a lot better from the side of Santa Cruz. They were able to cycle it so well that they just kept Davis in their spawn on second point. So that's a really good way to sort of master that comp, and hopefully they for them they keep the that ult usage going into the next round.
Yeah, and one thing I'd note is I definitely want to see a little bit more control on which ultimates you decide to use by Davis. I feel like that was a big point that let that map slip away, where they would either use an ultimate too late or commit an ultimate too early, or it was a bit disconnected is what it really felt like. When they did use it, Santa Cruz had an ample opportunity to be able to reposition to not feel the effects of those ultimates too much. Like I mean, it really comes down to like I'm remembering the rally especially.
Yeah.
I felt like that was a big miss there. That rally is one of the strongest ultimates right now. I feel it does turn the tide of fights so often that when you do commit it just to try and last ditch effort something that isn't required of you, I feel like it is a little bit of a missed opportunity. But that is something that can be talked about, can be adjusted throughout the game, and it's always something micro adjustments that is easy to make when it comes map to map.
Yeah. And I'm kind of curious, what do you think about if Davis is going to maybe change up their comp style? Because they've been playing this Winston dive for the past 2 matches, and maybe for this Flashpoint, maybe they'll go to a Brawl. We have seen Brawl from Davis before with the Orisa, Ramatra, Ryan, that sort of thing. One advantage of that against the Doomfist is that their best interest would be to play all together. So that might make it a lot harder for the Doom to sort of single them out and go in with this Tracer and find openings. So it could be an option they could take.
Yeah, I think that could be pretty powerful. I mean, something that comes to mind, I mean, Flashpoint, I always really like Junker Queen, for instance, in particular. I know it's not the best pick into Doomfist because you don't really have any necessarily, like, cohesion or anything that goes against Doomfist. But just that identity of being able to brawl enough felt like that's what they were really going for throughout their playstyle in that last map, where it's I want to fight constantly, and Junker Queen is good on that. But we are going to be moving over to Servasa, which for me, the Flashpoint maps don't change too much about what comps you pick.
Yeah.
It's like it's the mode more than the map itself.
It's very much about like having your team sort of as like one cohesive unit, hit the other team like a truck, take advantage of that point capture, and then the other team is just going to constantly have to be running back onto point. They're just going to have to keep going fast and fast. So again, I think that's part of the reason why we might see Lucios from both sides.
Yeah, of course.
But Flashpoint tends to be a little chaotic, and that is where Doomfist thrives, really. So I would be interested to see how Davis sort of adapts and sort of make sure that they can all fight as a unit here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And here we are in Servasa, of course. I'm pretty excited to see this. I mean, we did just see UCI versus UC San Diego in that last match play on Servasa, and it went all the way down to the wire. Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see the changes we do see of the comps. I mean, I'm expecting more Sojourn. That's, of course, Tracer most likely. It really does come down to these support picks that will make that difference.
Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to see the Lucio Kiriko from both sides, and of course we got that Tracer Sojourn. It's looking actually almost like a mirror match. We'll see if KO decides to commit to the Doomfist.
Yeah.
That would be certainly interesting, though, if he wants to take on Zebra at his own game. But yeah, we're probably going to see a lot of fast characters here. And they might actually be committing to the Doom. Oh, no, they're going to the Winston.
Yeah, don't get baited.
They're trying to, keep it interesting, keep us guessing.
It's going to be pretty much a mirror matchup here for the supports as well. So just that Winston Doomfist we've been talking about the entire time, but, Doomfist always earlier to the point than other characters. Make sure that you do have a little bit of a foothold here on the actual point here, as all the players are just kind of positioning well.
We saw this exact composition matchup during the first map. The question is, can Santa Cruz keep the momentum up from Navani? And it looks like they have with the Sojourn pick onto KO. KO just sort of caught out in the open. And again, this is exactly what I talk about the Doomfist. They sort of making it hard for these supports to position and support their team efficiently. They're just always constantly on the run from this Doomfist.
Yeah, you have to you look and you have to see how decisive you have to be when you're rotating here because of how much chase UC Santa Cruz has with the Doomfist to make sure that you're forcing people out of positions. So Davis needs to think on the fly, on their toes, to be able to rotate around and make sure they get some good angles.
Yeah, so it looks like, yeah, again, KO gets a little caught out here. Just, his team is not entirely there. They're going to have to walk into this full charge Sojourn. They do get full control of the point. But Zebra is just engaging on the back line anyway. He's constantly being able to split up this unit. UC Davis does capture the point for a brief second, but in Flashpoint, it's a very minimal factor, and Davis is going to have to rush on the point here after this fight.
Yeah, there should be at least one more fight in the tank here, but there's actually a couple picks going the way of Davis. This could get a little bit dicey. I hear a pulse bomb not landing there, unfortunately, or Nevermind. That could have been a big opening here. Nevermind skirting away with 1 HP, but it's going to go back in Davis' favor. The picks were enough on the tail end there, and now they're able to find a little bit of a foothold.
That was a great turn. KO came just in time, able to support the members of the team that were coming back, and Davis is going to be able to assemble the unit here, hopefully.
And now the Kitsune Rush is going to get committed by Davis. They want to take their advantage now. They want to find their opening. KO is going to open it up with 3 picks here with the help of Wannabe and the Kitsune Rush. Zebra is going to get taken down extremely low, and that's going to be another point over to Davis. And see how fast the percentages is. You were talking about how it doesn't really matter if you grab it. You need to kind of hold on to it just for a little bit, and you find yourself with a big advantage. But now the pressure's on Santa Cruz. They need to find an opening.
They're trying to choke Davis out here, yeah.
Wannabe wants to find the opening before Santa Cruz can find a foothold. Zebra still was disconnected at that point because of the respawn being a little bit later, and that means that Davis is going to find their opportunity. The meteor strike is going to get committed to make sure Zebra stays alive. A nice punch in midair. Zebra trying to find the kill Wannabe, but good supporting here as Zebra is probably going to get taken down, and the point goes the way of Davis on the backside.
That was a great call from Davis there. They saw they had the ults available, and they knew that Santa Cruz had to sort of rush onto the point. So they said, hey, we're going to use our ults early, we're going to use our rush, and we're going to use our Sojourn ult. And they managed to find those picks on the backline there. That was a really smart play, and they were able to capitalize just on the fact that Santa Cruz needed to rush the point in this really chaotic game.
Yeah, what a good rotation there to make sure that they do meet them before they are actually ready. You know, it's all about executing your plan before theirs because of how the nature of these comps. And there's the Kitsune Rush to open it up, but the position's a little bit rough. They're able to skirt away to the sides, so the value of the Kitsune Rush is kind of muted just a little bit, but Wannabe did get separated from the team, unfortunately. Blue Fire finds a nice stick onto J2HC to open up the fight. Zebra finds the damage onto Ecal, stick onto KO. Kreffen finds Cinna. It's answering all UCSC, and with that, they're going to find the team kill to open up this second flashpoint here.
Yeah, Wannabe did not get the beat there, it looked like, so he was sort of caught out in the open and became the first pick of the fight. That's just sort of things like that, like we were talking about positioning of these teams, where they want to go. You know, when you have a team member caught out like that, they see that as like free food, Santa Cruz. So they're gonna like fully capitalize on that. They used the beat, but it was not enough to save Wannabe, who didn't get it.
Yeah, and there's the Kitsune Rush committed for Davis. Now they want to have their own tempo into this match. Overclock is going to be committed for J2HC, but nothing's been landing yet. Nevermind, at least finds Wannabe, and Blue Fire is going to get taken out. A little bit overextended, I feel, or too far forward, and now Ecal and KO are going to go for a reset. They want to have one more fight on this point, so they need to make sure the reset's quick, very, very quick, but Cinna is going to get kind of staggered here, so I'm not sure if they're actually still going to be able to find anything. Good awareness, Zebra just pushing forward, spearheading this operation, and they're able to extract Wannabe's life there.
Santa Cruz is now the ones that are going to be pushing Davis back to their spawn. It's kind of crazy to see how fast this dive changes. You know, one moment you've got Davis fully capitalizing off their Winston and pushing in, and then now in this moment you see Zebra just constantly taking out the backline with Nevermind. They're just so oppressive.
Yeah, such good 1-2 combinations there, and now Kreffen's going to be isolated just a little bit by KO. KO kind of wants the consolation prize because they did lose the point here. He's able to barely skirt away. And now the next flashpoint is unlocked as they are running over to it. It looks like Davis is going to have a little bit of a positional advantage in this scenario here, since it is on this side of the map. They're all just kind of skirting over. It's actually going to seem like they're going to get there around the same time because Doomfist does have quite the opportunity.
Yeah, Santa Cruz has the ult advantage here, and Davis only has the Sojourner ult. So if I'm Davis, I'm thinking I want to take a fast fight here so that Santa Cruz doesn't have a chance to use their ult. It looks like they're doing exactly that.
Yeah.
Wannabe gets one pick on Lucio.
Good call out there as Wannabe's finding another, and he's finding a third. He's going to go for the hat trick here. Zebra getting very low. Nice headshot onto Zebra there. The Meteor Strike does come down, but there's no HP recovered there. Wannabe is going to make that 4. Wannabe, real all-star player. You were just talking about it. Oh, they want to make an opportunity, and you saw how they capitalized. Overclock is going to seal the deal there, and UCSC was forced to use a couple ultimates there, but they crucially still had that Kitsune Rush to open up this point.
Yeah, that's literally textbook play from there. Gives Wannabe the 4K, almost the ace, but KO said not today. And yeah, Santa Cruz, they're now going to be playing on the offense here.
Yeah, and there's the overclock of their own for J2HC. He's going to just go with it, the Kitsune Rush combo, but they're not finding as many shots. But KO unfortunately falls to his death off the side of the map, and that's not what you want to see. As Bluefire does finally get taken out, Wannabe just going to try and hold the point for a bit more percent before it does get swapped over to UCSC. A little bit tragic there.
You know, KO, we've all been there. It happens. You know, that's not a very
Why is there a
thing.
hole there? No.
Yeah, exactly. That part of the map, actually, I don't even know why there are holes there, but they just are, and I've fallen into them countless times. It does happen. But yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate rush from Davis. They tried to pull it back, but it was just a little bit too late. And that's going to be a little bit costly here. They're going to have to get value off of just their beat, primal, and pulse. And
no value out of the primal there. He's actually going to get taken out to start it. JH2HC is going to find a nice headshot on Bluefire to open us up. This is kind of tragic. I feel like Davis had a good foothold on this flashpoint, and then suddenly now it's all in SC's favor as they're going to find a bunch of kills. There should be at least one more fight here for this flashpoint if they do opt for it instead of rotating, as long as KO does not get caught out in position. But you see how aggressive it is, Nevermind, and of course Zebra comboing onto the backline, but maybe they've overextended. They found 2 picks on the backside now with the primal all in their hands. The beat
too late.
It is a little bit too late here, and it's not going to matter too much. They're able to at least skirt away. They're going to have 99%. They should get at least one more touch considering how fast Doofus is. But now it's all down to the wire for this third flashpoint.
Yeah, both of these teams know that when they have the point and the time is ticking up, they know that they have to capitalize on this. But Santa Cruz got a little bit too overzealous there, and you know, they're gonna be able to take it back here, maybe.
Zebra on his own was able to force out the beat. That's a big opportunity, and now the overclock from Wannabe. Can he make it happen yet again? Looking for anything but good hiding there from Santa Cruz there. Able to get away, but Wannabe still in the backline is wreaking havoc. But Zebra and Nevermind combo 1-2 yet again for another nice brawl here on the backside. Wannabe looking for another pick, but gonna get booped back there just a bit. Finds J2HC in the process. Wannabe going down so low, but the Kitsune Rush does come out. A nice stick is gonna get neutralized there by Cinna, and Wannabe and Cinna are doing it all right now on the point as they're able to find all the kills and swap the point over to Davis.
That was intense fight. Looks like Santa Cruz cannot touch here. That is a little unfortunate, but wow, that was so back and forth. Nevermind with a bunch of great picks there, but then Ekal and Wannabe just totally turning it down. You know, we're talking a lot about Wannabe. He's really playing well, no matter if the tides are for Davis or for Santa Cruz. He is just constantly putting up numbers as well. It's a really interesting battle of the DPS here.
Yeah, I mean, I think so far Wannabe's been a real standout player here, especially, you know, on top of that overclock in from before and just in that last play there. I mean, shout outs to the supports, of course. That was a very dicey situation for sure. And now we're going to find ourselves on this 4th flashpoint. A couple massive ultimates are up for Santa Cruz in their favor. They do have that Kitsune Rush and the overclock. So that's going to be what they're going to end up popping. J2HC immediately pops the overclock, wants to find the momentum to start off this point. Zebra able to secure Cinna, and a nice headshot's going to take out Wannabe off the map. KO takes down Nevermind in the meantime. Nothing too dicey. Zebra finds KO as a response. J2HC looking for any of these very elusive players. Bluefire trying to stick onto the point, but it might be too little too late. They're just going to be taken down, and it's going to be a nice point take there for SC.
Yeah, I like how Ekal's playing here a lot, actually. He's sort of staying on the high ropes, sort of booping people on the off angles. It's just that in that fight, Zebra was able to open up a pick, and then the Sojourner ult sort of cleaned stuff up.
Yeah,
very nice play.
Yeah, and Crepin is going to find the Kitsune Rush here. They want to extend their momentum. We saw this earlier by Davis, and it's working out in kind for UCSC as they find both KO and Wannabe to open it up, and now they're forced back into their spawn.
Yeah, I feel like half this map has just been like spawn camping. They get the advantage, we're instantly going to spawn.
Yeah.
We gotta get those picks.
Exactly. And now they're able to regroup. Now KO taking the space back. They want to make sure they have a good fit here, as you do have the meteor strike coming through. A nice stick onto him, but it's going to be neutralized by the beat. Nice timing there is going to deny it, and a Kitsune Rush does get committed for Davis. They want to take the point now, and it's kind of a very split off fight. Two different sides to it, as KO is able to find J2HC to start it off, as well as Wannabe is letting sparks fly here as they're able to find Zebra to start it off. And now it's just up to Orchestra, but it's not going to matter as Blue Fire finds Nevermind. And that's going to be point swap. 96% on the table for Santa Cruz. So one fight and they do seal the deal. But Davis, they want to close this map out now.
Yeah, Wannabe and KO are trying to compete for the best tank DPS combo against Santa Cruz's Nevermind and Zebra. I mean, they are just opening up so much space here, and Wannabe's able to take off so much of this value. Like, look how much space KO is getting here. He's pushing the Sojourn forward, and that's probably a death for J2HC.
Yeah, J2HC just comboed into the corner. It's not going to mean anything, as Sinna also take down Nevermind on the backside. They want to find all the players here, and if Griffin does get staggered here, it could be pretty disastrous, but a nice TP away means that they should guaranteed get at least one more fight. And this is Santa Cruz's map kind of on the line here. They need to make sure they get back on this point if they do find anything. J2HC goes way too far forward into the waiting arms of KO, and that means that that's going to be your Sojourn down immediately. A nice stick is going to land, but it's not going to do too much damage. Of course, as the Kitsune Rush is going to get committed by Griffin, J2HC needs to come back with that overclock. They're looking for any damage they can, but the point is ticking down. 97%, 98. They're able to get the touch at the very least, and there's the overclock from J2HC. He's returned. Zebra has the meteor strike to try and slam down, but a Kitsune Rush of Sinnas is going to go wild, but it's not going to find anything as he does get taken down. Both the supports and Wannabe going down. Zebra's going to find him on the backside. J2HC finds Blue Fire, and finally UCSC finds the response to get the point into their arms.
2-2 here. This is the final point for this map. This is where it all comes down. And, you know, it was a really good try from Davis there because they were at a severe ult disadvantage that entire fight. UCSC had 3 ults, and Davis had none. So they were trying to choke them out as much as possible. But unfortunately, the ult advantage with that Kitsune and with that pulse, it just pressured UC Davis back to the point, and then the ult economy just became the name of the game there.
Yeah, and they want to extend, now that they had the ult economy advantage, they want to use it right now. Cash out. Wannabe finds J2HC to start it off. Zebra not able to find the dash on to Wannabe, and it's just going to be more poking. They don't want to start the fight too early before J2HC can return, and it's going to be probably a contest at this point. They're looking for Sinna, and they find it immediately. The beat layered on top is going to be a little bit too late. They're not going to find the stick. Is going to land on to Wannabe, and that's going to be a pick onto your crucial Sojourn player. Ecal getting very low, able to actually take down Kreffin. That is your main support down for the side of UCSC as J2HC trades over Blue Fire. Zebra getting dangerously low, but able to boot back on to Ecal as Ecal gets taken out, and now it's going in the favor of UCSC despite how dicey it looked.
Yeah, it's crazy how similar these teams are playing. Both teams pulsed at the same time, both teams used beat at the same time. It goes to show that these teams have like exactly the same ideas in mind. It's just what's gonna give us the edge over our opponents who are playing very similarly. It's things like, oh, we have Doomfist Punch, we're gonna punch through the backline like we're doing right here, or we have you know, a Tracer Pulse, maybe we have we want to use our rush aggressively. You know, things that change the tempo, catch your opponents off guard. That's what's gonna get you the picks in the mirror.
Yeah, Primal is just completely stuffing him in the corner, but there are so many big ultimate stuff here for UCSC, and there they fly. Kitsune Rush is gonna go down. Nevermind is gonna find Ecal to open it up, and it's going UCSC's favor in a lot of these cases. They have the percentage is getting dangerously high here for Davis, and now they're forced into spawn again.
Davis has no room to breathe right now, just like they did to Santa Cruz previously. It's just a battle of who can choke them out the longest, but unfortunately for Davis, they're going to be having to rush on the point here. Huge pick from Wannabe, though. This could open things up.
Yeah, and they still have the Kitsune Rush on top of that, so they might be able to get back onto point and find a big pick here, as now there's the Kitsune Rush. Unfortunately, Dash is the punch is not going to land on a Blue Fire, so Zebra not able to find the damage into it, and they're able to at least turn the point. This is going to extend the point just a little bit. KO trying to find the damage, but he's getting booped constantly into the pulse bomb. And of course, now the Zebra going into Meteor Strike, going to try and find something. Wannabe trying to make his own play with the overclock here. Ecal finds Kreffin. It's so close. Pulse bomb, if it does land, it's going to be pretty massive here. He's trying to find it, but everything is answering in Davis's favor. But now the overclock for J2HC is trying to find it, but the beat is going to neutralize it. And that's going to be probably Davis skirting away with a victory on this fight. And Zebra is getting very low, but able to skirt away. And we have at least one more fight in this.
That is a great job by the UC Davis supports there. The ECAL finding a pick there instead of being able to keep everyone alive. They sustained enough, even though there was a Doomfist and a Sojourn in front of them. They were able to stay alive long enough that they just pure numbers presence coming back onto the point was able to win them.
Yeah, and now we're going into more action. Never mind, J2HC comboing for 4 kills on the side of Santa Cruz. Davis probably has nothing left in the tank, and Santa Cruz is going to solidify a game 3 for themselves. Now they're going to go up 2-1 over Davis. So they're in the driver's seat. Are they able to close it out? We'll find out in the next map. But looking back, I mean, this was as close as it gets. You saw both identities of the team. They're battling. And guess what? They're kind of similar. KO getting the play of the game here. So pretty excited to see what this is. Of course, with the Kitsune Rush, he's going to be able to get a lot of damage. I mean, overall, there were so many highlight plays. It's hard to call one out. Of course, there's Wannabe also getting that overclock 4K. So that was pretty impressive indeed as well. But man, what a banger series so far.
That was, I mean, it was crazy to see how fast the tides changed. The tempo was in UC Santa Cruz's favor, and they got the point, and then Davis had the tempo, and just so back and forth these fights, and just a lot of really high-paced, fast action that's going on. But even still, like, amidst all this chaos, there's still a lot of really good plays going on. I mentioned at the end there, the supports from Davis weren't able to quite pull out there at the end, but they did make a good play to get at least a little bit of capture percentage. It's just that the DPS and ult advantage from Santa Cruz sort of gave them the edge there. But I think we're sort of seeing a lot of these support players sort of come online. We saw a lot of great plays from ECAL there, and we also saw some great plays from the orchestra as well. With the Lucio mirror, I think is one of the less touched on subjects because we typically see.
You could speak on it, Lucio player.
Oh, that's true. I am in fact a Lucio player, so I would know. I'm just kidding. They've been doing such a good job here. It's something that often goes undernoticed a lot of the time. I feel like because you're so busy looking at like these tank and DPS, but I mean they're knowing when to beat really well, saving teammates in their most dire moments. And I think that's like one of the more underrated parts of that game right there was the supports just being able to sort of help flip the tide. They know when to push. They know like what ultimates they have to watch out for. They're doing a really great job marking that.
Yeah, the defensive utility was definitely on point during that entire match for both teams. I wouldn't really say. I feel like Santa Cruz just found the tempo on that last flashpoint and ran with it. They didn't really give it up. We saw a lot of times when one ultimate, even though they may have been at an ultimate disadvantage for either team, they might be able to use it in a more kind of opportunistic manner to be able to find a real opening on the opponent there. And that was kind of the difference maker at the very end, is that they had that momentum and they didn't let up at all.
Yeah. I also got to give a little bit of credit to Wannabe there. Even though Davis and I will pull out, he just keeps finding picks on that Sojournal. It's kind of fun to watch. He's able to just, pop an ult instantly, one person dead, at least. And then, of course, we had that amazing 4K almost ace during one of the points they won. Again, like you were saying, it was a really, really close game, basically 99-99 at the end there. It was just these very small details, these small plays that are being made by, the supports, the DPS, just maybe one ult, one extra kill here and there. It's turning the entire fight.
Yeah. So. Shoutouts to both the teams. I mean, it really is. That's all I can really say. I mean, I will say at the very least, this is Davis's last chance. They really have to make it count coming into push. Of course, I expect the same comp. It seems like both teams want to push their that is the identity that they want to show on this stage.
Exactly.
And they want to see, okay, we can play this better than the opposing team. So I imagine more of the same yet again, most likely, which is fine. Because it's been a complete banger. Yeah.
I mean, we're sort of seeing that as time goes on, they're playing these comps. They're starting to get a lot of this rhythm that they're looking for. Both sides. I mean, it was so back and forth during that match. It's just up to Davis at this point to sort of dial in, figure out what is giving them the best tempo to succeed, how they can best survive against the Doomfist Tracer, and then from there they are extremely oppressive themselves. I mean, we saw a lot of really great plays. Flashpoint's just so back and forth a lot of times. Just these little things. I think they could easily try and bring things back, but it is their last chance with this map.
Exactly, yeah. And UCSC, now you're a little bit of pressure's off. You have the map advantage. Even if you lose this one, you still got one more opportunity anyways. So that's definitely something, you know, you're on LAN. It's not so often you're going to be able to go to LAN on these collegiate kind of circuits. So, I mean, this is really make or break.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually definitely one thing to consider as well with how this gameplay is changing, even though the roster is exactly the same with what compositions they're playing. They're coming down here for, you know, the LAN. Maybe a lot of them have been playing first time. They're, you know, in a different environment. A lot of these things take a while to get used to, and I think we're starting to see a lot of this adjustment being made, and it's really cool to watch.
Yeah, and you see it in real time. I mean, this is the first time they're really on stage for sure, and there's a live audience in there, and I'm sure they're getting loud. I mean, I haven't had the chance to go sit down because I've been up here the whole time. I actually want to sit in the crowd.
Yeah.
I want to sit down in the crowd and feel the hype. I mean, I'm sure these have been some bangers. I heard the last series was, I mean, roars in the crowd.
Insanely close.
Yeah, so definitely, I'm sure more of the same down there at the stage. Man, there's not much too much left to talk about. I feel like we've covered a lot of it. So why don't we just shift our discussion to like meta, for instance? Do you have any interesting points on the meta? Let's not make it something too typical.
Right.
What's an off tangent, off pick that you kind of want to see that you don't think is too highlighted pretty often? I mean, we might not see it in this series, but maybe later in the day we might be able to take a peek at that.
You know, that's an interesting question because I think unfortunately a lot of the characters that are being played are the best characters for the situation. The Tracer, the Sojourn. I think those are really important for both teams. You know, maybe we could see a little bit of Maga there, but honestly, I mean, at least for this match right now, I don't think either team should really change that much of what's going on. They just have to figure out what the main problems, the weaknesses with their comp are, and adjust who's playing where and how they can fix those.
It was
problems.
A lot of little things like that. I remember that one fight where Wannabe gets forced off to the other side, and then some of the defensive utility just wasn't in the right spot, so that was a little bit unfortunate. Or, you know, I mean, I remember J2HC jumping up into KO's waiting arms. Those are the kind of little things that's like, yes, they're very little in the grand scheme of things, but they're the things that I remember because despite being little, they were impactful, and that's the difference maker when these maps are so close.
That's exactly like the kind of little mistake that makes all the difference in a dive composition matchup like this. And you know, maybe we're moving on to Esperanza, and maybe we'll see a little bit more of that. You know, Esperanza has actually some pretty strong high ground control, so that could be very beneficial for UC Davis's Winston comp. I think that's probably what they're looking for, especially that center of the map with those two high grounds is really hard. Like, you really want control over those, and so if KO can force J2HC off those high grounds, I think that it's going to give them a lot harder of a time for opening up opportunities and take advantage of getting picks.
Yeah, here we are into our push map, of course, and it's gonna be. I mean, we haven't seen any of the heroes locked in just yet, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be more of the same. I feel like both teams feel very comfortable there, and I mean, it really is who's going to come out to a blazing start here. Push always a very... I mean, we talk about momentum. I feel like Push really is the momentum mode in particular because when you get the ball rolling, it really feels good. And then once you do get that momentum, one of the downsides of Push is it's very hard to come back because of the forward spawn getting a little bit more advantageous for that winning side. And then you have to kind of battle back, and then we have to burn ultimates to push them back. So definitely something where whoever comes out first foot forward is probably going to be my favorite to win this map.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I mean, oftentimes the first fight of Push can determine the entire game, and that's why it's really important for these teams to sort of find ground even if they don't have ultimates and they don't know like where the other team is playing. Looks like Santa Cruz is pulling out with the Brig Ana here, and Davis is still going on with the classic UCEI Kiriko. So that's going to be a little interesting. I want to see how Santa Cruz adapts to this Winston dive on such a very like exposed map for supports like Esperanza.
Yeah, I know for sure. But at the same time, I feel like they dealt so well with the Winston in the prior map when they did have the Brig, and J2HC is going to make a statement. Wannabe is not going to be able to find anything as they force him out of the high ground. Zebra able to find KO. Blue Fire finds Nevermind to start it off, and it's going back and forth, but overall, it's going in UCSC's favor.
Looks like Blue Fire is trying to mark the Doomfist. It's actually pretty smart because when Doomfist doesn't have any of his cooldowns down and Tracer's just kind of peppering him, it's hard for him to engage. But unfortunately, Zebra was just able to engage just a little too soon there. He had a lot of value, and he was able to win the fight there.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, now they have their foothold. And you talked about how the first fight could be pretty instrumental on push here. So now they have the foothold, and let's see if they're able to extend it. Zebra almost finds an opening there on to Wannabe, but now it's just going to be a lot of poking. They don't want to dive too hard, but a massive anti is going to get comboed in by Zebra.
Oh, great
but in
shot,
the
Wannabe.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Wannabe and KO are finding the backside of that fight and now J2HC is going to get forced very low. KO is going to get a little bit overzealous, and that's going to be just trading back and forth, and the bot is going to get neutralized back to the center position. Goes a little bit in favor of Davis. I mean, that was such a back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think literally there was a kill on Davis' side, and then there was a kill on Santa Cruz's side, and then Davis and Santa Cruz. It was so even, and that's a really big characteristic of these dive comps, because while Doomfist Tracer are busy messing up Davis' backline, there's a Winston Tracer in their own backline, and both teams are dying. So it's very hard to tell, even if you get an opening pick, like what team has the advantage here.
Exactly. It's a lot about the positioning rather than just the man advantage. And of course, here we have the nice anti-button right out of the sky. J2HC gets taken out, and that's the opener. And I believe that is going to be an advantageous pick to start off that fight.
Absolutely. Wannabe is just hitting so many good shots here with his fully charged railgun. He sees a target in the air. He says, that is mine now, and just takes them out of the sky.
Yeah, and now they're going to have a little bit of... I mean, the thing is, the bot has not moved too much. It's been very stationary, back and forth. He's going for a nice jog, stop, jog, stop. Of course, here comes the overclock from Wannabe. Now is their opportunity to find anything, but he doesn't want to overextend.
Santa Cruz was able to pick off KO there, and they're just going to chill because they see the Sojourn. They're definitely afraid of Wannabe, and I would be too, honestly, because, you know, if you peek it for a second, your head's probably just going to get chopped off. But, you know, they made a very smart call there. They just disengaged for a second. Sojourn ran out. And now the pressure is in their favor.
Yeah, and Zebra finds Blue Fire somehow on the side, so that's another opener going over their way. And now KO's going to jump in and find something, but Kitsune Rush is going to get committed here on top of it, but it's not going to do too much. Now the Nano Boost is through, and Wannabe is going to get taken out. Ecal also already down for the count. Primal is committed, but there's just nothing for him to do with that Primal there, and now they're going to find Senna. He's going to probably be able to TP out of that scenario, but no, Gakshi gets chased down, and that's going to be unfortunate.
It was a great call to go for the jump with the Kitsune Rush from Davis, but I think it may have been a little bit too early. You know, they had the Tracer still coming back from spawn, wasn't entirely set up, so because of that, their backline was able to survive against the Winston dive, even though Davis invested their Primal Rage and their Kitsune.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate, and they were now able to secure forward spawn, so now the ball is going to keep rolling for UCSC here, and now they're going to force them into the side room. The stick is
great block from Orchestra.
Not land. Yeah, nice block, able to drop the shield also to let it go down, of course, and now Zebra is corralling them. They're trying to find the supports here from UCSC, and they do. Ecal with the speed up is able to support them enough. Ecal barely surviving. Nice health back, coming back up. KO is going to be able to put a foothold, and they're able to kind of stave off the push for just a little bit. That was crucial, because if Santa Cruz won that fight, I feel like the momentum would carry them to a very difficult position on this push map.
Yeah, we can see Davis pushing into their spawn a little bit here. They want to make sure they get into Santa Cruz's heads, which is actually a pretty smart play. And a lot of time that actually might catch a bunch of the team members of UCSC off guard. So I do respect that play there. I'm also so happy to see these supports try. It's really satisfying, because supports often, they don't really get the attention a lot of time when the DPS or the super
they're making a case for themselves.
Absolutely.
To garner get the attention that they are getting.
That was a great block on the pulse from Orchestra, and Ecal with 2 kills early on in the fight. I mean, they are deciding a lot of these fights themselves.
Oh, but this one, I don't know if it's decided by the supports. Instead, KO just goes straight in with the help of Wannabe's damage there, and they're going to find a big opener here onto Santa Cruz, as now Zebra forced to skirt away. And of course, they're able to find quite the foothold on this fight, and they're able to get probably up to this first checkpoint here.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Davis really wants here. They want to be able to play as this unit. They have all their team members ready to go, and then they can engage and just instantly kill someone a lot of these times. I think they're really getting value of this. It's just, can they keep this momentum and this synergy going if the other team, if Zebra and other members of UCSC are poking them apart?
Yeah, and Wanabe's gonna pop the overclock yet again. Santa Cruz, they don't want to show a single pixel, but never mind. And J2HC find him on the high ground there. Nice combo, of course. Kitsune Rush is going to get committed by Sinna. Zebra's like, why can I not jump down? There's a Winston behind you. He's going to finally jump in. A nice dodge away from Krepin's sleep dart. Now we're going to go for the primal. Going to trap him in the corner. This is so sad. J2HC at least able to find Blue Fire on the other side, but the bot is running in their favor. So this means that they do have a lot of time here, at least to burn out anything. The overclock does come from J2HC, but nothing is going to land. Never mind accidentally dying to the pulse bomb, but it's not going to matter too much. J2HC finds the foothold, and just like that, Santa Cruz deny the checkpoint, and they move forward to push the bot all the way over to the wall.
J2HC really looked at Wanabe's plays a couple of those games. He was like, hey, I can do that too. And he just goes absolutely crazy there, getting a lot of great kills. You know, really letting himself shine. He's showing that this Sojourn matchup is really one to watch for.
Yeah, and now they have a foothold on this point. I know this is a pretty familiar position. You don't want to actually extend around the corner. So now baiting over the fight from Davis. They want to take the position back now. They're pushing the bot back a little bit forward so they can get a little bit more advantageous of position on this map. And now it's just going to be the battle of low ground, high ground right now as J2HC is trying to find someone's head, not able to do it. Nice skirting around. That's going to be neutralized back over to the back spawn here. Getting very dangerously low there. Sinna able to get J2HC on the backside. And, of course, Krepin on a bad position is going to get taken out, and that's a nice capitalization. But kills are going the opposite way. Never mind, and Zebra are going to make this very, very dicey for Davis. But with the Meteor Strike coming up, he's going to heal up just a little bit. Sinna is going to dodge out on the punch there, but it's not going to matter. Never mind, and Zebra really showing their prowess as a duo, but there is just no support left in their pocket. But J2HC is going to make it dicey with KO going down, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get the checkpoint. They actually do, and that's all they want. They're getting out of there immediately.
This is still very close. I mean, they got the checkpoint, but J2HC captures Ecal, so it's still very close and a hard-fought fight. Looks like UC Davis isn't going to be able to get any more progress on that bot because of what Zebra and Nevermind were able to open up. I mean, this is the duo that we've been talking about a lot during this stream. And again, like even when we've mentioned a lot of other players, they are certainly a duo to watch out for. They get a lot of value so much during this game, and they're not a duo to be underestimated.
Yeah, for sure. And here comes Wanabe with the overclock. We've seen it so many times, but not able to land any of the shots so far. J2HC finally getting taken out by Wanabe. Wanabe wants to land one more onto Krepin. Krepin with some fancy footwork able to dodge away, but it's not going to matter too much. Nevermind and Zebra finds Blue Fire on the backside, and they're keeping the bot here. They want to delay the fight just a little bit. KO might be forced to use Primal, but nice support there. Zebra is going to get taken down extremely low. They don't want to commit any more utility, and that means UCSC is going to get swapped on. This is kind of what I imagine this is what the game devs had in mind when they thought of this game mode in particular, and as it's going so back and forth as the robot, you know, he's been working hard in this game.
This is a very crucial moment for UC Davis. I mean, if they lose this fight, there's 1 minute left in the game. They have to figure out some way to open this things up here.
Yeah, and the beat and a lot of ultimates are committed, but because of the beats, it's kind of neutralized just a little bit. But the nano is committed onto J2HC, but all of Davis is backing up. They don't want to deal with it at all, and they successfully waited out. Now Zebra has his Meteor Strike with the rally, but Wanabe is going to start off on Nevermind and J2HC, so that's your DPS core off the table there, and now it's all up to the supports plus Zebra or Santa Cruz, and they're going to go for the rally, trying to find the stun onto the Tracer there, but not going to be able to find it, but Zebra is going to open it up on both support players for Davis, and a massive anti onto KO, and Blue Fire are going to find a lot of success there, but they're not able to secure the kills. Krepin is going to be kind of a consolation prize here over to Davis, and it's looking like Santa Cruz is able to push it out. There's 5 seconds left on the clock, and there's going to need to be a touch. Now it needs to be a full hold here on Davis. They need to make sure that the bot is in continuous possession of their own, as the Kitsune Rush is going to force them out of this alleyway, but I feel like it was a little ambitious. You can't really you kind of needed to use it, but at the same time, it's a little bit unfortunate. Wannabe and KO are going to force out J2HC and the Orchestra, and that means that they have a good foothold here. It's going to get so close. Now, there are so many people pushing on this wall. The wall is almost at the finish line here. 3 meters left. Someone needs to go touch it. And Nevermind's going to get taken out when he goes for it. And now it means that Wannabe is going to go and let the shots fly. Overclock is going
Wannabe going in.
Wannabe's killing them all. J2HC takes out Blue Fire, but Wannabe is going to clear out J2HC, and barely Davis on their last leg is able to win it. And we're going to map 5.
That was a crazy performance from Wannabe, but also the rest of UC Davis as well, just keeping that momentum up in a most crucial part of the game. Here we see the play of the game from Wannabe, of course. This is just a great capitalization. He knows that Santa Cruz has to rush on point, and this is the perfect time to shine as a DPS player. There's so many kills available for him. Gets a lot of great shots with his overclock. That being the only ult across both teams, it's just he gets his moment to shine. I mean, that's exactly what he needed to do, and he did it.
Another Wannabe highlight play there. Sojourn, I mean, it speaks for itself why you do pick that hero in particular. Wow, we're going to map 5. I was not expecting that coming into that last push there, but Davis able to put the pieces together to be able to successfully win that map. Wow, we're going to Escort. I mean, oh, now it's dicey.
Map 5. This is crazy, actually.
I'm getting tired, guys. Please, I can't take much more.
They want to make sure you get in like all the hours done as possible, because holy, yeah, these are some really crazy back and forth games that we've had today, and especially between Santa Cruz and Davis here. I mean, I actually have no idea who has the upper hand here in this best of 5, you know, like I have no idea who has the upper hand here, because both these teams have showed that they're here to play. Instantly, the fight can get turned towards one of their favorites. You know, in the beginning, that looked really towards Santa Cruz's advantage there, but you know, Davis managed to pull it out there on the back of Wannabe in that last fight there, and it was impressive.
Yeah, wow, it's all those small differences building up to now. I mean, I said it a lot yesterday, but this is going to be my one time saying it. It's do or die for both of these teams. And with that, we're going to take a quick break because, you know, they want to help me relax just a little bit. So we're going to go to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be exciting. UC Davis versus UC Santa Cruz, Game 5. We'll be right back.
Remember when we only needed enough Wi-Fi speed for our video games?
Yep.
Then my little brother grows up, and now we need double the speed.
How's your internet supposed to keep up?
Oh, tell me about it.
Upgrade your speed with Xfinity today to keep up with whatever the future holds.
They've never lost a game to slow internet, and it shows.
We can hear you, you know.
The Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. If you don't know about Xfinity Mobile, well, now you do. It's the fastest mobile service around. With the best price for 2 lines of unlimited, only $30 a line per month. That's hundreds in savings a year when you wave bye to the other guys. All on the most reliable 5G network nationwide. You really shouldn't walk out the front door without it. Switch today at xfinitymobile.com.
Hello and welcome back to Game 5 of UC Davis versus UC Santa Cruz. Thankfully, I had a bit of a break, but the players also had a break too. They had time to discuss what they want to do in this last map. Of course, that relieves the pressure a bit. You know, it was getting to a boiling point for sure, and now they get to really think about what they want to do. We're going over to Route 66, so what do you think about that map choice?
Well, again, a very advantageous map for these dive compositions. They're going to be wanting to control the high ground, as they've been doing very well this entire series. And I honestly don't know, again, who that favors. Before the break, I was talking about how I wasn't sure who has the clear advantage here. Because
maybe we just don't use the word clear advantage. I feel like it
true,
really
actually,
is just all those. I mean, we've been saying it all the whole time. It's just those little things, the small details that really have allowed different teams to come out on every single map. I mean, it's been back and forth throughout the series, and I mean, Route 66 is definitely a map that does involve a lot of movement, a lot of diving for sure. So it definitely aligns with both the teams' identities, it seems. And now it's just all up to execution. Can you execute when it comes down to it is really all it is.
Yeah, and I hope, even though there's been this break, I hope both teams are able to keep that momentum going. You know,
sure.
It's a very tiring thing for the best of 5 in a series. You know, so keeping that momentum going, keeping that energy, and really dialing into what you need to focus on. That's going to be the most important thing. It does tend to be strenuous, but this is where a lot of the best plays are made.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm excited for sure. Shout out to all the players. I mean, this is. I mean, I would not envy being in those seats. I'm gonna be honest.
You know, I think it's really great though, because unfortunately, because it's the it's the LAN and it's the losers bracket. You know, one of these teams, their UCEI journey for 2024 is going to end here. But I'm just really happy that we've got to see the full arsenal so far that both of these teams are able to offer up. We've seen amazing plays from all 10 players going on, and it's really exciting to watch, to see all of these players have their moments to shine and just being able to highlight those.
Yeah, and I'm glad they're able to. I mean, Santa Cruz itself, Davis itself, both quite far, so they want to make it count. And yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for it to get into game here. Take a nice deep breath, relax, because I guarantee there's going to be a lot of action here on Route 66.
Absolutely. Of course,
it's very difficult to tie on these escort maps, so we're probably not going to go to any crazy tiebreaker scenarios. I won't count it out. There have been weirder things to happen.
You're hoping that doesn't go to like 9-9 or whatever.
Yeah, imagine, we're going like triple overtime, and then, draw, and then here we are, we're on the last tiebreaker. We do have a rule set in case that does happen, but very unlikely. So, just throwing it out there. If the teams want to really keep me locked here in this seat. No, I'm just kidding. I love doing this, so it really has no bearing on me whether or not we do go to this next one. But here we are. We're going into game Route 66, the final match of our loser semifinals, UC Davis versus UC San Diego in the UCEI Invitational, presented by Xfinity. I'm excited.
Yeah, we get to see which of these teams gains the edge, and even though they're gonna have to move, and this is another thing too to think about. Like, one of these teams is gonna have to move up against UC San Diego, and then if they want to win beyond that, they're gonna have to face UC Irvine. Like, it's gonna be a very long series. But again, if they keep this momentum going, which I very well think that both these teams easily could do, they might not just win this series, but the entire event. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we heard it in the interview earlier from Otters that he wants to see UCSC go all the way to the finals, so that's a pretty good shout out there. But now it's going to be everything up to now what happens in the server. We're going to have pretty much the same comps. We're going to go for that Brig Ana variant of UC Santa Cruz comp. I actually like it a lot. I feel like it does quite well into the Winston that KO has been opting for a lot here. So we're going to see what they end up locking in. Currently hovering Genji, which we haven't seen all day. So I'd be excited to see that stick, but it looks like it's going back on the Tracer. Reliable, don't have to mix it up too much at this point in the game.
If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. And it looks like, I want to see if Wannabe gets a little pick here. Very typical to go for the Widowmaker grapple shot at the beginning. Maybe he can find something. I believe in Wannabe. But he's probably going to go back to the Sojourn here, and we're going to be seeing essentially the same thing we've been seeing a lot for these past few games. And of course, it has been doing wonders for both these teams.
Yeah, as they're trying to look for any opportunities here. They're going to force Zebra back just a little bit, but it's not going to be too big of a deal. You know, so much movement on all these players here to be able to reclaim position.
You know, one thing I think is really important with Route 66 and the Doomfist comp that Santa Cruz is playing is they really want to play for the Doomfist blocking these chokes. And he's want to try and charge up these punches. Looks like Wannabe got a pick on the Tracer there.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. UCSC's defense kind of falls to the wayside because of that. And now J2HC, kind of in a bad spot, but is able to kind of scoop out of there. But now gets forced back forward by KO. A nice jump in, and Senna's able to capitalize. Good opening awareness here from UC Davis. They're able to get quite the foothold here. Zebra forced back hasn't really been able to do too much in this match so far because Davis has been kind of working around him, and they're actually going to now focus him down with a lot of pressure, and they're able to actually make the stew boil over here.
Yeah. I mean, Santa Cruz was just constantly sort of playing catch-up there during that fight with that Tracer pick at the beginning. And all that stuff that I was talking about with, you know, Doomfist wanting to take advantage of the choke and farm his punch and just keep people at bay, they weren't really able to capitalize off of that just because of that one small mistake can completely turn the tide.
Yeah, and now we see that KO is trying to establish a line here where that they can't cross for UCSC. It's going to be pretty difficult here as Zebra is going to dive forward. They do have the Kitsune Rush online if they want to keep them in this choke, and there it is. It's going to get unleashed. KO is in this choke, just completely preventing the supports from being able to join the team here, but Zebra is able to get Senna on the backline, but KO is tearing them up. Wannabe also able to secure whoever dove forward on J2HC and Zebra, so a little bit of a disconnect here from Santa Cruz. I feel like the break might have, you know, got the cohesion off. I mean, I'm surely feeling a little bit off compared to before because, you know, the heat, the pressure, the being in the trenches for a while makes you adept. Your focus does lock in there, so maybe they need a little bit of time. But here comes the rally for UCSC. They want to extend any opportunity that they want. They don't want to give this entire point at all, and Wannabe is just looking for it with that railgun. Just looking for it. Zebra is taking so much damage, down to 45 HP, but able to survive. Sinna's going to find J2HC on the backside. Bluefire is going to take out the Orchestra. Zebra at least able to trade back on the Bluefire. The sleep does come out. Zebra with the Nano is actually doing so much work. The beat is coming through, and now Davis wants to secure this. They want to make sure that they don't give any breathing room to Santa Cruz as ECAL takes down the Ana player here as Zebra is dangerously low, and there's the boop to secure it, and that's going to be a full point secure here. So well played from Davis.
Great play from ECAL there, keeping the beat just for the right moment. When Zebra was trying to find an advantage, he had the beat, and they were just able to slowly whittle down the last few defenders on Santa Cruz's side. The momentum from Davis here is actually very good. I think that they're taking advantage of splitting the back line from their front line that Santa Cruz was originally doing to them in the beginning of the series. They're sort of flipped it on their head, and they're making it really hard for the back line of Santa Cruz here. It looks like they even had to swap to the Kiriko Lucio for Santa Cruz.
Yeah, and now here comes the overclock for J2HC. He wants to open it up as they're hiding very well, but ECAL is going to get taken out. The Orchestra trades over with also Senna, and now Zebra's going to take out KO, and that's the entire fight going the favor of UCSC. Finally something in their ballpark.
Yeah, so J2HC was able to get a very good advantage there, use his ultimate to win that fight. The question is Santa Cruz able to adapt with this new Kiriko Lucio composition to get their supports where they need to be with their Doomfist? I think that it may be a little hard for them to adjust since they were previously on the Ana Brig, but this is going to give them a lot more survivability against the Winston.
Yeah, we're seeing that in action just a little bit. Zebra finds Wannabe, and there's no picks going the other way, but as I say that, Kreven and Nevermind get taken out by Bluefire and KO respectively. We've been talking about Zebra and Nevermind together, but now we're seeing the complete opposite. Wannabe, KO combining for a couple kills here. Zebra trying to do as best as he could. Senna going down quite low, but a nice Suzu is going to prevent the slam from coming through, and the pulse bomb is going to go slightly wide from Nevermind, and things are going Davis's way back to back to back.
Yeah, Zebra's trying to go for those like YouTube montage moments. Just even when the cards are down, he still manages to find 2 or 3 picks there. But again, the momentum by Davis is just so oppressive that the rest of the squishies on UCSC's side are just having a really hard time finding space. They're getting split off and they're getting picked off.
Yeah, and they're going to use the beat as an offensive ability so they can charge forward, and the Orchestra is forced to respond with his own, and J2HC is going to find so much damage. Blue Fire is going to tear up the backline. Never mind, an Orchestra go down. Greffin's going to find Ecal. Wannabe now going to try and make a highlight reel play. J2HC is going to go down, and that's going to be a full cap for UC Davis. You know, we're on our way to overtime now.
That's true. They full captured there. I mean, yes, Santa Cruz has a lot of work ahead of them here. And I think one really interesting thing that we need to highlight here is how the supports are playing with the DPS. We saw it a little bit there with Ecal with the offensive beat there. But in general, he's just speeding Wannabe around wherever Wannabe wants to go. He's there for him, and he's there to provide that extra little follow-up that's giving them a lot of these opening picks.
Yeah, and now we're going into UC Santa Cruz. Is the offensive side going to be that benefactor for Zebra? And never mind, you know, they couldn't find too much opportunity to kind of open up UC Davis's offense, but maybe on their personal offensive side, they'll be able to do exactly what Davis just did to them. So we'll see how much of an impact which side you're playing on does play here.
And remember, this is Santa Cruz's map pick, so they could have some strats that they might pull up with the offense here. You know, this seems like a very one-sided event where the UC Davis has full cap with 3 minutes, but all it takes is a little bit of momentum, just like Davis did to them, and Santa Cruz could easily pull it back and capture all 3 points, maybe with more time, and then take it to overtime.
Yeah, it seems like KO's going for a phone call. He's phoning in the coach right now. Yo, what do we do?
Hey, what do you need us to do? How do we? You have any scouts on what Santa Cruz is going to do here?
Yeah. Please leak right now. We need it ASAP, dropped into our lap so we can get to this losers finals. But now it's all up to Santa Cruz. They have to make sure they get a full cap to extend this to an overtime.
Yeah, Santa Cruz is really going to want to play for these high grounds here. It's been sort of what's tripping them up. Their Doomfist just gets knocked off the high ground, and then the rest of the team just falls apart. And it looks like he's trying to do that right now by diving on top, just taking a very aggressive position. Even though he's not doing much right now, the rest of Davis is just extremely worried about it.
Yeah, KO gets dangerously low, but finally able to skirt away. That's very fortunate for them that they did not lose their tank there. As find the punch there, J2HC finally able to open up onto Blue Fire. Never mind, finding KO to open it up. And now this is UCSC. Now it's their time to get that momentum.
This is exactly what Santa Cruz needs right now. That was a great play around those high grounds. This is what you want to do with Doomfist. Maybe the flashiest plays are not the ones that win you the game all the time, because he's just sitting there. He's being really oppressive. He turns 4 people's eyes towards him, and they all just, you don't have to worry about him, that like he and the rest of his team can clean up when they want to.
Yeah, and now they're going to kind of force back. They want to at least get one contest here. KO is going to be going straight past that Doomfist, but Doomfist is going to hold the choke. But wisely, Davis positions around it. Want to be getting dangerously low, not able to secure the kill on them, as Orchestra does get so very close to getting his head taken off there, as the Kitsune Rush is going to get committed here for Sinna, as KO is going to go in with the help of that Kitsune Rush, and it's doing so much work here. They're probably going to be able to hold here at least for a little bit. Zebra gets taken out, and that's going to have to be another push here for UCSC in order to secure this first checkpoint.
Momentum gets completely stopped, and in a very crucial spot on the map too. Davis is not, or Santa Cruz is not able to fully capture that point and get that objective. So they're going to have to play really smart with these ults here. They do have a slight ultimate advantage, but Davis is known to sort of choke them out with the ults that they have, and it could be problematic.
Yeah, Blue Fire just doing some nice tracer spotting on Nevermind, and force a little bit of a separation here between Zebra and the rest of the team here, as there is the overclock coming out for J2HC. He wants to burst KO as soon as the Primal Rage came out there, but J2HC looking for any heads here, not going to be able to find it. And as they're looking for a lot, Greffin's going to commit the Kitsune Rush on the point to make sure that some response is going to come through. Wannabe finds J2HC on the backside, and that's an opening for Davis to maybe potentially full hold. 138 left on the clock. You know, it's getting kind of dicey here for UCSC.
They did, in fact, have to commit the Kiriko ult, the Sojourn ult, and the Tracer ult, and they still were not able to push this last part here. So Orchestra and Zebra have to come up really big here with the ults that they have, while Davis has a Pulse Bomb of their own.
Yeah, I mean, this is getting very, very scary if you are UCSC. They will need to kind of come up with some all-star plays to be able to find something here. KO going forward, just making sure that they don't afford all this space for free.
Zebra has that, he has that ultimate, so he's going to probably want to play really aggressive here and then use it when he gets pressured down too much. It just keeps him up really far in the back line, as you can see here.
Yeah, and there's the Kitsune rush coming out from Senna. A nice beat as a response to make sure that they do stay up and healthy. Kreffen getting dangerously low, but able to survive there, as now they're chasing out Wannabe. Wannabe somehow survives for the meantime, but never mind, takes out Senna on the backside. KO able to trade over onto Kreffen. Zebra finds Wannabe finally. They need to make sure that they get this full cap here. They need to win this fight, and now KO getting dangerously low, but he's able to get the bubble back up. And with that, he's a nice snipe onto Nevermind. A new addition to Overwatch 2, definitely working out quite well. J2HC and takes out KO. Zebra takes out Blue Fire, and that's going to probably be at least the checkpoint secure. They're going to go for a quick touch here. Maybe they'll be able to stall out just a little bit, but it's going to be a pretty tough attempt here.
Yeah, it's a great stall going on. I mean, it's still very much in Santa Cruz's favor. Davis is getting a couple picks there, but looks like Santa Cruz is able to fully capture. Yeah, I mean, that's just a Zebra classic right there. He just, I think he got like 13 kills that fight or something like that. That's just what he does when he has his ultimate and then the tempo. I mean, he's got another ultimate already, so this is a great thing for UCSC's momentum that hopefully they can take advantage of.
Yeah, that's real testament to that skill and that awareness as a specialist here. And of course, now going to go forward. Blue Fire taking a lot of damage. This is the Tracer duel that I've been seeing so much. That was actually so well played. Both Tracers going to trade their lives over to each other. KO going to find J2HC to open up a little bit of an advantage here, and Zebra's going to find one of their own, and that means that now Zebra on the point still has the Meteor Strike, so definitely feels very safe. In the meantime, KO getting forced back just a little bit. Primal is going to get popped. They want to find some foothold here on the point, but it's so skirmishy, and remember, the clock is ticking. Santa Cruz needs to push the payload further, so they need to win these fights pretty cleanly, I feel like, if they want to make it to the end.
I have to say, Nevermind is doing a really good job here being positioned where his Doomfist needs to be, as well as helping to pressure the Winston away from his support.
This ends
always where he needs to be.
Yeah, and J2HC is going to pop the overclock, a nice beat as a response. You don't want any heads getting blown off, and now there's a response from Wannabe, but he does get pooped off the side of the map by Zebra. KO finds Nevermind in the process and finds Senna as well. Somehow the Meteor Strike doesn't take out Ecal, but trust me, he's got the fist to finish the job. And now J2HC is able to take down KO, and finally UCSC is going to find some footholds here. They need to full cap this checkpoint to extend the timer, but it's going to be kind of difficult. They want to keep Doomfist in this choke.
You can tell that UCSC really wants to win the Zebra especially. He really wants to win these fights here. But look how much time that Davis has been able to take off their clock. Zebra's holding them pretty well.
This is what I mean. They want to keep Doomfist in this choke, and Doomfist is staying in the choke. They can't really do too much through the Kitsune rush damage. It doesn't matter too much because Wannabe got taken out immediately, but they're at least able to touch, and with the pulse bomb going a little bit wide, it's going to be a very dicey fight now. It's all up to the individual play. Orchestra, Kreffen finding a couple picks on the start. Zebra able to find Senna. This is looking like it's going in Santa Cruz's favor. Zebra finds KO, and with no tank, I say it all the time, no team. Means that Santa Cruz is going to cap. They got 1 minute 40 to get to the end of this map if they want to extend it to overtime and keep their dreams alive here at the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity.
Yeah, Davis is doing just kind of sort of trickling on the point there, but look at how much time they've taken away from Santa Cruz. They only have maybe 1 or 2 fights if they're lucky to push this final point on Route 66. It's going to be pretty hard to keep this momentum going, but they have the ultimates potentially.
Yeah, and now KO can get a nice position here, doing so much cleave damage here. Orchestra's going to get taken down with the combo play here with Wannabe. J2HC barely dodging away on that leap, but now going to get taken down completely, and that's a wipe here for UC Davis, and there's only 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, 60 seconds left, and Davis is going to have... they're going to want to probably take a fast fight here so that they can hopefully just get one fight and then Santa Cruz has to trickle down. You can see that KO's kind of doing that here by staying in their back line. But Zebra is going in engaged on his own.
Comboing with Nevermind, able to actually find Senna to start it, and now KO is beating them in the corner with the Primal there as Wannabe finds the Orchestra to start it off, as now KO has no HP left. It's going to be pretty dicey here for that Winston. Blue Fire finds J2HC. Nevermind taking out KO finally after that Primal does take down Zebra. As I said, Santa Cruz needs to find a position.
Great shot.
Wannabe is gonna find the fadeaway right there, and Kreffin at least able to find Blue Fire, so that's a nice tempo breaker there.
Santa Cruz is sort of having to be a little dicey here. They dropped the Sojourn ult.
Yeah, and here comes both Kitsune rushes in the middle. At top of the overclock, they're doing so much damage.
Gets it again.
And then he hits J2HC in the middle. You know, it's such an interesting diva swap here as well, because it's able to block out a lot of damage from the Kitsune rush. And the big stick onto both supports players here for UCSC, and that means Davis is going to get a full hold. I feel like they can't get back on the point, and it's going to go in the way of UC Davis. They're going to move on in this tournament. Actually, they're touching.
1% point.
Everyone's cheering, I'm sure. But they're going to finally finish the job, and just like that, UC Davis is going to move on in our tournament, and they're going to keep their tournament dreams alive as they go on to face UC San Diego next.
Wow, what a great play in right there. That is just...
Unfortunately for Zebra, he's going to get the consolation play of the game, at least something in his pocket. Such, you know, it's so sad because the storyline is so tight, you know? It's like, it's disappointing for the players. We're going to have to say goodbye to Santa Cruz for sure, but
Davis pushes just a little bit on the extra end there, and I do have to commend their stalling for that entire attack run. Santa Cruz was really oppressive. They were getting a lot of really good picks. We've seen Zebra basically kill like 30 people, but there's just always one person on point, like at all times, and that just was enough time that allowed them to get one ult to win the last fight, and then they just held it on third.
Wow.
That's all they needed.
Oh, chills. But with that, I mean, congratulations to Davis. You know, they definitely, that was a hard-fought battle, and they were able to squeak away with a victory. Seems like we have a little bit of a difficulty with the camera there, but, you know, they're hugging it out. You know, I would hug it out, too. I mean, I need a breather, too, and they definitely fought for it. Unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Santa Cruz. You know, fan favorites for sure. Zebra, Nevermind, as well as Okutan Orchestra, J2HC, Krevin. I mean, all these players put in their all there, but wasn't enough, unfortunately.
They put in a lot. They made a lot of really great plays. Again, from both teams, we saw just incredible plays going on here. Great synergies, and they were each individually like finding various synergies and teamwork that they wanted to put in that would give them a huge fight advantage. It was so back and forth, and Davis just managed to edge out just at the last second.
Yeah, I mean, oh wow, hugging it out. I mean, you gotta feel excited. Now it's, but remember, the heat's not over. Davis got to move on. They're moving on to a strong opponent in UCSD as well. So, oh man, I don't envy them. They still got work to do, you know, if they want to continue moving on in this tournament.
They definitely fought a hard battle, and they're going to have one and hopefully two if they keep going forward maps if they want to keep their tournament dreams alive. So it's not going to be easy. It's very strenuous. But, you know, this was a really high-energy match. They got a lot of momentum going, and hopefully they sort of, like, adapted to the scenario they're in. That could give them an advantage over UCSD.
Yeah, I mean, excited, you know, still commiserations over to UC Santa Cruz. I mean, definitely, if you were watching the earlier maps, you could see exactly what made them such a force to be reckoned with. But now the conversation shifts to Davis. You know, they found this one style that works against Santa Cruz. Do you think they're going to continue playing that style into San Diego? It's a very different identity that San Diego does like to play towards.
You know, I think that's an interesting question because we have seen in the past that Davis likes to do these brawl compositions occasionally or these spam, and they have been pretty hot with this Winston comp that they've been running. So maybe they want to keep it going, but you know, with SD, we see a lot of like the Orisa, we see the brawl going on. That could make things hard for the Winston because they're playing against Santa Cruz, who's also a very dive-oriented team. So they might have to switch things up. They might go for a spam mirror. They might go for a brawl mirror. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we'll wait and see, and definitely check it out. I mean, trust me, the action's not over. You still got two more series to go. We have UCI still waiting in that grand finals after that. Honestly, just as close of a match right before.
Exactly.
So there's all the Overwatch 2 action you could ever ask for. As you know, there we go. UCI, shout them out. There they are. Yep. They're sitting there talking it out. You know, making sure that they do. You know, they get their advantage. They get to rest. They get to watch these games. They get to analyze whatever they want, and that is a valuable advantage here.
That is, yeah, that's definitely one of the advantages of not being in the losers bracket, is just having that ability to take a breather. You know, even though UC Davis, if they want to win and go to that grand final, they have to play 2 matches, one of which has just been a best of 5. And SD, they also played a best of 5, and they're gonna have to play another match. And then if they win that one, another one as well.
Yeah.
So that losers bracket,
and the grand finals also is first to 7. So
exactly.
It's gonna be even more intense when they do get there. I will say one more thing. Davis, I mean, in the Twitch chat throughout the entire weekend, I've been checking it out, and all the time I'm seeing utters up. So I'm gonna say it, utters up. I mean, they did it themselves. They proved why that they have such a big crowd of fans that do come out and support them. Of course, I saw someone in a cow costume earlier in the crowd. So that's just fun to see. That community interaction is what makes esports so great. So I'm excited to be a part of this, of course, no matter what. I think we're just waiting on a winner's interview, most likely.
Yep.
Just from Davis, unless we're doing one with losers. So we're just, we're chilling out.
Yep.
I get to have a little bit of relaxation. go down the street just a little bit. Make sure that everything is flowing very well.
That's true. That'll be nice. I'm sure Davis wants that, but
they will get at least a 20-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We're going to interview. Oh. We got a countdown too. Hey, why not?
Oh yeah, it's very important for Davis. They got to select which member they want.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna go to this interview here.
Welcome to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. My name is Andre Algogo, and here I am with
Wannabe.
Yup, Wannabe. How close was that match for you? How are you feeling?
It was definitely too close for what we thought the series would be, since we beat them in quals earlier. They're a really good team. Like, a mistake we had is we kind of focused too hard on our next match, which would be against San Diego.
For sure.
And we kind of forgot that Zebra's a fucking god. I'm not to swear.
You can't care. It's cool. But yeah, he is a god.
He was really good. Luckily we won. I think we played better near the end under pressure. And yeah.
Definitely the better team today, and you proved it. And, let's talk about Zebra. How hard was it to contain his Doomfist?
It's like a bed bug. I feel like you can't get rid of it. It just bites you at sleep, and I mean, it's hard because I feel like at least I thought it would be really simple as long as you don't charge punch. But he's really good at spreading the map, going with his tracer to poke people out, and. Yeah, it was tough, but ultimately we came out. They're a good team, but we were better.
Yeah, it seems like you guys had the better game plan to just go towards their back line. And, because you guys are in that lower finals now versus UCSD, is there any sort of game plan that you guys have right now that you are going to be bringing to this next match?
I don't know. We kind of need a break since that was a long series, but I think going into the SD match, we're going to try to focus the tank a lot and try to take advantage of their backline. They have a really good player in Paco, and we're going to try to hopefully win.
Yeah, for sure. And just one last question for you, Wannabe. Is there anyone that you want to be thinking in the crowd, at home, just anything?
Probably my parents. My mom and my dad, since they're pretty supportive.
Mom and dad, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be Andre Algogo here at UCI Invitational with Wannabe, and we'll be going back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk.
Yeah.
That is us, but some really good insight there.
Yep.
Definitely talking about Zebra. I mean, he did do a lot of work. Unfortunately, he couldn't come away with the victory there, but a very good analogy there about a bed bug that you just can't get rid of course. So.
And yeah, I think Wannabe's parents, if you're watching, I think you have a lot to be proud of because he put up an amazing performance.
For sure.
That was something that was really fun to watch.
Yeah, all-star performance there from Wannabe. Good, he got the interview, of course, but now. It's going to be sunsetting for me. I've been Daniel Golden Gad, joined by
Michael Omicron Sherbrooke.
Yeah, and that's going to be it for our loser semifinals of UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Thanks for watching, but stay tuned. You got to stay tuned for these next matches. They're going to be extremely hype, so, I'll catch you then.
This ends now. Let the castle guide you.
can't fight all your battles for you. Let's push them out.
I'm with you. Let the Kitsune guide you! This ends now. Let me go! The payload has
Face my burning fist. Seismic slam. I wreak chaos. Face me. Will anyone challenge? Storm approaches.
Threat neutralized.
Ouch. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Not so fast. Target down. Recharging. Vaporize. Double kill. Yes. This ends now. Target down. That's two. Double kill. Recharge.
Meteor strike.
Dodge this. Efficient design at work. That's one. Double. Taking the point. Fall in, team.
Meteor strike.
Got him. Two down. Get them off the objective. Disrupting. Area denied. Let the Kitsune guide you. They're empowered and ready to fire. Thanks for the help. The objective. I'm here. Not so. Protecting. Double.
Oh, let's break it. Oh,
I'm on my
meteor
game
strike.
now. You're falling apart. I'm on fire.
I'm over the moon.
Get together.
Meteor strike. Rescue the robot. Touching down. You're safe with me.
Overtime. Let the Kitsune guide you. Counting down. Keep on that robot.
Touching down.
Cyber can take double.
Performance.
This ends now. Who's next? Two down. On a roll.
The payload is progressing nicely.
Kill confirmed.
Might. Oh, let's break it. Driving the payload forward. Rocket one.
30 seconds.
I'm over the moon.
Stay down. Who's next? Let's get back to basics. Disrupting.
If you don't know about Xfinity Mobile, Well, now you do. It's the fastest mobile service around. With the best price for 2 lines of unlimited, only $30 a line per month. That's hundreds in savings a year when you wave bye to the other guys. All on the most reliable 5G network nationwide. You really shouldn't walk out the front door without it. Switch today at xfinitymobile.com.
by Xfinity. My name is Chris Peachy Bobaslu, and I'm joined here today by my bestie, Andre Agogo. We're going to be getting some Overwatch down today, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we're going to see the lower bracket. San Diego unfortunately got defeated by UCI at a heartbreaking loss earlier. You know, they maybe didn't crack the Red Bull because we're cracking it open right now. We need to stay awake because it's going to be a long day of games ahead of us, guys. And we will also be seeing, once again, UC Davis, who beat out Santa Cruz earlier. And I think the players are about ready to get this going. It's been a long break, and I think we're ready to jump in any second now. Ango, any thoughts?
No thoughts. Let's go to the walkouts
yeah,
right now.
I'm so ready to see the walkout.
I'm so ready for the walkouts. As right now, I think we're going to be seeing the door about to be opening, and we're looking at UC Davis now. UC Davis, the team that did beat
Santa Cruz earlier.
Yeah, UC
yes,
Santa Cruz with Zebra, right? The Doomfist
specialist. Yeah,
Doomfist
prodigy even.
Yeah, prodigy. He could give him every title, but that's the team that did win. They have that star player wannabe as well. And now we're watching UC Davis walking through here a complete package, almost beating and ending the golden road for UCI, right?
Yeah, so, it was a really hard match to watch, to be honest. We go to UCI, we're Irvine fans in this house, but San Diego, the powerhouses, they are coming back for vengeance this year. They didn't do the greatest at last year's UCEI, so I think they're ready to kind of jump back in, get their game going. I really want to point out their DPS, their superstars, powerhouses.
Yeah, wannabe for sure.
Wannabe.
When I was competing, he was a 14. I'm pretty old. Yeah, I'm pretty old. But when he was 14, he was dominating the scene. Tier 3 right now. He's now on collegiate, right? Old enough to be in college, and he's just dominating the scene.
Yeah, just shout out to Augo here. He has all this kind of experience. He knows all the ins and outs of these players. I'm just here to talk, guys. But, these players, they're getting ready to jump into the matches. Let's talk about the first map right here, because we're going to go into Control. I'm not quite sure what map we're going to go into yet, but Control is a kind of map where it can really flip-flop either way, So the ones we have on the pool, we have Busan, Ilios, Lijiang Tower, Oasis, and Antarctic Peninsula. And I am hearing from the voices in my head that we are going to Busan!
That's actually one of my most favorite maps, right? I think from the top of my head, even though I haven't competed in a while, right? There is Downtown, Sanctuary, and Mecha Base.
Mecha Base.
Oh, see,
Not a fan of Mecha Base, personally. He still got it, for sure.
Yeah, and right now, I still think that we're going to be watching, if we are going to see Mecha Base, UCSD does have the, they do have the upper hand on those maps because they are, most of the time, Busan is a brawl-heavy map, aka Rush, right? And from what we've seen, and what Wannabe has told me in the interview, right, he's going to be trying to abuse Frosted, right? They're going to try to abuse the main tank here and see if there are any gaps as well in UCSD's
in their defense. And it looks like we are going into game right now. Busan going all the way to South Korea at the Mecha Base.
I've never seen this shot.
I know. Fantastic job to the observers right here. And it looks like we are going to go for a little bit.
Oh, no, it's not Mecha Base.
Oh, it's not Mecha Base. Production trolled us a little, but we are going to Sanctuary, I believe, and it's going to be two very different team comps for this team, and it looks like Davis is going to be running the Sigma. Usually KO plays the Monkey, right?
Yeah,
so
right
Sigma's
now,
a little bit different.
Yeah, but Sigma is going to be allowing you to get that poke, right? You get that sustain as well. So because the popularity of Baptiste, right, it's going to be easier for the side of UCSD and UCD, right, to play the Sigma because of how strong Bap is. And right now, no one's actually prioritizing the right side where the drum is, right? And they're going to be going to the middle of the point, and we're going to be seeing an altercation between both teams, just a little bit of dry fighting here, poking.
KO is being taken out immediately, super low, only being kept alive by his supports, but the objective is open it up soon. It's just a matter of who gets these picks first. They're both running the Tracer. Paco and Blue Fire so powerful right now, but KO is being taken down first by Zinnia.
But
Trades are going through. Yeah, and just down already. Their tank is going to be a little bit difficult as the Blues team, UCSD, takes control of the point initially. Now Davis is being forced to back all the way up before they can regroup, so they don't stagger themselves. But Frosted playing so aggressively, wants to take up that space, making sure that they can get as much.
Honestly, right now,
point as
if we're
possible.
just watching it, it seems like it is just a Sigma differential. Frosted, knowing him from Tier 2, Tier 3, he's just such a strong Sigma player, right? He was actually one of the top Sigma players in EU when he was playing in NA with 180 MS. So, Sigma here, or excuse me, Frosted here, just showing his prowess on that Sigma. And look at this, just from Wannabe as well, so much damage.
Yeah, and Wannabe, I really love how he uses all of this utility, and it looks like the Graphitic Flux does go through, unfortunately. KO does go down, as Wannabe does try to get as many picks as possible, but it looks like UCSD is cleaning shop right here. Paco and Mine getting theirs, and once again, UC Davis forced back on the back foot. Paco staggering Wannabe spawn even more. 55% on the point. Aga, what can UC Davis do to kind of come back from this?
Right now, it's going to be quite hard as Mine has the
window.
He has the window, and they're also going to have the rally coming up. So UCD is going to have a hard time, and especially because they're forcing these fights towards this Brigitte, right? That Brigitte is just, they're going to out-sustain for sure. So UCD, they need to be abusing the rotations a little bit more, and also try to make sure that Zinnia is out of the fight. But right now, the ults are going to be coming through. The beat is going to go down, and right now, Zinnia is popping the overclock. The overclock is coming through, but Zinnia will be getting that kill on the Wannabe. But Paco gets killed as well, and now all of UCSD is just going down. KO.
They're being absolutely shredded right now as KO takes down his counterpart, and it looks like Davis is really attempting to push for it. Even though Element Beast gets that pick on to Moonglow, it does look like we are flipping the point onto the side of UC Davis. And going into this next fight, let's look at Ultimate Economy right here. Aga, we do have the Graphitic Flux. Nothing cooking so much. We all used them in that last fight, but you know, UC Davis will be looking to hold on to this point as they make the rotation towards the right side.
Yeah, and right now that Graphitic Flux is going to be the key to win this next fight as UCD. Just a little bit of poking here from Blue Fire, just making sure that Paco does not get this space for free. And I really like what's going on here as the Graphitic Flux is going to be coming out from KO. Catches Sigma here. He catches Frosted and will try to get him, but he's missing the shots, but he does get him eventually.
Yeah, ultimately, Frosted does go down, but Zinnia getting the pick on to Moonglow does mean that they are down so much healing. I don't know, they'll be able to sustain themselves as Paco gets the pick onto KO. They're attempting to maybe flip the point, but unfortunately, not too much space being taken because...
Oh, but Zinnia just hits the shots right now.
Ecal. He is feeling himself as he is trying to go for that overtime. Hopefully, they'll be able to touch at some point, but when Wannabe's all the way back there, I'm not too sure what's going to go on because Zinnia does go down, take, and now KO flipping over back to the Doomfist. And we are still holding on to that overtime. Someone definitely needs to be touching right now because we are playing completely off the board. Wannabe getting the pick on
Wannabe gets two right now. Wannabe is just the one carrying the fight. He gets the third right now. Wannabe is the one going to make the flip happen again. And UCD is just back into this game, Chris.
Yeah, all of a sudden, I thought it was so lost right now. But going into this next fight, we are going to have some key ultimates coming up. Switching over to the JQ, we still have the pulse bomb. We have the window, and we actually have the double window going on right here. So UCD really needs to... Oh, we're going to run a little bit of a mirror right here because we are both on
the
the
pick
jungle
swaps
queen.
are happening right now, but we're going to be seeing UCD as this is going to be ending now as Wannabe is the one with the shots going through. He's getting Frosted, and Frosted does go down. Another shot coming out, and he gets the second. Wannabe is just the sharpshooter, and he gets the third and the fourth. Wannabe is the one to end the fight for UC Davis as they're going to take it 1-0 on Control Busan.
You know, there's no way for a miracle to happen right here after the boot from Ecal is successful. Wannabe bringing it back from the brink of disaster. Ago, I don't know what went wrong for San Diego. It looked like they had such a strong hold of a the point, and all of a sudden Wannabe just pops out. He wasn't even anywhere near the
Wannabe's
point.
just a
He's just
sharpshooter.
him. He's just him.
He's just him. Wannabe's the one getting all the ults out. Even though there's a window, he understands like, oh, I'm not gonna hit those shots there, or he knows where the positioning is, so he just continues to go through. He slides out, gets the shot right on the first one, immediately gets the second. It's just a mechanical difference right now, and sharp mechanics as well.
I know. I need to know his aim labs routine. I'll go like.
No, he's definitely an aimer. So.
Definitely an aimer. So you know what? After this game, I'm definitely gonna make sure I get his crosshair, I get his mouse, I get his sensitivity, and I'm gonna also just get what he ate for breakfast because this guy is popping off today. Game after game, he continues to kind of show up, right? And now going into this, second map of Busan, San Diego needs to do something maybe a little bit different.
They don't really need to do much difference. It's
right.
What happened is just a little bit more polishing, right?
Yeah.
Because it was a 99-0, and what happened there is like if we think about it on a macro perspective, what UCSD could have done is just save all 5 ults.
That's true. Because I think when the ultimate spam was just kind of going on back and forth, the timing of it, they weren't really comboing it with each other. But, UCSD, they are, such great powerhouses when it comes to Overwatch. So I'm really confident, this maybe they weren't warm, and then just getting into that first game, they'll shake off all the nerves, all the jitters, and then we're going to go into this next match kind of with more passion, more drive.
Yeah, and like I said, even though Frosted is that strong Sigma player, he can't stop headshots when that's happening to him, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately for UCSD, Wannabe is just a great sharpshooter, and even though UCSD has great players for them, like Paco and Zinnia, Wannabe is just him. I don't know.
Yeah, because even though Zinnia and Paco, they're really trying to get these picks, especially Paco on the Tracer, always putting pressure on that backline. I think UC Davis was really able to peel for each other and make sure they were able to kind of keep that sustain up. Because when it really came down to it, I'm pretty sure that, the communication was on point for them, because whenever something would happen, they would just be there to keep the fight going.
Yeah, and because right now we're going to be going back into the game, we just need to see what map it is, and it's going to be downtown. And right now, downtown, really strong Widow map as well, but UCD will be opting for this May pick. Really, I think I called this earlier. This so far is the comp that most people will run, and both sides will be running the Lucio, but Frosted still opting towards the Orisa. I think he gets more value there, but UCD will be going for the Sigma here. But right now, Wannabe or Zinnia, both of them are feeling it the entire day, so it's going to be up to those two to end the game.
Yeah, most definitely. So it's going to be a DPS diff going down, but Paco gets the first pick onto Muglo, and then another one onto Ecal with 2 supports already down. It's looking good for UCSD to get that initial claim onto the point, cleaning up shot. Frosted and Mind getting theirs, and it's going to be some ultimates already built up for Paco. 63% after the first fight.
Fire too. Like, they had the May, right? And
yeah.
They had the wall as well, but they didn't play quite quick enough and just let Paco raid take all of the back line. So they took all of right side, and Paco just one-tapped them, and right now they did swap back towards the Tracer.
Yeah, so going back onto the Tracer, I think Blue Fire is going to look to put some more pressure onto these supports, but Paco is getting dangerously close to that pulse. Wow, Paco getting another pick onto Moonglow, gets them even further on that progress, and KOB taking down so low, and now another sweep from Davis, and Blue Fire does try to stay alive, unfortunately unable to.
I'm not really sure about this Sigma pick right now as well. I feel like the Orisa is just outliving and also more dangerous, or it's not really dangerous, such a big bait for UCD. They're just focusing so much on this Orisa when they need to go past it. So I believe the May is actually the correct pick, but all you have to do is just go past it, right?
Yeah, and with the Orisa buffs recently, it's just kind of, she is once again proving her position in the meta as a total warhorse. The Terror Surge and the window are online, so it's going to be a good opportunity for San Diego to hold on to the point, and the Terror Surge does go through, catches them in the process. Moogle once again going down, although Paco, going for that backline does get taken out. Still 70% onto the point. It is not looking so good for Davis as Zinnia gets the pick on to Blue Fire. Though Frosted does end up going down. UCSD has 3 ults on it. One of them is being popped. All 3 are being popped actually in order to save it from the Graphitic Flux. KO being taken down so incredibly low before being taken out by Mine. Almost 90% onto the point, and UCD needs to get something done as the star player Wannabe gets taken down as well. Picks going over left and right, and the window is successful. The pulse bomb unfortunately whiffs, doesn't catch anyone, but it looks like we are attempting to successfully flip the point. Only Frosted left alive, but KO jumping in with the Winston, hopefully able to get finally get him a taste of that point right here.
Yeah, really good adaptation here from UCSD as they get 99-0 again, right, with this Orisa pick. But now UCD, great adaptation again, or great adaptation right after as they opt for the Winston and realize, the Orisa is actually doing so much. Let's just ignore her and go for the backline, right? But now look, another pick swap here from UCSD immediately with this Diva. As look at the monkey from KO is just getting melted and pushed back.
Yeah, we are switching more to a divey competition just to
get... but KO's getting dangerously low as he gets one clip and the pulse bomb will not find its mark. As right now UCSD are down, or excuse me, UCD are down their tank.
Yeah, they're down their tank. This is a great opportunity for San Diego to come back through, running away from Wannabe. Everyone's a little scared of Wannabe as he gets booped off the map. Frosted making sure. Oh my god, these boops are getting a little bit too dangerous over here, but we are pushing for that overtime as the Baron does drop for Davis. Element Beast being taken down. Solo but KO the tank on the side of Davis does go down first, and Blue Fire, great stick on to that pulse bomb, takes down 2, and it looks like the Kitsune Rush goes through from Mine. Hopefully able to sustain the team a little bit more. The bomb does pop, unable to get anyone, but UCSD getting those 2 picks is not looking so good for Davis as we are 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 now for UCSD here, and their adaptation right now is just so perfect as the pick swaps are coming out, right? We're seeing Frosted just adapt very, very quickly.
Yeah, very.
As soon as he saw the KO going towards Winston, it was just incredible. Well, it's not incredible, right? But, well, it is incredible.
He's just a knower.
He's just a knower, but it's also very quick. He's like, oh, okay, well, if I'm playing this character, or if I'm playing Orisa, I'm not really going to blow up the Winston because he's going to just go past me. I'm going to go Diva so I could counter dive him. And good job from Frosted, but also the team as well. They understand the win con here and understand what UCD is doing. And now UCD is opting with the Mei again, right? But this time it's going to be on Mecha base with the Annihilation. Excuse me, that's the ultimate. With Ramatra, and both sides are actually going for the Ramatra, but a little bit difference here with Paco on that prominent Tracer.
Yeah, and your initial contact does go through Zinnia trying to be, him and getting all those shots, but unfortunately nothing really being successful yet. Zinnia actually being taken down by Blue Fire early on into the fight, puts UC San Diego at a disadvantage as Frosted just tries to wipe the floor with them. He is melting them, but Frosted does go down already, and KO still being up. This is going to give UC Davis a great opportunity to push that point, because Blue Fire, I'm loving the Mei pick right here. He's getting a lot of value from it, but Bongo still being alive is putting a lot of pressure on to the team. Getting a second pick, actually. Blue Fire and Ecal getting down, hopefully getting a third, but right now it looks like Davis does get that initial claim onto the point.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter when your tank is not there, as the stick does miss onto Paco, but right now Moonglow, an important member of the team on UCD, will fall down, and everyone on UCD is just falling apart. It's going to be a quick reflip here.
Yeah, because right now Chaos being absolutely shredded right now with no supports inside. Only Blue Fire being the Mei, holding on to that point with the wall, but Element Beast is able to maneuver around it. And Zinnia wants to push up, getting the space early on, because we don't want them getting anywhere close to the point. But, we're switching Frosted back over to the Orisa, where, going against that Ramatra, how is that kind of matchup work, Ago?
So right now, Frosted is just making sure that that KO can't go past him, and right now the window will be coming out online for UCD, immediately melting the backline of UCSD. And right now it's going to end now as Zinnia finds an off angle onto Bridge. Gets the headshot here, but the sound barrier will be dropped. And UCD are just absorbing and taking all of this damage well.
Yes, Zinnia being taken down so painfully low, and the tanks are brawling it out right here. Terrorsurge does come online. KO does one more. Unfortunately, being taken down, getting the picks. Here we are still holding on to that point. UCSD has 4 ultimates online right now, and going into this next fight, I'm not sure what Davis could really do. They do have the Annihilation. Wannabe does, you know, have his own. Okay, Ramattra. Do we even pop the Annihilation, or do we just completely like abandon
right
it?
now because he's already too far deep, as KO will have the Annihilation as well, and the Blizzard will be popped here, forcing UCSD to play on this high ground with the barrier. And great adaptation here from UCSD as the window will be coming out. And look at this Orisa pick right now, just doing wonders as they're taking the damage, but the Annihilation will be coming out as well. But no Cigar, as all of the team of UCSD are just destroying KO, and UCSD are going to take away this map. 83, or excuse me, 85% left, and they're still in this choke.
Yeah, you know, KO switching over to the Doomfist now, but I think the switch was just coming too little too late, because 90% it's not looking so good for Davis to get anything done.
Right now.
Yeah, they're not even, because the Terror Surge does go through. Frosted does not want them anywhere near that point, but it looks like they are touching with the overtime blue fire, taking down Paco, I believe, over onto the site, but everyone else is stuck back over by the
but
spawn.
the flip happens.
The flip does happen, but you know, with no support back onto the point, it's just impossible.
Yeah, right now they're just waiting for a couple of regroups here, as the stallers and stragglers for UC Davis is still making it somewhat winnable. But KO gets an immediate pick onto Element Beast, and it is go time here. Zinnia tries to shut him down, but immediately gets killed as Wannabe gets 2 crucial picks, as UC Davis is trying to keep it alive. All their members are just coming and flooding all these stragglers.
Wait, they flipped the point!
And they flipped the point again!
I don't know how they did it. It looked like the hero play came through from Blue Fire, right? And then all of a sudden, the picks were successful and they were able to really regroup together. But Paco does go back to spawn with the post bomb online, so there is ample opportunity for UCSD to come back from this. But UCD, they know what to do now. They did successfully switch their comp over away from that Ramattra, so now we have...
Crosses is getting very, very low too, and right now the beat is going to be used to make sure they get the tempo here and pushing them back, but the flip does happen, unfortunately for UCD. What are you doing? You need to have someone at least touch the point, but Wannabe still has this overclock here, still taking away as they get the reflip too. But now, because they have the whole... Oh! What?
Paco?
Paco, that is not a death that you need right now, as now it's going to be the last fight here for UC Davis, or excuse me, UCSD, as now all of the members of UCD are just getting everyone, as Wannabe nails the shots, gets the 1-2 and the hat trick. What is going on?
You know, the Tracers going back and forth on the point, it was a little hectic back there, but Wannabe...
UCSD didn't push through while that was happening.
I know, but you know, that gave Wannabe all the chance. Oh, the Meteor Strike does go through, and the Kitsune Rush, so UCD know what they need to do. Wannabe being pushed back and taken down, and Frost and Zinnia getting their picks, and right now it's anyone's game. It is overtime right now, ladies and gentlemen. Paco doing his very best to get those stragglers with Zinnia in mind, getting their picks, and it looks like it's gonna be a clear for UC San Diego. First map on the board.
It was just an ult differential there, Chris, as UCSD had 5 of them, making sure that they won the fight, the very last fight, guaranteed, as we're not going to be seeing the play of the game here because we're in the settings.
Unfortunately.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, it's out. It's gotta be Wannabe, right? It's gotta be.
Yeah, it is, and Wannabe just nailing the shots here. Just such a sharpshooter here.
I know, he is such an aimer, just even though he had that ult coming in at the very last second, getting an absolute clip. We're gonna be seeing a lot of montages coming out from him, hopefully.
Well, I mean, chat definitely clipped it for him.
I know, chat, thank you so much. Make sure you're clipping all of these moments and you're posting them on socials at UCEI Invitational.
Presented by Xfinity.
Presented by Xfinity. But yeah, even though Wannabe had all these individual plays together as a team, UC Davis just couldn't get it together when they needed it the most.
Yeah, but right now I really like what UCSD is doing. They're looking like the team that they were beating UC, or very close to beating UCI, right? And so far they're just tactically faster than UC Davis right now. They're just swapping towards the picks. They understand when to play the win con, and what's kind of insane too is that they're dry fighting way more and baiting ultimates and just making sure they win that round or win that last point.
Yeah, because on UC Davis, we would see the ultimate trackers, and they would have like one or two like coming up, and they would kind of use them right away. But then when we look over the side of UC San Diego, they had like 3, 4, even 5 ultimates ready at the same time, and they were ready to combo them with each other so that they can get that coordinated team play. But now going into this next map, it's gonna be hybrid. So it's gonna be Davis's choice. Eichenwald, I'm hearing from the voices in my head. So how do we think that UC Davis can kind of come back from this on a new map?
It seems like it's going to be heavily dependent on this second point. Also, if you can hold first, it's fine.
Yeah.
But most of the time, you're going to get at least 1 to 2 minutes, depending on how the hold is.
Yeah.
And it's most of the time dependent on your second point hold and third point hold. So Eichenwald, a very high ground reliant map.
Yep.
And it's going to be a field day for Wannabe if he does pick that Widowmaker, right?
Yeah, he's such an aimer, but also we need to talk about his soldier. Do you think he's going to stay on the Sojourn at all? Because he's been on the Sojourn all day.
It depends. I think they will play the double hit scan, but I think also Paco is just a thorn in the side there for UC Davis. Even though we do have a star player in Wannabe, we also have Paco and Zinnia. Yeah. It's basically, Wannabe, but on Tracer.
Yeah.
So Paco is just so good on that Tracer, and Zinnia also nailing the shots when he needs to.
Yeah, with those 2 DPS, there's just so many powerhouses, so many, big names in the Overwatch scene. This is going to be a banger match coming on. And, with these rosters, they're able to kind of sub each other out and everything, and the flexibility of the role. So then, we're going to hold on for just a little bit because players, they're cooking. They're cooking in their heads right now. So we're going to see what we can do to really make sure we have a banger match, right?
But I think just going back onto Eichenwald, I'm not really sure how the comps will be. We'll most likely see the Sigma and Orisa again, not from UCSD. Most likely the Orisa for sure, and they play they might play the Brig there. I think they will play the Brig. It's stationary, depends on who's picking the side.
Yeah.
But whoever is defender side will most likely play this Brigitte with the Baptiste. Baptiste very popular right now, and I think we'll also see Soj again with Tracer, or if not, more spam.
Yeah, I think these teams are able to kind of adapt on the fly, and the ability for them to kind of have this big hero pool means that we can be seeing pretty much anything, especially in aimers like Wannabe. Like we said, he can pick the Widow. He can pick the Sojourn. Yeah. And then when it comes to our other DPS as well on the side of UC Davis, Blue Fire playing that flex role. We saw the May earlier, when we also saw the Tracer. What do you think Blue Fire is going to pick into this?
Most likely we're going to see the Tracer just to mark the other one, just making sure that the other Tracer is kept in check. But it also depends on what they want. It depends if they're also on defense or attack. But if UCD is on that attacking side or defensive side, I think if they are on the attacking side, they will most likely opt for the May. I think it's working. It's good. And if they do play for the win con, it feels good for them. And on defense, they might play, I don't know. I know from if you do have a really strong fire player, the Pharmacy is also a strong pick on the first point.
Especially on Eichenwald.
Yeah, on Eichenwald. Platinum, even though he is a Valorant player, used to be a Pharah player for UCI Esports Overwatch team. If you guys didn't know that, that's a fun fact.
Fun fact.
Actual fun fact. And yeah, so right now we're going to be just seeing that.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have a look of where these teams stand, because there's a lot going on right now. So earlier in the day, we did see UC Irvine take down San Diego in an epic best of 5. They took it all the way to the map 5. So we're gonna be seeing UCI in the finals in just a little bit, and we're Also looking at Davis's epic lower bracket run. They beat out Berkeley, and then they beat out Santa Cruz earlier, and now they're in the lower final with UC San Diego. So Davis has a long journey ahead of them. I'm sure they're exhausted, just like we are. But you know what? Thank you for everyone being here today, the players, the audience, and the fellow staff. And I think we're ready to jump into this very next map right now.
Yeah, as we're going to be seeing Eichenwald in the day. Really love this map here because that was a popular pick for us at UCI Esports 2019. I love playing this map here with Platinum 1 Pharah, but right now the meta is not going to be the Pharah. It depends also if you have a strong Pharah player. And now, yep, we're going to be seeing, wow, Mauga. Nah, they're trolling.
Shortly after the nerfs, Mauga isn't
also,
played.
Look, they have Life Weaver. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Junker Queen here. Not really sure if they want to offer that too, but it makes sense because Ryan was popular as well on the Rush map for the first point.
Yep.
And I could understand why Junker Queen is picked, but instead I think we'll be seeing the Ramatra. I don't really think it's a good pick into the Orisa again because we saw the interactions between Ramatra, right? It does go through the Orisa, but overall, if you can't get past the Orisa and you're not shooting the backline, Ramatra's it's not really a good pick, right?
Yeah, so we're going with a little. I thought we were gonna go for the quirky Life Weaver pick with Cena, but it looks like we are gonna be sticking with the Baptiste, the tried and true, the bread and butter. We are getting some early space on to that first point, although they are being forced to wrap around. Immediately contact from Frosted and Gale. Gale being taken down extremely low, and the May pick from Blue Fire absolutely slowing them down, melting them even. But so far, no real picks are going through as Nidia is going to try to go for that cheeky little fling. Only the lamps being burned from both sides, and Frosted getting that initial pick onto Cena before being immediately shredded.
Yeah, but the point
Wannabe.
is going to be almost taken from UC Davis as it's getting flipped here. The defenders and the attackers, but right now the attackers just capped.
Yeah, and that was within like the first 2 minutes of the match right now. The payload is already making progress. Paco being forced to retreat all the way back to spawn. I don't know how he's going to make it back to his team. He's a little bit lost right now, but everyone's going to try to regroup and see what we can do as the payload does make progression on to that. Did he be taken down to single-digit HP before ultimately being taken down by KO?
This is not good here from UCSD. They're just staggering now, and UCD is just making sure that they're getting all of this free point.
Yeah, and it looks like finally Paco and Element Beast are finding their way back to where the action is happening. Stalling out the payload for hopefully as long as they can, but the high ground fight! Frosted taking down the lamp, and the window does get popped for the side of UC Davis. A lot of ultimates coming up on Lion, Zinnia, and Wannabe do get their picks as the Soldier, and the little Soldier fight going on here, but the sound barrier does pop. Blue Fire getting the pick on to Zinnia, does push the payload even further along. Being booped off that high ground is going to put UC Davis at a disadvantage, but they are going to keep going under that bridge, which is a vital choke point.
Yeah, UC Davis, it seems like it's just free cruising for them. 4 minutes left onto the clock. They have the Annihilation. They have Wannabe's overclock, and he's going to have a free reign right now as he's going to pop it here. Unluckily not finding anyone right now, and he is going to get caught out by Frosted. Good stuff here from UCSD as they're going to be ending Cinna and KO, as it's going to be a reset here for Davis.
Yeah, so they almost pushed it all the way to that checkpoint. So they have really good progress, but they are being set back. Annihilation online, Blizzard online, definitely a killer combo for these two. So Davis just needs to regroup and make sure they don't kind of stagger their spawns, stagger these ultimates, because UCSD has 3 ultimates online for them right now.
Yeah, but UCSD also has a great response here. They have the lamp, they have the beat. It's going, unless UCD baits both of them with one ult, then it's going to be worth to use it.
Yeah, and it looks like right now they're just trying to take all that space. KO trying to go through the castle to come back. That little shortcut right there. But unfortunately, it's not looking too good for them. They don't want to be caught in that tight space, especially with the Terror Surge online and Wannabe.
He's the one with the B. He can't be the one dying there, as right now UCSD has the advantage. And look at this. Freeze, don't move as the Blizzard does come out, but it's actually eaten.
It gets eaten up. Unfortunately, Frosted does go down and the barrier popping through for the side of Davis. Hopefully able to secure that point as it chugs its way along. Paco once again chilling in the backline.
Just jumped off the map there.
No, he said Blue Fire jumping off the map right here. And it's not looking so good because now all this pressure from UCSD is coming back. KO desperately trying to hang on using the Annihilation, but he's taking so low. Does take down Zinnia, however, but Frosted, ever the tanky player, goes down.
But he will be going down here, but the window will be coming up online here. Two members of UCSD coming back as it's going to be ending now, as Wannabe is going to be popping the overclock. Does not hit the shots here. It's going to be rough for him as he uses the force field to just like kill them.
Yeah, UCSD, their defense is being absolutely shredded right now as Frosted being the last one to go down. The payload reaches the checkpoint. UCSD, they were fighting for that for a very long time, and now we're looking like we're completely switching comps. Zinnia on the May does go down pretty quickly. The Wannabe, Paco over onto the Sojourn.
Ooh, but Paco just shuts him down, and now UC Davis will be kind of stunted here because they don't have the damage of Wannabe, and they definitely are just going to get this card just until this point.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to get it around the corner because they need to regroup right here because UCSD, their ultimates are coming online. They're ready to fight for this, and Frost is still on that Arista playing those cheeky quarters. We have the Pulse Bomb, however.
Yeah, as the Pulse Bomb will not be going to be used there, but Mine just uses the window, just make sure that they don't get through that point. But Zinnia now gets ecal as UCD are in a dangerous position as Frosted is just nailing him in the corner there with the Whirlwind and the Javelin.
Yeah, and only 2 minutes on the clock left for UC Davis to get as far as possible.
Ooh, nice
Wannabe
shot,
shuts down Element Beast. You know, we can't see chat because unfortunately during broadcast we do have chat muted, but I would also put NS in chat for that pick. Blue Fire does try to take down Frosted's HP as much as possible. Unfortunately, just a single Tracer unable to do too much, but it's going to be contact with Paco.
Also with the help of Element Beast will be using will be taking over that flank angle as now Frosted will take down ecal as well. I don't really think that we're going to be, I don't think Blue Fire should be on this Tracer, right? He shouldn't be on it. I think a May could be better. Even Junkrat at this point. Oh, it seems like Frosted is calling for this pause, but it's not happening. So will we be okay, we're not playing it through.
So I guess we are, you guys are back to seeing us, unfortunately, not the beautiful game that is Overwatch, but what a pivotal point in the map right now. There's less than 2 minutes on the clock, and
but that's still a lot of time.
That's like a couple fights that they can possibly do right here, and I'm just not agreeing with the Tracer pick on the side of Davis.
Yeah, it seems like Davis is just not really doing a good job here of switching, right? I think Blue Fire here staying a little bit too long on the Tracer, trying to get value from the Pulse Bomb, but it's kind of an ult that you just throw away anyway.
Yeah.
And I also, I think I did see Davis did have a nice ult economy. I think they had 5 ults.
Yeah, they really did.
And if they do swap the Tracer, just 4, but it's 4 big ones. They have the Overclock, the Annihilation, the Beat, and the Window.
Yeah.
So how Davis should optimally play it is use the Window initially, right? Try to get some cooldowns out, and then eventually use the Overclock with the Annihilation, and then maybe if an ult does come out from the side of UCSD, the Beat is there to guarantee it. So hopefully we do see some great stuff here, but UCSD still are holding them at a deep corner, so it's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road ahead of them, but time is just ticking down for the team right now. So, you know, I hope they're, you know, maybe you're like sending out good vibes. You're sending out all the signals to them to get the strat going because you laid out the plan. Now they just have to kind of execute it. So with this really healthy ult economy, I think UC Davis does have a good chance to make it all the way. But the side flip is going to happen pretty soon. And, you know, San Diego, they play so aggressively with their pushes. So UC Davis I think they need to adapt sooner, because you see San Diego, they immediately switch once they see something's going wrong.
Yeah, and right now I kind of want to just see the replays for UCSD versus UCD, and we're going to actually see that. Oh my goodness, production, thank you so much here as Wannabe, you know, kind of whiffage here. Oh,
no!
JK.
Wannabe has never had an off day in his life, getting all of these picks back and forth right here.
Yeah, and I don't think Wannabe will never be on an off day because he's on aim labs 24/7 most likely.
That's true.
But again, right? What is your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Ooh, okay. Ice cream, you know, it's been a long day. I haven't had ice cream in a while, but I gotta say, I'm a big fan of cheesecake.
Cheesecake for sure, as now the game will be continuing. No more ice cream talk as UC Davis have all the flavors right now. They have 4 ultimates
almost
online.
5
right now, and Blue Fire still sticking on the Tracer. Don't really agree with this too much, but UCSD also close to the 4 ultimates that they need. The Blizzard, the Overclock, and the Terror Surge, but the most important one, the Beat here. And right now, KO getting dangerously low as he uses the punch form to just live a little bit longer. David, it's like I'm a prophet here as Davis is using the window to just bait out a little bit of some cooldowns, and now Blue Fire just using the Pulse Bomb to just bait the Immortality. So Davis getting dangerously low as they use the Beat as well to counteract with each other, and now Frosted, both the tanks will be going down. Davis, they still have Wannabe and both DPS online still, but look at this, the difference between Zinnia and Blue Fire with the character picks here as they stall it out with the wall, and Wannabe nails the first shot onto Paco. So Davis still in a 4v4 scenario because they still have the spawn advantage here, and now Davis in a tough position because look at the stall from Zinnia.
Yeah, going into this last fight, KO switching over to the Doomfist does take out Frosted, but only 14 seconds on to the clock. It looks like there is a lot of opportunity for Davis to take up that room, contest that space. Zinnia, however, gets walled.
Oh, but Wannabe is just getting hard pocketed as he gets the first shot that ECAL finishes him off. Right now, Wannabe is going to be the man that we're going to be looking at, but Blue Fire here has the pulse one, gets the stick. He gets Stick's element piece right now. Oh my goodness, UCD is just such a pickle right now. Overtime is coming through, but Wannabe is the one that's still alive here. UC Davis desperately trying to get this point. It's going to be close here, but look at this, he's still alive. Wannabe just getting the 3rd pick here. It's going to be ending now as he has the overclock online, getting all the shots. Wannabe, he's the closer.
I thought it was so lost. I was ready to say, you know, UCSD finishes out the round. They're unable to make it, but Wannabe comes up at the last minute. When I heard this ends now, Wannabe really meant it.
Now. He's the closer.
He is the closer. And, you know, he always has the overclock ready when you never expect it. And he just builds that ultimate constantly.
You know, he overclocked at the beginning of the fight. He lived throughout the entire fight. I think Zinnia was on the
Sombra.
No, he was on May at the beginning, so he couldn't match him with that.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if Paco was on Sojourn there. I'm pretty sure he was on Trace.
He was on Sojourn.
He was, but Paco couldn't match him because Wannabe was just alive the entire time. So Wannabe built another overclock.
Another one.
Another
DJ
overclock.
Khaled. Another one. And he just closed out the round just like that. And going into the side switch, we're going to be running a little bit, you know, of our little bread and butter comp, but KO on that Sigma.
Yep, just still basically the same role as the Orisa there. KO just more comfortable on that character. I like what I'm seeing here. UC Davis just opting for a standard comp here, and both sides will be running the Mei as well. But I think UC San Diego have a little bit of a better tank interaction here with the Mei. The Mei can't be used to, or when they do get walled off, the Orisa, right? Or Frosted still has the gold form, right?
Yeah.
And the whirlwind to just make sure that they're alive.
Yeah, and just to fortify you, Orisa did get that buff recently, so it's going to be a really good look for Frosted to stay on something he's comfortable on, but also just someone who's really strong in the meta. And it looks like they're just going to go straight for that push. Maywall, unfortunately, doesn't capture anyone, but they are taking that space. Zinnia, hopefully getting that little bit of a right-click moment
really
onto there.
Interesting rotation here from UC Davis. Try to get them at the side here, but look at this interaction here as Frosted is just stuck into the corner, and Sina will end his life here, and my goodness, Davis get dangerously low, but it doesn't matter here as they finish the job. Now, a strong defensive half for UC Davis.
Oh, absolutely, because remember, in the first minute of the match, UC Davis was able to secure the point, and we're getting pretty close to some key ultimates right here. Zinnia in particular on Blizzard already. But time is ticking for UC San Diego as they do need to make their way onto the point to make sure that they can push the payload as far as possible. Window does go through, immediately blocked by the Mei. Walks in, unable to get any value off of that as Zinnia goes for the flank. Right here we have the key ultimate, the Window and the Blizzard still online for UC San Diego, so they have the opportunity to make this push unless Frosted goes down right here. Does switch to that Sigma, the Blizzard going through, does freeze up some people right here. Frosted the pick onto Blue Fire, and now Wannabe going down as well. Their defense is being shredded.
Yeah, right now, I think Zinnia just wanted to make sure that KO used the grasp there, or just wanted to wait for the grasp, and then he used the Blizzard right after, so just making sure that they win that fight guaranteed. So great stuff there from Zinnia, but Davis falling apart as UC San Diego finally get this first point. But Davis, so many ults as well for this retake.
Yeah, a lot of key ultimates that they can really combo from. Trying to get, the quirky little rock up there. Doesn't connect, however, but they have some ultimates coming up online for them too, particularly Paco on that overclock. Hopefully he'll be able to pull some key plays just like Wannabe, but I think UCD is in a good spot with that high ground right there. They're really able to just keep contesting it as the payload is barely getting through that first choke.
Yeah, right now this is going to be a point of contention here. This fight is very important as UC Davis needs to win this one to make sure that they can stuff him into that choke as the Graphitic Flux goes out, but the counter rock there from Frosted will make sure that he doesn't get that ult coming out. But Davis, it doesn't matter, even with that stun, they still win the fight.
Yeah, they are coming up strong with this. Even though that first, Graphitic Flux was negated by the beat from Ecal, there was just no value in either of those Graphitic Fluxes. And going into this next fight,
this
3
is
minutes
great for
left
Davis right now.
on the clock. They're in a really good spot. They're still holding on to that high ground, Nago.
Yeah, and it's going to be even deadlier when they have the window here. They're going to try to punish the rotation here from UCSD, and the window does come online, making sure that they don't come out for free and try to punish them. But look at this great cover and usage of the cart here from UC San Diego as they still have the overclock and window on their side. But now Paco will actually not pop the overclock, but yeah, Wannabe still popping.
Oh, but no, Paco's actually popping that
overclock here, and he does get Sina, a very important pick here for UC San Diego. 3 minutes still left on the clock, but it's not going to be enough. Oh my gosh, what a shot from Wannabe, but San Diego winning the entire fight there. Great stuff there because they're able to just dodge all of Wannabe's overclocks right now.
Yeah, Wannabe able to get out alive, but no one really there to contest that second point. It looks like San Diego, never mind me.
Blizzard making sure that they aren't going to be going through with it. And right now,
still contesting, does get taken down by Frosted. Unfortunately, Blue Fire hopefully trying to stall out, but San Diego is ready to cap this point. Wannabe being blasted out of the air by its counterpart, Paco. And it looks like we are able to cap the point and make our way forward with 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Zinnia is just currently May-diffing Blue Fire as he is just the May. He understands how this character is supposed to be played. His walls are perfect, and his Blizzard usage is just so far smart. And I really, even though UC Davis are playing it correctly as well, I feel like Frosted is also getting so many Graphitic Fluxes.
Yeah, they are constantly farming these, but both of them will have the Graphitic Flux online. The first one does go through from Frosted, does catch a couple in the air. Frosted being able to take down Ecal, and Zinnia closing up shop with KO. The defense is being absolutely shredded right now. Really no one to contest this, and with 3 minutes left on the clock, it looks like San Diego will be able to finish out the point.
dominant.
Absolutely
UC San Diego only lost one fight, which was at the beginning of the second point. Or, well, first point and second point, but after that, it just became a snowball fest. Every interaction with UC Davis, they just ended up losing every time. And it feels like Zinnia is also just there, able to just block off everything. And also smart. I'm not really sure about that window in the last fight, a little bit too far forward, but I don't know. They also had a great graphitic flux usage, and I'm not really sure where the rock was either. I'm not too sure if KO used the rock a little bit too early, and also we saw Frosted didn't have a shield for it either.
Yeah, just when it comes to Sigma, it's so important to really have these cooldowns on rotation so you can make sure that you have that tank. You're able to sustain your team and keep them up. And it looks like KO, however, is going to go for that Ramatra pick while Frosted is staying on that Sigma. How do we feel about that? Because earlier it just wasn't looking so great.
I really do like what KO is doing here. It is a counter towards Frosted because the punch form does go through the graphitic flux as well, and it ignores the shield. So all of the stalling that Frosted does do, it might as well just be on. He might as well just be on Orisa, which is why Frosted picks the Orisa. But right now KO has the counter pick towards UCSD, so they can get this stall, but Frosted still in the advantage because they are on attack, right? So they can instantly swap after they see it.
Yeah, UCSD is usually pretty good about swapping.
There it is.
Those
Look, watch. He's going back to spot. Yeah.
There you go. You called it right. Bro is absolutely the thinker right now because Aggo knows all these plays. He's been in their shoes before, so he can call these out instantly. But now that we have the Orisa online, we're able to kind of play around a lot better as KO does go for that little bit of a flank. Does get caught out, however. Right now, UCSD, they're taking space, and we're going to see what's going on because no real picks have come through as they wrapped into their spawn.
Yeah, making sure. I really like the positioning here from UCSD, pitching them from all sides as now Mine will be getting the tank, no team here for UCSD as they use the wall to boost themselves up. Really good call here, whoever called it. And now UCSD will be trying to get this map 2 unlocked here as it seems like it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of them. Really polished and great fundamentals.
Yeah.
And it seems like Davis, even though they have the star player wannabe, it doesn't matter if you're the complete package. The entire team is just on the same page.
Yeah, San Diego was on fire during those matches. They really know how to adapt quickly to UC Davis's kind of core strong comp because they're relying on wannabe to get all these picks and everything. But when he starts faltering a little, the whole team kind of falls apart.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter as right now it is a tank differential. We're seeing Frosted, he's just on top of it. And even though we did see KO have some glimmer of hope, it doesn't really, when you are playing tank on Overwatch 2, you're not really the carry most of the time unless you are on those bruiser characters, and Frosted is not the carry. He's just making sure it's easier for his teammates to do everything.
Yeah, right now UC Davis, it is kind of a hard spot for them right now going into the Flashpoint map. Only 2 right now between Servasa and New Junk City.
It's going to be Servasa.
Really, Servasa.
No one likes playing New Junk City.
I don't like playing either, Aggo.
It's pretty bad map design in my opinion because there is a arena on one of the maps and it's very unplayable from my experience. Even though I didn't touch the Flashpoint as much, from my experience from the couple times I did play it, Servasa does feel way better.
Yeah, but before we go into this next match, let's just kind of recap what has happened so far with a little bit of, I believe, a replay coming from our production room right here. We are kind of waiting on that, but the players are also waiting for the next map to kind of load in because lots of technical errors are going through right now, and we're seeing a lot of pausing. And does that disrupt the flow in any way from your experience?
It definitely does. It definitely does disrupt the flow, but either way, just looking back at the bracket here that we're seeing, right? Irvine right now in the grand finals here, and they're most likely going to be meeting San Diego, and San Diego might have a second chance on stopping the golden road here for UC Irvine here at UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. And San Diego, they just look on top of everything, but who knows? Like, Davis might be able to come back here. We've seen it before. I've seen it before in the last UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity last year, and it wasn't Davis. I believe it was UCLA, and yeah, I'm not really sure. San Diego just on top of things right now.
Yeah, and I think they're ready to come back with a vengeance because last year they didn't even make it to grand finals as expected. So we are going to see another epic fight. It's going to be a long night, ladies and gentlemen, for UC Irvine and San Diego. They've been playing all day, and the exhaustion is definitely getting to them.
Yeah, it's definitely getting to them for sure, as Irvine have their well rest. But San Diego, I feel like for me as a player, or when I was playing, whenever I did play or I play a long streak of games, it did feel better than having a break, because that's personally just how I felt, and it depends on the team.
Yeah.
And at least with San Diego here, they just look comfortable.
Yeah, they really do look comfortable, and they have those pocket picks such as Frosted on the Orisa, and they're really able to kind of still play around. Like, he's such a pivotal point on the team. He's able to take that space and successfully play off of his team. With even though they don't have those really flashy plays, like Wannabe, Paco and Zinnia are still pulling their weight right here, being kept up by their support. It's just overall a really good team. And going into this next map, I'll go
Servasa.
Yep.
Most definitely the most playable map right now for Flashpoint, and we're gonna be seeing the initial point where it starts at the beginning, where they meet in the middle, and we saw UC San Diego. They opted for the Orisa, and they also played the Lucio as well, right, with the BAP, Tracer, Soj.
I think right now the meta is just very mirror match. Yeah, a lot of
Soj heavy because of the new buff that happened. Instead of the railgun going from 0, it goes to 25, and that's actually really good, because when you do have all of that energy, having from 25, if you're just right-clicking someone, it'll eventually go at 80%. You'll just one-tap them anyway. So if you are shooting at them, that's why Soj is just meta.
Yeah, I mean, Soj has been meta ever since she came out. And even last year, we saw a lot of Soj and a lot of Ramatra, even going into the finals. So this year is going to be pretty similar with the Soj, but maybe we'll see more of an Orisa, more of a Sigma, because right now, Ramatra isn't really in the same spot that he was at the very beginning upon a release, right?
Yeah, but I don't really agree with why UC Davis is always opting for that Ramatra. I feel like they could be trying a different...
could be a comfort pick, maybe.
Could be a comfort pick, but I definitely think that you should be just trying to match the Orisa at this point, because you're always at a mismatch.
Yeah, and Frosted being so comfortable on it, we do need to kind of bring whatever we can to the table. But I'm getting, a little voice in my head telling me that we are going to be taking a quick little break. So make sure you guys grab your Red Bull from the fridges around, Red Bull HQ. And this has been Chris Peachy Bobas Lou here with Andre Agogo, and we'll see you after a quick little break.
Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. My name is Andre Agogo, here with my lovely co-caster Chris, Peachy Bobas, Lou, and Chris. We're just seeing UCSD versus UC Davis here, and it's 2-0. We're going to be on Servasa here, so we did talk about the comp earlier, right before we took the break. What are we going to be seeing from Davis here? Might be seeing the, or I almost said KO like from Valorant, but the KO the player.
You KO the player.
Okay. KO the player here. Are we going to be seeing him on a different pick here? And we're actually seeing them. Oh, it's JK. We're not on Servasa. We're on New Junker City, and we're going to be seeing both the carries. Excuse me, both the tanks here on not Mwaga, as we're seeing Frosted back on onto this Orisa pick here. Paco just. I insist that you never tear yourself down. We're seeing Zinnia on
the Genji and. You know what? They're pulling our leg because actually Zinnia is on that May. While Bluefire is actually opting for the Symmetra, maybe just to get that quick TP and switch back for the Tracer as they usually do. And that Junker Queen and the Tracer combo, they're gonna have a lot of speed. Even with the speed boost, they're just gonna be trying to get to that point as fast as possible. And initial contact does go through, but unfortunately, no real damage being done quite yet.
Yeah, as right now KO just opting for the Junker Queen here, as there's going to be just a small poking battle here, and this is the one point that I really dislike here because of how hard it is to fight, right? We're seeing the wall trying to split him up here, and KO still trying to find a way to get onto this backline here, but Frosted still having the range advantage here is very, very tough here for UC Davis, and now Wannabe nailing the shots here, even though they are at a mismatch here. KO is going to be frozen up here, and now look at this as we're seeing the Suzu just help KO out here, and I actually forgot that Suzu got a buff.
Yeah, with the Kiriko buff, recently we're probably going to be seeing her a lot more right
but
now.
Paco gets very low here, and now UCSD are just falling apart, Chris.
Yeah, they're absolutely falling apart. And you know, in Flashpoint, it goes so
fast.
Freaking fast. And Davis right now has a strong hold onto the point. Let's have a look at these ultimates going, because Kitsune Rush, we're already at 90%.
Yeah, the rush here is very important here for UC Davis here, so KO could go quick and shout again. Shout, shout, and shout is the name of the game for UC Davis, and now UCSD is just caught in their tempo here, as now they have the Kitsune will be guiding you, as Davis will be trying to get the first tempo or first step here onto Davis or UC San Diego here, but now the shots will be coming out from Paco as Davis have their own ultra response here, as the beat will be dropping for Davis, and now Zinnia using the Blizzard here to catch KO off guard, and now Davis are just quite in a pickle here, and look at UC San Diego just taking back this point with 80% left for Davis.
Yeah, even though Wannabe gets that cheeky little shot onto Zinnia, Frosted does clear it out at 88% on the dot. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a comp switch as Zinnia does switch over to the Genji. They do have control of the part right now, but UC Davis is going to be coming back with the Junker Queen online.
Yeah, Zinnia wants to be swapping with the Genji here to just get a little bit more damage on the board here, and also has that swift strike to just end targets quite easily here with those resets, and now the Rampage here online for KO, kind of an easy win con here as he goes for it here. It's going to be checkmate here, but look at this, not checkmate anymore as they use the sound barrier on the side of UC Davis, and now the shots are coming through for Wannabe, but Paco with the overclock as well, getting the second kill on from Frosted, and UC San Diego is still going to keep the point for a little bit as they use the Terror Switch to guarantee the kills, and right now San Diego are just in a good spot here as they're going to be looking to win this first point here on New Junker City.
Yeah, Frosted cleaning it out with a clean 3 KO. KO going down so early into that fight was disastrous for UC Davis as he was being caught out of position, unable to get support from his team, and that allowed the first point to flip over to UC San Diego, and we will be going over to the very next flash point. Now, they don't have too much to work with because we do have the window from San Diego, but everyone else still building up to those ultimates, so we won't have any too explosive fights going into this very second point.
Yeah, and right now, UC San Diego still have the window online. Davis very close to the overclock here, so win cons here for both sides as now the dry fight will be just going out here. They're just poking, prodding, just using abilities back and forth here, and San Diego still have the window online as now Wannabe will be using the overclock here, trying to find his mark, but no mark here as Frosted is trying to face tank it all, but not enough here. Great movement here and just survivability from Frosted, but now Paco will go down. It doesn't matter, overclock or not, Wannabe will get the rail shot onto him, and San Diego, what it seems like a tough fight and or a very easy fight for them, the Kitsune Rush will guide them to this victory.
Yeah, ECAL and KO getting those 2 picks apiece is just so indicative of how ready they are to just kind of go in right there. UCD getting control of that point, but UCSD with their really strong control of the ultimate economy, they're going to be coming up on Beat and Terror Surge at the same time while we have the Beat and the Rampage on the other side.
Yeah, but right now I definitely think KO is going to be the one to win this fight for San Diego for Davis, as they're going to be using this Rampage and the interaction between both the teams, that they have to be using the Beat on the side of San Diego to respond, and then UC Davis will have that initial win here, but instead, the Terror Surge will coming out. But right now, this interaction is going in favor of Davis as both sides are using the sound barrier. But look at this, Davis still have the point here, so it doesn't really matter what's happening with Davis or with San Diego. But now the kills are going to be traded through as KO gets very, very low here. Frosted also getting low, and it's going to be just a coin flip here at this point, but now the flip does happen here for San Diego, and it's going to be in favor of them. But what is going on here, Chris? It's just back and forth until Davis are just getting all of everyone on San Diego.
I feel like there were 2 different fights going on, one on the point and one being pushed off of that. Shout out to our observers for really capturing everything, but it looks like UC Davis is able to cap out that second point, so we are going into this next fight with a lot of key ultimates online. KO getting the 5-man Rampage was so big in getting that, and we're not going to have that for a while.
And the interaction just between San Diego, they're using the Beat to also respond here, and Davis, even though they beat it early, that ante is just the biggest thing that stuck, that made San Diego just have a hard fight, and now the Kitsune will guide UC Davis to another victory, hopefully, but Paco just using the overclock to make sure they don't go any more forward here, and Wannabe will be going down even though he was close to his own ultimate, and San Diego finally just gets they get a glimmer of hope here as they're just pushing through, making sure that no one from Davis is going to be surviving this fight.
Yeah, big move out here. Oh, little emo moment here from Zinnia. Still holding on to that dragon play. It's going to be a really good opportunity to maybe respond to some key squishies, moving up onto this space. Wannabe, however, does have the overclock, a direct counter to that. And they just have so many ultimates that they can counter each other with, especially with the Beats almost coming online. But Wannabe looking for a great opportunity to pop that overclock. The dragon blade, here we go. And the ultimates are popped back and forth. Wannabe taking down Zinnia. No more dragon blades for them as the point continues to come for SD.
Yeah, right now San Diego need to keep this point on lock if they want to capture, or if they want to keep it alive. But San Diego just trying to fight back, but UC Davis is using their own feet to push back in. It's going to be really tough here for San Diego to hold this because they have that advantage. But KO split a little away from his team, but still getting pocketed as all members of San Diego are falling left and right. It's going to be tough, and Davis just keep it on par, and look at the ult advantage as well.
Yeah, 3 ultimates going into the next time while UCSD isn't really working with anything but Paco's overclock. I do notice that Zinnia switched over from the Genji over to the Tracer. So even though they're both, really divey, flanky characters, how is that Tracer going to be different for them? Because Bluefire is matching on the Tracer right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more useful than the Genji though, because the Dragonblade didn't get too much, and now the Kitsune Rush will be used to just stall it out. But the flip does happen here for San Diego. They left the point unlocked, and Zinnia just did what he should have, just to make sure that they're looking at a different side here. But Davis still have it on lock, even though members of UC San Diego are flooding onto the point. The HP is not going to be getting any higher as they're going to 0.
Yeah, Wannabe getting those 2 picks onto Danky and Frosted means that UCSD will once again be reset. And with the Flashpoint mode, we are gonna have a really hard time because the point does tick fast, and KO with the Rampage is gonna be a great opportunity to stall them even further. 60, almost 70% now, but the overclock from Paco is online, so hopefully he'll able to cook with that. And they just need to gather up right now.
Here, but the Rampage
completely whiffed.
Completely whiffed as he goes. He looks behind, but he uses it just to escape. But Wannabe will cop him out. He is the cop out here for UC Davis here, but Bluefire here missing its mark here with the pulse bomb. San Diego have somewhat of a chance, but no dice here because they don't have many ultimates. And now Davis, what seems like a hard fight at the very beginning, 99-0, will be up on this next flashpoint here, 2-1.
Yeah, with their backs up against the wall, UC Davis does not want to give San Diego any breathing room. However, we have the ultimates coming online, the Terror Surge from Frosted and the pulse bomb from Zinnia. Wannabe, however, with the overclock, I don't even want to care about these other ultimates when Wannabe has overclock online, because just one right click and they are decimated.
Yeah, Davis here on game point here for the flashpoint, and now they also have a lot of ults here to respond here, both support ults here, the Kiriko Rush and the B, but now the Terror Surge will be used to make sure that Davis doesn't get onto point for free, and now they'll be locking down Wannabe here, even though you use the overclock, and San Diego just looking so nice right now because they how is Davis getting this point here? It seems like even though they lost Wannabe, their core player, it doesn't matter too much, but now Davis just in a misposition here because San Diego, even though they gave the point for a little bit, the positioning is just superb, and now look at the members of Davis left and right going down, going into the graveyard, and it seems like they're going to also have the ult economy here for the next round.
Yeah, the point being flipped over so quickly doesn't look so good for UCD, who do want to close this map out pretty quickly. And now, before we would see the beat drops come in at the same time, but now they're staggered. Danky is holding onto it, so it's going to look good for UCSD as they go into this next altercation. The 2 Tracers are duking out, making sure they don't actually get the jump on to the supports, and Bluefire does hold on to that pulse bomb, hopefully able to get a pick right here, but right now UCSD
but a great fire from Wannabe will open up the floodgates here for UCD, and KO very close to the Rampage as well. Going to be a little bit winnable, but Paco making sure that no dice here for Davis here, and the time for the Rampage is correct here as KO just making sure that they're going to be anti-healed here, and Paco still, even though they're getting anti, is trying to make sure that they live, and San Diego, despite being in the disadvantage, making sure that they're still in it to win it because of Danky with that sound barrier counter.
Yeah, like I said before, ECAL didn't have it online at the moment, and now that their ults are staggered, they won't be able to keep that sustain up in the fight, because whoever uses that, sound barrier last will have kind of priority on the fight, but the point is ticking, and we are going to take it all the way to a 5th point on the side of Flashpoint, unless they do touch.
Fire will be going for this touch here, but I don't think they can get the second, but they actually do. And now the ults will be going online here. UC Davis say it's winnable, but Bluefire is going down as San Diego using all the ults here to make sure that they win this fight. And it is going to go 2-2. But Davis, they lose the initial positioning here. And it's going to be rough, even though they get some ults out. I'm not really sure if that's what they wanted here.
Yeah, because this was their opportunity to close out the map, and unfortunately they weren't able to do it. And once again, UC Davis is being forced on to that game point, that series point even.
But even though that happened, they use ults here. It just, because Flashpoint is very random, Davis actually just benefited from that. They force ults and they get the spawn different, or the spawns, even though we thought it was going to be farther, it's actually in favor of Davis.
Yeah, so Davis is already right here. We're going to be able to see actually UCSD taking priority on that point, and go time indeed before Paco just shuts down Wannabe immediately, Ago.
Yeah, and right now UC Davis are quite in a pickle here as UC San Diego. Paco is going to be the name of the game here to win them this fight. Xenia trying to be the closer as well, making sure that they don't get any more. Davis trying to make sure kiting away, trying to make sure they are running away as well, but it seems like Davis here it's going to be a rough next fight, because even though they have double support ults, if they use both at the same time, I'm not really sure if they're going to win the next fight as well.
Yeah, because that does put them at a disadvantage as UCSD is getting painfully close to the ultimate, and the Kitsune Rush is successful as well.
Yeah, as well, and right now we're seeing San Diego here just trying to live and learn here. Davis using the sound barrier as well, but San Diego have their own responses as well. They have the beat, they have the overclock, but it doesn't matter as Xenia is going to be making sure that they win this fight without them. As Frosted uses the Terror Surge to just finish the fight here, but Davis, no ults, no dice. It's going to be wraps here, as it's going to be game point, match point here for UCSD with only 10% left.
Yeah, and they're all so far away. Hopefully KO on the Winston is able to make that final push with only 2% left. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to touch, and that is game for UC San Diego. We are moving up to the finals against UC Irvine. We're getting the rematch. We're getting the villain arc, the revenge story. UC San Diego, what a convincing win for them.
A convincing win it is at 3-0. Maybe UCSD will be the one to end UC Irvine's golden road. And right now, great props for UC San Diego and also Wannabe and all of UC Davis too. A great fight for them, and such amazing talent on everyone on Davis.
Yeah, such great showings from both sides, and it breaks my heart that we do have to say goodbye to UC Davis because they played their hearts out. Absolutely. So shout out to the whole UC Davis team. They are wonderful people, wonderful players, and we were so glad to have you. But San Diego, now they're back in the finals, Ago, and they're ready to take down UC Irvine. I feel like they're feeling themselves right now.
Even though they are feeling themselves right now, we're going to just be seeing this replay package here from our fantastic production here.
Shout out to production.
And we're going to be seeing the New Junkers City, a little bit of the beginning here of how it's just tough here. Even though it was favored for Davis on that last 2-2 match point there, it just felt like UC San Diego just always had the right ults at the right time, the answers as well, and they also they dry fighted a lot and made sure that Davis used a lot of the important ults, the impactful ults, aka Rampage, and it felt like every time there was a Rampage, there's always a sound barrier. So yeah. Denki played that very phantasmical. Because of that sound barrier and the usage of that, and overall, even though there is like a star player on every team or on both sides here, I believe that Denki was the one that changed the difference there. If there was an important ultimate, most likely he's the one calling that and making sure that the sound barrier is there, and he also uses the speed to make sure that the entire team is fine.
Yeah, the timing of that was just really good because remember, ECAL didn't have the sound barrier when Davis needed it the most, and I think that really made a big difference when it came to all these fights, because the timing of these ultimates is so incredibly important. And UCSD looked like they were in the driver's seat almost the entire time, even though it was taken to a 0.5.
Yeah, it was most definitely. They are in the driver's seat, especially with Frosted. Even though there wasn't that many differences or many times that he needed to switch characters, right? Frosted just played his role, made sure that the value of KO was just at arm's length because they had the shout to close the gap. Frosted played incredible, and especially with the firepower of Xenia and Paco.
Yeah, and just so many superstar players on this team. I can go on and on about them this whole time, and I don't even know what we're gonna even do for the interview that's gonna be cooking in just a couple of minutes. I'll go. Like, let's say you were on the interviewer, Mike. Who would you be picking for this interview today?
Most likely, I'll be talking to Danky. I just wanted to know and understand because he is most likely the main caller of that team with Frosted, of course, because the tank and supports are going to be the one talking the most here. I really wanted to know what his thought process of what their win condition was, how they were going to beat UC Davis, and what the comms were like.
Yeah, because comms are so incredibly important. Going into this next matchup with UC Irvine, they were switching out the team members a lot, and they might need to keep continuing that adaptive playstyle in order to take down Irvine, who do end up running that kind of core composition. Irvine, going into this next one, the first match really had me worried, Ago, so I think San Diego is ready to kind of take them down. Make sure UC Irvine doesn't get that kind of third trophy today.
Yeah, and it was excuse me. It was just so incredible because I couldn't even get the words out of my mouth that UC San Diego almost got it to a map, or they did get it to a map 5 and almost beat UC Irvine, ending again their golden road. And right now we're going to be going into an interview here with one of the players on UCSD, so please go take that over right now.
Thank you so much, casters. Welcome back to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. We're here live in Santa Monica, joined by Mine of UCSD. Congratulations on your win against UC Davis. How does it feel after a long day taking that win? I'm pretty sure you guys were playing all day as well. What was your game plan against UC Davis, or did you have any at all into them?
Honestly, for Davis, we just needed to make sure that we didn't underestimate them and just make sure that we stuck to our own goals so that we don't overheat and just make sure we do our jobs. That's for the most part.
Yay! Great job and great work on those games. Now that you're going into the finals, how confident do you feel playing into UCI after this exhausting game? I'm sure you guys played for 5 hours, now going.
Yeah. It's definitely been a rough day, that's for sure. Against UCI, of course, we had our game earlier. It was really close, real tight through all of them. We just need to clean up a few things, and we could definitely take it.
Good to hear. And one last question. Do you have any words for your opponent for UCI? Or also, do you have any words for anyone watching at home and anyone watching the live stream at this moment?
Well, to my friends that I do have online, Mika, CGD, hope you're watching. So go check out their Twitches as well.
Thank you so much, Mine, and congratulations again on your win. Good luck in the finals. This is me, Kimmy Alwyn, joined by Mine of UCSD, and we'll see you guys in the finals. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Kimmy, for that incredible interview here. Mine, such a great player for UCSD, and yeah, they were definitely not underestimating all of UC Davis because they saw how close that initial match was with Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz with an incredible Doomfist player as well, so they can't underestimate Davis with such firepower. And right now we are going to be headed to a break, so stay tuned. We're going to be headed to the grand finals here of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. My name is Andre Agogo, here with my lovely co-caster Chris Peachy Bobas Lou, and we'll be right back.
Remember when we only needed enough Wi-Fi speed for our video games?
Yep.
Then my little brother grows up, and now we need double the speed.
How's your internet supposed to keep up?
Oh, tell me about it.
Upgrade your speed with Xfinity today to keep up with whatever the future holds.
They've never lost a game to slow internet, and it shows.
We can hear you, you know.
The Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Once again, you know, my name hasn't changed. I'm still Chris Peachy Bobas Lou, and I'm joined here today by my lovely co-caster, Trevor Goblin Smith. Our first time casting together, actually, Trevor. I'm really excited for this because we are reporting to you live from Santa Monica at the Red Bull HQ, where we are going into the Overwatch Grand Finals. We're running it back from our first match earlier today between UC Irvine and UC San Diego. So, Trevor, any thoughts on this very final match of this whole tournament, actually?
I mean, you said it already. This whole weekend has been leading up to this moment. As we head into the arena, we will see first a walkout by UC Irvine. They're a little bit fresher here. They haven't had to play as many games as UC San Diego, who I'm sure will still be... You know, they've got the warm-up advantage here for sure, having played a ton of matches already. But it really is anybody's games. You know, both these teams, like you said, have already faced off in this tournament. But the way that San Diego's been playing, you know, I watched that last series from the crowd. I wouldn't call it either way. It's just too close to call, and I cannot wait for this to go down.
Yeah, I was absolutely on the edge of my seat that entire series. I was like, oh no, Irvine's going to win. Oh no, San Diego's going to win. It was really anyone's game right here. So they've had the chance to VOD review. They've had the chance to kind of polish it up throughout the day. So I think UCSD being warm, they're going to come in with a vengeance. They were on fire in that last series, Trevor. And now these players are sitting down. They're getting ready to jump into the very first map, which I've heard will be Ilios. So any thoughts on Ilios as a map overall?
You know, I like it. I like Ilios personally.
I'm also an Ilios fan. Big fan, actually.
Yeah, not my most insightful comment, but as far as preference, I'm into it. I think, you know, what I would be interested to see is how the comps are going to work, you know, especially with some big ledges in Ilios. They may get that highlight moment with the knockoff. Maybe not. It's hard to say. But regardless, I think no matter what happens, we're going to have a really good game one here. And then it is today, this final series is first team to 4.
It's going to be a best of 7 here on Overwatch. We're going to be in for an action-packed series. So remember, when it was a best of 5 earlier, Trevor, they took it all the way to a map 5. And, you know, knowing these players, I am confident that they're going to head it to a map 7. And look at the big crowd from UC Irvine. Get hype, everyone. And, you know, San Diego, they had such a great crowd, too. So, you know, I need to hear all the energy from the crowd right now. So make some freaking noise for both teams, UC San Diego and UC Irvine. I am so excited to just jump into this match, Trevor. Like, who are you most excited to see?
Oh, you know, I mean, like I said, it was so fun to see San Diego's team lineup on that last series. The crowd was going wild. I had the privilege of being, you know, seated cozily in the back as opposed to casting here, and I got just to enjoy the lovely energy that, honestly, all members of all teams and their family and friends are bringing. It's been a delight.
Yeah, it's been such a pleasure seeing this crowd. You know, I've had the privilege of being in that crowd yesterday during Valorant too, but I think we are ready to jump right into this map. Trevor, Ilio's starting out. I'm so excited for this, and I think these players, they're raring to go. They're ready to, because I saw Irvine. They were doing that VOD review. They were doing that practice, and we were ready to jump in. There we go. Right now, on to this first match. What kind of characters do we expect to see?
I mean, today there's been a pretty interesting, consistent lineup from most teams. We've seen a lot of Tracer, a lot of Sojourn.
Definitely.
Nothing super surprising there. Baptiste has been played, a little bit of Ana. I think the main interesting picks that have been in these games so far have been the tanks, so we're going to have another interesting matchup as Irvine Rhino is going to pick Winston. Nothing too fancy there, but Frosted locked into D.Va, which will be a really interesting change-up from what we've seen. We've seen a lot of Winston, a lot of Orisa, but D.Va is a champion, or a character, excuse me, that we've only seen a little bit of today. And I'm curious to see how it'll impact the game and how things will change up here as we head to a lovely Greek island that's looking really pleasant in January.
I know. I would love to be taking a vacation here right now because, I know we're in sunny Los Angeles, but it has been freezing these past couple of weeks. And, going into this first matchup with the DiveCon, we've seen Brawl all day today. So it's going to be a nice little refreshing change as both teams do opt for that high ground and maybe get that initial pick onto each other.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see how Supreme on Ana and that Nano ult will make a difference versus the Baptiste pick on San Diego here as we enter into some initial skirmishing. Sojourn has been a really consistent pick that honestly all Sojourn players today that I've seen from all teams have been killing it. There's been incredible right clicks, some really, really beautiful overclock usage as we're seeing a really nice Tracer duel to start. A little bit of flank from Light going in here. It's hard to take down a D.Va as Tracer, but they're doing their best as we're going to see some serious tank-on-tank action around the pit here. No one's been knocked in yet, which is good to see. It's frustrating, especially on your first map, if you get knocked into that hole.
Yeah, but it looks like UCEI is going to get that initial pick on to Zinnia, and we are getting control of the point as UCSD is being forced back due to the loss of their DPS. They need to regroup. They need to get those numbers back because this isn't Flashpoint anymore. We are changing the pace. We're slowing it down. We can take our time and take these fights a little bit more carefully because if we keep staggering it, it's not going to be a great look for UCSD. But we're coming up very closely on some key ultimates. It looks like we have Mind's Window and also Light's Pulse Bomb. But Rhino being taken down so freaking low, but able to really finish off the kill for San Diego.
Yeah, it was really cool to see Light pick up Zinnia there on the beginning. You mentioned a possible VOD advantage from UCI since they've been kicking back and watching here. I wonder if Light was told at the beginning of the game, look for Zinnia, make sure they can't right-click us down. And, we already saw Mind do an ult here, and another nano ult from Supreme's going to go off here. We're going to see if it gets any picks. None yet. Winston seriously fighting as Paco is down below, dueling Light for Tracer control. He's still holding on to that pulse bomb. We'll see who he ends up picking it as a bunch of ults come out with a massive headshot from Excal against Paco, eliminating the chance of a pulse bomb there, and another one against Mine, and it is coming up. Irvine here as this fight continues to keep control of this site, and Frosted's going to opt for an intentional reset there to get that mech back online instead of going for the reset. The ult advantage is definitely in favor of San Diego here, but they're going to have to really fight hard and fast.
80% onto the point already. San Diego does need to kind of go in with that. They do have the D.Va bomb. It's going to make sure they clear the site completely, but Excal already moving his way up. He burned that overclock early, but he got those key picks that made sure UCI had the pick, and now 90% we're going in onto the action. Take it away, Trevor.
Yeah, and watch here. I'm looking at Rhino of all players here because they've got the pressure on with the ult for Winston. They're going to use that right now to keep San Diego, off the point as a little bit of a whoops comes from the D.Va ult into the pit. That is unfortunate. It was a backhand from the monkey. Canceled that ult, and oh no, into the
Rhino! Wow. He misses the jump, and you know what? San Diego is somehow, without Frosted, able to get control of the point. Even though Excal taking down Paco with the headshot, time will be ticking for San Diego. Junkrat, when he says fire in the hole, he does that little ultimate right there. That's exactly what I was thinking when Frosted's little D.Va bomb landed into the well. Unfortunately, what a waste of a big ult, but I know they can come back for this as Light's pulse bomb doesn't connect, but Zinnia does have the overclock online.
Yeah, overclock's going to come out quick. No big hits yet, a couple body shots, no headshots. but it is looking like San Diego is going to keep the initiative here as they hold on to the point. UCI is going to be hard pressed here to get back on site. They've got a couple ults here. One goes out with the nano, and another one with the overclock. Let's look here for XCal to get some big shots. They're going to need it to get back on the point here without giving up too much. But Diva is on his tail. Frosted opening up with the salvo, and Rhino's here to back him up and protect him and get Diva out of the mix a little bit for a reset for UCI as they're going to make another attempt here to get on the point. XCal takes out Paco, and we are going to see another big jump from Rhino to get onto the Baptiste here and take him out before. Oh, and the Kitsune also is going to come out. We're seeing ults here, and it's getting closer and closer. San Diego's at 63 as the Diva Bomb comes out. Let's see if it connects.
Unfortunately, nothing does connect, and UCI is wiping the floor a little. They are flipping the point. No one on UCSD is really around to contest this as UCI is looking good. Paco hopefully able to flip back and forth, unable to do anything because the light is an absolutely dominating force on UCI. And the first point does go over to the Anteaters.
Yeah, that was awesome to watch. I mean, not every duel like that between DPS has that big of an impact, but when Tracer's the last one up and it's overtime, you want to lock her down so she can't stall for the team to reset, and that was really well done by UCI to keep them off the point. We're going to head back into the game here in a little bit, but man, I called it with the knockoff there.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
You mentioned the Diva Bomb going in there, but Rhino also followed that bomb in with a little bit of a slip up on the Winston jump, but no problem. UCI took that point anyway, as we're seeing. Let's see, I'm really curious. I want to see an XCal cheeky headshot at the beginning of this round.
Yeah,
we'll
a little widow play coming here because Ruins is such a fantastic map for these poke compositions, but it looks like San Diego is still opting for that more divey composition with the Diva, which, you know, it does counter the poke. So XCal, I don't know if he's unable to land these shots when he needs it the most, that he'll be unable to kind of stay on that widow.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if I were going to call it, I don't want to curse it, I might predict a switch here incoming, but, you know, they haven't been taken down yet, haven't landed a shot really close on that one, as we're seeing some serious fighting over by the ledge initiated by Frosted on San Diego, and it is, no one has controlled the point yet. Irvine's got one man on. Rhino's going to try to hold it down while his team backs him up. Frosted's going to have something to say about that, but it's getting really effective healing from Mine and the rest of their team. That is a grenade gone, no option for purple, but XCal did end up landing a shot there against Paco, bringing it down to 5 versus 4 on against San Diego, giving UCI that point. And, you know, there wasn't a flashy headshot there, but XCal made it happen, giving just one pick, you know, one body shot's all it takes, and then Irvine got the point.
Yeah, and having a widow just, you know, on these sort of off angles is such, you know, a precarious situation for San Diego, because, you know, someone like Mine could be walking up real casually and, you know, making it a little bit more accurate and have Widow take down the Ana yet again. But, you know, XCal's just, he's a dangerous figure, and Light does get the double stick onto both of the supports. It's not looking great for San Diego, as they can't go into this fight without any sustained honors cleaning up shop with Xfinity. Right now, UCSD looking like they're a little bit in shambles, and they are forced once again, Trevor, to regroup.
Yeah, that was a nasty pulse bomb from Light. Got the double support. It's always tricky when you're running Ana Brigitte on support, because you want your Brigitte to back up the Ana, make sure that Rhino, for example, couldn't help.
They both got stuck in that situation.
Yeah, but I mean, them clumping up there, exactly, it ended up leading to a double kill from one pulse bomb, which is some excellent ultimate economy from UCI. We're going to see a Widowmaker ult here is going to slow down the advance from San Diego as both tanks are dueling it out. A nice kill from Frosted and a stick from Paco and Otters is going to change the tide, I think, for San Diego to push onto the point. This is their chance, and Diva's going to try to eliminate Rhino. He's going to barely jump to safety and keep his ult instead of choosing to pop it there. The Diva's going to have something to say about the Widow pick here and hopefully get them to change. But, oh, and then here comes the Diva ult. Let's see if it lands. Bit of a panic ult, I think, since she got demeched, but they're going to back off and keep control of this point, ticking up to about 10% as UCI hovers at 80 with 3 ults to spare.
Yeah, Paco getting that shot on to his twin Light, and, you know, UCSD, they are not going down without a fight. They don't want a 2-0. They don't want to, you know, have this map finished early. They are going to take it all the way right here because we are coming up on the rally soon and we still have the nano. We could use that on Zinio, get that overclock combo wombo. But yo, UCI, they're playing their ultimate very smartly right now as Rhino does get on to that nano right there.
Yeah, there is a angry monkey on the point right here with the nano. Kitsune is happening as well. We're seeing a lot of ults at once. I mean, this power on Rhino between the nano and the Kitsune, he is absolutely demolishing the team as he pops ult to keep Anna off the point as his team cleans up the rest of the game. I mean, it's looking like it's going to go back to UCI, and I would predict, although I don't want to call it, that they're going to get the second round here in this first game.
Yeah, but keep in mind, UCSD is so adaptable with this. I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to get kind of a last-minute touch onto the point, but Excel, he knows exactly where they are, and look, he's keeping it accurate to the lore with the headshot onto mine, and a second one onto Zinnia. He knows exactly where they are. That's the wrong game, that's Valorant, but we are playing Overwatch right now because UCI is wiping the floor with San Diego.
Yeah, I mean, that Widowmaker ult was devastating. I mean, it's one thing to give your team that intel, and another thing to get 2 headshots and another pick off of it. I mean, it was really, really crazy to see the positioning on Widowmaker there. That's not something I was prepared for.
And you know what? I always say, Widow ult isn't really a real ult, but then, Xcal, he used that perfectly, the great timing with that, right when they're about to make that push, he is stopping them right in their tracks.
Yeah, and I think, San Diego is probably looking for Xcal in the more traditional Widowmaker positions on that map, but he was almost in the back line.
Yeah, he was pushed all the way up, and Xcal just knew what to do in that very moment. And I think let's recap this whole map, Trevor, because they did some great plays right here, and we're going to see them in this replay coming up in just a second.
I mean, it was an Irvine show for sure, and we're about to see a little bit of that. I mean, here first is some more Xcal domination with a triple kill.
Xcal for president.
Yeah, I mean, this was insane. He was popping off this game on all characters. There's another there was that Tracer duel we talked about at the end, which is really important when, they're fighting for the overtime.
Here's
there's the
favorite
one. Here's
Xcal
that one.
clip right there.
Yeah.
And just fantastic showing from Xcal overall. UC Irvine, they're well rested up. They're ready for this, but UCSD, I think there's still a great chance for them to come back. They seem very confident when they're talking on camera, like literally every single one of them. So I truly believe that they'll be able to kind of follow up with this. Because in the next map, we are going to a hybrid mode. I'm not sure between Numbani, Midtown, and Eichenwald. I kind of have a feeling it'll be Eichenwald, Trevor. Yeah. We do kind of have a habit of picking the same maps over and over again because, I've actually heard from the voices in our head, ladies and gentlemen, it is not going to be Eichenwald. What is it, Trevor?
It is Midtown, which is going to be a bit of a change-up. I'm excited to see.
We'll be going to the Big Apple very shortly. So Midtown, completely different map from Eichenwald. What kind of different comps can we expect here?
I think it's interesting. It's going to be hard to say. I wouldn't want to call it, but what I will predict is I think what determined that first game, Chris, for me, was I really would predict that there was an Irvine kind of intel advantage on San Diego. I mean, they've been watching them all day. They've already played against them. And I wonder if they've got some kind of contingency already planned for Midtown, right? I mean, that's going to be, I think, what decides it or not, is how if Irvine, already has a plan in motion. But maybe not. Maybe it's just going to be kind of a standard affair.
It's really possible that Irvine has to read, but keep in mind, guys, San Diego did get to pick this map, so surely they do have something up their sleeve with this, because I always talk about, that bridge in Midtown that they have, they have to go under it. That's a terrible choke point to just be stuck under. And, when we were watching the qualifiers a couple weeks ago, that was a big struggle for a lot of these teams. So we do need to see some kind of compositions, Trevor, that will kind of push us through that or just have it stalled up on that bridge, right?
Yeah, and I bet, if I was going to predict who is going to end up making that switch, I think it'll be San Diego's tank. I think that's going to be the deciding factor in how this map goes for them. They've got to be fatigued. It's been a long
absolutely.
day.
They've played, 3 series today, San Diego? And Irvine, this is only their second one.
Yeah, and some of those series for San Diego were absolutely brutal. I mean, we were talking long games, multiple games. It was close for about every single one of them, and that's got to have a toll on your mental, on your psyche, on your energy as we're getting a little bit late here. I'm glad it's the holiday for tomorrow so that all these players can rest.
Absolutely. So everyone right here, right now, we're going to get an opportunity to rest up, but the grind isn't over yet. Because even up here, we're fatigued, you're fatigued, the players are fatigued, but it doesn't matter. We are ready to see some Overwatch gameplay.
Yeah.
Right, Trevor? Okay, so, I freaking love Overwatch so much, Trevor, but, like, let's talk about us. Because right now, the players, they had their star moment. They had their time to shine.
Yeah.
But now let's go down to us, Trevor. What do you like about Overwatch?
I like playing Tracer.
Okay.
I am not
Tracer.
very good at Tracer, but it is so fun. And something I like about Tracer that I think is part of Overwatch in general is how fun the characters' kits are.
Yeah.
Every single one has a different kind of character, a different play style, in a way that makes the game really fun to master one character or maybe switch to another, and you're working with a whole different type of game. Honestly, if you switch from even one character to another within the same role, there's so much to master, and I think that's what's especially fun to see about high-level gameplay like this is the amazing microplay that we've seen today from all teams.
You know what, Trevor? Speaking of Tracer, I think we're going to continue seeing a lot of Tracer because we are jumping back into the next map on Midtown. We are having a little change of time here. Usually we see Midtown during the day, but New York is looking spectacularly beautiful tonight, and I'm excited to see what these teams will be cooking.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see the map. I mean, the character picks here. We're going to have Arista from Frosted, which I think will help with that choke, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
I think I'm curious to see how Zinnia is going to change up their plays here when facing XCal's absolutely domineering performance as their alternative on Irvine. I bet the pressure's on a little bit for San Diego's DPS to take out XCal, especially after those flashy plays last game. Light was killing it last time, and I wonder, if I were San Diego, I would change the callouts a little bit. I might put a little bit of focus on Irvine's DPSs to slow down the way that they've been chaining these ultimates and taking out members of San Diego really quickly. I think it's come down to the microplay here for Irvine's DPSs, and I wonder how much San Diego is planning around that as we jump into the beginning of Game 2 here of this final championship series of UCEI presented by Xfinity. I can't wait to see
I'm
what
so
happens.
excited. It looks like XCal does have that fun little angle with the fire truck. I'm going to use that in my game from now on, but Light just sitting tight up here with Otters as contact is being made with Paco. The recall immediately going out, but so far no one's really been able to push through except for Frosted.
Yeah, that was a really interesting angle for Light to hold. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anyone stand up there like that. Wow, Zinnia and Paco take out the DPS, proving me right for once. San Diego's going to really unload some serious focus on Irvine's DPSs as they now clean up the rest of their team, and UCI is going to have to reset here as San Diego gets this first point in an excellent and fast push onto that site, starting into the payload part of this map. San Diego came back with a vengeance there.
Yes, sir. Mere minutes into the game, UCSD already has control of that payload, but Irvine, they're not giving this up without practice. The stream is already up to 70% onto the ultimate, combined with Rhino's overall prowess as Winston, I'm confident that we'll be able to make some plays coming up soon.
It's really cool to see how Rhino's implementing that right click for Winston, charging up that ultimate to get that primal range sooner and hopefully kick San Diego off the point. Zinnia showing us some cool moves with the jumping around on Sojourn, and we are going to see how Irvine is going to run it back here. Paco getting really close to ult, getting purple, going to have to slow things down. Looking for that pulse bomb target, I'm sure, as we head into another fight.
And it looks like Irvine is going to try to hold down the fort as we're making it down that bridge. I was talking to you about that headshot from XCal successfully gets the landing on to Paco, and now
Yeah, San Diego didn't opt for a full reset here as they count on Zinnia to hold down the fort. Gets taken down with the purple and by XCal. Really nice team organization there from Irvine as they're going to attempt to take down Frosted, but with the Terra Surge, Otters cancels it really quickly with an excellent play, and that Frosted ult is going to go into the garbage. Rhino going to follow things up, and now San Diego, for the first time this game, forced off the point, but with 4 ultimate abilities to boot.
But you know what? Irvine also has 4 ultimate abilities to boot, so it's going to be kind of a matter of who uses what the most effectively, because Bob, such a huge ultimate. That's basically like a 6-player. With Bob, we're bringing it back to Overwatch 1 almost, but like getting the pulls bomb, unfortunately doesn't get anything, but right on the pick on to Danky is able to secure
nice.
more and more kills for Irvine. It is not looking so good
Wow.
for UCSD right now, because XL is absolutely on fire with his aim right now.
Yeah, that shotgun dynamite combo was lovely to see, and you've got to be frustrated if you're mine when you get shot from downtown by the dynamite and the left click on XCal. No ultimates, only one ultimate used by Irvine there. San Diego gonna hold on to more as Otters gets a headshot on Xenia with the kunai for a nice pick, slowing down San Diego even longer as they wait for a reset.
Yeah, the staggering is not going to look so good for UCSD, but I think they're ready to come into this pretty fast, because I think, there's a lot going on with this upcoming fight right now. We have a bunch of ultimates online. I know Frosted was unable to make, good use of that Terror Surge, but, the other ultimates are so much more valuable, Trevor.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited. So if you were San Diego, what would you be doing to get that payload past that bridge?
I would keep doing what they showed they could do at the beginning of that game, which was excellent target selection and coordination, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I called the most important targets. It's like we're on the same wavelength here, because their target selection there was excellent. Both DPS and, all the players on San Diego were going for those star players that took them out the last time. And I think target selection, you asked me earlier what I love about Overwatch, and I think target selection and teamwork in order to take down a priority target makes it a really interesting game at a high level like this with a five-man team.
Yeah, because Overwatch, unlike other games like Valorant, you can maybe 1v5 easily, but Overwatch is such a team-oriented game, and right now XCal is absolutely popping off. So I really want SD to really put more focus on them, pay more attention to XCal, because he is absolutely shredding through them with the Ashe right now. He really understands that character well, and Ashe and Widow, they're pretty similar in the terms that they're a little bit more of that, long range pick, so they need to really commit to that dive.
Yeah, and I gotta say that just to relive a moment, that entry from San Diego onto the first point, it was electric, and it was so fun to see. I really enjoyed it as we're gonna move in here to a different angle. But that first,
you wanted to shout out to the production team back there, working so hard all day, every day. So shout out to the production right there. Always happy to see their faces smiling.
Yeah, looking good and cozy in those hoodies. It's getting, I think they're hyped in there to be matching and to be working on this excellent tournament as we head into the second half of our game 2. I still think it's too close to call, Chris, but San Diego right here is showing some serious energy and initiative, and one more ult than UCI. And they've been killing it this game. I mean, it's easy to lose your mental with a rough first game here, but they are just bringing a serious kind of championship energy here. Frosted gonna push off Rhino off the bridge here onto that choke point, like you were mentioning.
Yeah, and it's just, when Irvine has a hold onto that hop point, it's really important to really force him off that, and Frosted was completely successful with that. And, still, Bob is still online, so I know UCSD is tracking those ultimates.
Yep, Rhino's got this Primal Rage, threatening to use it here against San Diego. We're going to have a Kitsune come out against it, and a nice headshot from Frosted with the beatdown follow-up. Going to attempt to take out XCal as our MSI MVP Bob comes onto the map. Not seeing too many targets from him. Maybe he's got to check his aim as the Primal Rage is going to force the San Diego support Danky into the corner and ultimately get that kill with a big monkey punch. And there are still, luckily, San Diego they've got 2 ults on their team so far, some good discipline. It's easy to panic when you start to lose a fight like that and hear your enemy ults come in, but they've held on to 2, which I think is some really incredible discipline at the end of that fight.
Yeah, and just when you think, SD has won that fight, you see Irvine just somehow manages to come back from this time and time again. They almost made it past that bridge, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what UCSD can do now, because they are switching over to that D.Va. They are matching with that kind of divey play style, so I'm really excited to see what they can do with only 1 minute left in the clock.
Yeah, and I think Frosted on D.Va and Ilios, it went well.
It was fantastic, yeah.
I don't think that was the problem, and I wonder if they felt confident enough here to charge in with D.Va initially and throw Rhino off guard a little bit. They're going to have to change up their approach as a big sleep comes in to slow down that approach from Frosted. D.Va's a big target for that sleep dart, and Supreme took advantage of that, putting them to rest here for a little bit, but they're back up. Rhino's has a ton of targets. Oh my gosh, the electricity gun having hitting 3 at once. Otters with another nice headshot. Light taking down Zinnia as well. 3 members of San Diego are gone as Frosted is desperately trying to reset here without maybe having to lose mech, and the Immortality field saves them at the last moment.
Yeah, thankfully they could not afford to have Frosted staggered right there because we have 30 seconds left on the clock, and Zinnia nowhere close to that overclock. They only have Paco's, post bomb and the window. Will that be enough for UCSD? They want this so bad.
Yeah, and Frosted wreaking havoc on UCI's backline with D.Va as they are struggling to make work of it. Paco getting Otters out of the mix, but it is not over yet. This fight is still happening as San Diego has 1 on the point. Rhino's going to attempt to stop them with primal range, but they are continuing to push as overtime begins. We will see if Irvine can get them off the point, but it's going to be tough as they have 2 ults to reckon with, a D.Va bomb, and the Kitsune comes out to help them on their way. Rhino jumping towards Sojourn here. Zinnia gonna have to run away here as the primal range forces them back through the door. They've got San Diego's got 1 on the point still here, contested as a big purple knocks out Zinnia, but they are healed back up using this overclock really effectively to keep UCI off, and they have 1 person on the point here. But this, I mean, they are trading really interesting blows here as now 3 on the point, getting closer and closer to this checkpoint. Light gonna take out Mine, but it is still not over as Irvine has to finish the fight here to get San Diego off the point, and they finally do with a really excellent showing from San Diego there at the end.
Yeah, for a long time right there, no one was dying, Trevor. They were just trading shots back and forth, but I just didn't see anyone. I was looking at the health bars. They were down so painfully low, and yet somehow UC Irvine was able to come up top from that. I think it was just that positioning of that payload right there. They had to keep playing around the payload, but unfortunately, UC Irvine just had the literal drop on them. They could just drop down and jump them right over there. But going into this next half, Trevor, I think UCSD has a better idea of how to kind of counter this because I saw the vision with them, truly. But now UCI has to kind of come up with that same explosive gameplay in order to close out the match.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one thing that's fun about Overwatch, especially in a final, is that there's some asynchronous, or not asynchronous, excuse me, some asymmetric team advantages on each end. And even if you win the first half on a map like this, you have to go and do the reversal, against the enemy team here. Zinnia's going to opt for an Ashe pick with Danky and Mine on Brigitte and Anna, respectively. We're actually, Otters is on Lifeweaver, which I would love to see some life grips.
I think it's a little bit of a troll right here. Because usually we do opt for, the Ana, the Kiriko, the Bat, but
what can I say? We've got good sense.
What did I say? What did I say, Trevor? He is switching over to the Brigida. We're working a similar-ish matchup. We have the same idea because XL is going to be on the Soldier for, I bet, the movement advantage on the attack.
Yeah, I want to believe in Lifeweaver, but maybe I'll have to wait till next year to see some Lifeweaver gameplay. Rhino leading the charge here onto the point, and not quite as quick of an offense from UCI as San Diego had. I mean, it felt like you blinked last time and you missed how San Diego took this point. Frosted going to continue some excellent D.Va work against Irvine as XCal gets a headshot off screen, taking Zinnia out in a massive purple against 3 members of San Diego, including both of the supports. Frosted with no healing, doing their best to hold down this point, going to get demeched. But wow, that purple grenade from Supreme was, I think, the deal breaker there for Irvine as they get onto the point.
Yeah, because you know what? Ana was just nerfed recently. The anti-healing actually isn't as good anymore. It doesn't last as long. So I think the timing from UCI is really good. They really coordinated that use of the utility. And now UC Irvine does have a hold of the payload, and we are going to push our way up. Hopefully not running into the same issue as San Diego last time because, they also had an explosive beginning.
Yeah, Paco brought down really low here, but showing off some good Tracer discipline on the recall. Has enough abilities. Yeah, taking notes. I know. I've got to work on this. We're going to switch to Zinnia's perspective as they land some good shots. A little dynamite damage there to charge up Bob, get him onto the field. Not a ton of targets yet. UCI getting closer to this choke point you mentioned. And I really want to see how San Diego plays around this choke point, given that they chose the map. I wonder if they have some tricks up their sleeve. They're going to have to deal with Light's pulse grenade, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem. But I want to see what happens.
Area denial.
Yeah, still not too much going on right now. We're just trading shots back and forth as the payload does make their way up. And there's a lot of things flying right now. Trevor, break it down.
It's hard. I mean, it's pretty impressive when you think about how Winston's legs can compete with D.Va's jetpack. That's some serious height for both of them.
Super monkey.
Talk about primal rage. But D.Va ult is up now. I wonder how Frosted's going to use it. We haven't seen it connect yet, but it can be a great resource just for controlling the map, too. Yeah, and wow, Zinnia with another headshot on Light, gonna drop like a fly. Zinnia is the switch up to Ana. He's showing off so many different, so much expertise on different characters. It's incredible.
Yeah, going into this next fight, we got 3 ults online for UCSD, but a whopping almost 5 for UC Irvine. So I'm kind of looking forward to see what they can really do with this. But unfortunately, again, we are running into, it's not esports, Trevor, without the tech issues. But again, 3 ults versus the 5. UC Irvine is ready to kind of unleash it all out.
Yeah, I mean, I really, really want to see San Diego take this one, given that they picked the map, and I'm still thinking about their entry onto that first site in the first half.
Oh, yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. I don't think Irvine even expected it to come. Yeah, they were prepared a little bit. All of a sudden, they were overwhelmed just like that, and they just get stuck under that bridge. So unfortunate. Always the case with this map, too, especially when we saw in the qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, that bridge is brutal for offense, but I think, it's like we stopped. We had to pause right when I was curious to see how San Diego was going to play that.
I know.
But before we get back, I do want to shout out our tech crew and support this tournament. They've been excellent solving problems with lightning speed. I mean, we have had a few pauses, but that's bound to happen. But no big stoppages. I mean, it's been an incredible showing of talent and professionalism.
And I think we are going to jump back right now. Actually, Trevor, again, tech team super fast with the take.
Yeah, I mean, they are solving problems like they're nothing. And again, a reminder, UCI's got 4 ults here, including an overclock from XCal. I am super interested to see, what targets they'll prioritize here. Light brought down real low, gonna escape barely as a Nano Monkey comes out to tangle with the backline of San Diego. Not a ton of targets as they escape really effectively, and Paco gets Light with a pulse grenade. XCal gonna trade blows, getting Zinnia down with a headshot, and D.Va ult is still up from Frosted, looking maybe for something sneaky here as a big rally comes in, protecting Otter's team. He did get purpled there briefly, but was able to maintain control as Irvine takes down 2 members, one with a Rhino Monkey jump. Frosted getting stunned, and D-Mech gonna pop the ult. Let's see if it connects. I think that doorway protected Irvine, though, in a really big way. The remake is still very useful for Frosted as they continue to stall. An opposing rally from Danky happens as one member of UCI is on the point, but that was a lot of action and not a lot of movement on the point, and UCI has got to make sure that all this attention makes them delivers, and Rhino gets slept during the rage, which is always a big disappointment when you're playing Winston, and on a 5 kill streak to boot. And Otters!
Oh my god, our supports are absolutely popping off right now. We saw Otters kind of win the whole game for UC Irvine earlier. And once again, UCI is just showing that they are the dominant force in this whole, UC landscape. But San Diego, they played that so I really thought they had it for a second. I truly believed in them, but I think it was just the positioning and everything, and Rhino was able to jump into the back line, knock them all out, and just overall great showing from both of them. But unfortunately, we are going up to 2 points for UC Irvine and a whopping 0 for San Diego. But then you know what? It's a best of 7. They can still come back from this, Trevor.
There's a lot of time, and it's hard to plan around. You never expect to see a double kill from one support and then the grenade kill from Ana on the Tracer to close out the game. You can't plan for that as San Diego, and it was some really interesting flex gameplay from Irvine and showing off the supports there that they can do more than just one thing. It was amazing.
Supreme and Otters, they wanted to have their little DPS moment. As a support player, sometimes you just think, man, I really gotta start doing damage, But let's just jump back into this replay package right here. We're gonna see some great gameplay from both sides because they got so many great picks overall.
Yeah, and starting out here with XCal, nice headshot, another one. I mean, they were just racking him up this game, and really, I was interested in how they held on to Bob. the restraint from all players with their ult. I always, whenever I get my ult, I just want to use it as quick as I can. But these high-level players are showing why they deserve to be on these teams. And it was incredible to watch and a great showing for a championship game as we head into Game 3 here of our final series. I still don't want to call it. Like you said, you know, it's a long series, and the way that Overwatch is, I mean, we frequently see swings from both teams, and it could easily turn into a closer series, which would be awesome to see. We're going to go to a quick break, but we've loved talking to you, and we will see you again really soon. Stay tuned. We'll catch you in a second.
Yeah, I am still Chris PG Bobazloo, and I'm still here with Trevor Goblin Smith, and we are going to jump into Flashpoint in this grand finals Overwatch match between UC Irvine and UC San Diego. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, UCI has won 2 of the titles before in the previous days, but each of the finals has been against San Diego. You know, the 2 teams, the 2 schools that have had teams in all 3 titles is super impressive. We're really excited to go into the next match, which is Servasa. Trevor, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's been incredible. It's turning into kind of a grudge matchup between these 2 teams.
Definitely.
I mean, 3 championship series and both teams performing really well in all 3, including this one as we head into the map. I mean, this is a pretty one. I forget how nice this map is.
we see a lot of new Junk City, especially coming from UC Irvine, but Servasa, definitely the prettier map out of the 2, and I'm excited to see what kind of place they can get up to, because there's a lot of ledges, a lot of places to fall off, and also hide.
Yeah, we gotta send a letter, I think, to the mayor of New Junk City, because it is not clean.
I know.
They need to get
the
public
need
works out
renovations
there.
up here.
Yeah.
We need to up the taxes, put that into the city, because Servasa is looking absolutely great, gorgeous. It looks like they can go on one of those Instagram posts with the nice flowers and all of the tropical. This looks like a tropical vacation. I would love to visit Servasa right now, but these players, they're already here. It looks like UC Irvine will be going for their bread and butter, the classic, while UCSD is going for also their bread and butter.
Yeah, and it's both teams have shown that their players can play these compositions into various maps, various matchups, and still perform really well, as Rhino's going to open up with an opening salvo from the electricity gun. I would really like to see how San Diego is going to come back and change things up a little bit, as Paco gets a first pick against Honors. Definitely a star player last time. Paco choosing some excellent targets and delivering, and there's now a 5 versus 4 as UCI's Rhino is forced to jump out of the way on the back foot for sure, as San Diego controls this first point, opening up the game to a good start for San Diego, and a javelin goes wide, but what a beginning, Chris.
Yeah, that first pick was vital to make sure UCSD can secure the point. Again, we're changing the pace from control, which is so much faster, and UC Irvine is going to be really struggling to get a control of that point, and the javelin once again targeting Rhino, who is putting pressure from up top, and so far no real picks have gone through.
Yeah, Rhino looking like a monkey in a tree up there on the ledge, baiting out some attention from San Diego, as XCal shooting them from a distance. They're looking for some opening here to get on the point, as Paco is forced off. They don't want to overcommit, especially on Flashpoint. When you blink and you miss it, you only have a couple attempts to knock the other team off. And sometimes you can really waste it, and it is now getting even closer to the end here. 76, UCI running out of time. They've got a couple ults to make this happen, and the Nano goes out, Monkey goes in. It is turning into a mosh pit on the point, as UCI's got 2 on it and no one from San Diego. Rhino getting frosted down. 3 on the point, and it goes to Irvine. They waited for that opportunity.
As I always say, no take, no team, and having Frosted go down at such a vital moment in that fight means Irvine was able to flip over the point, and it wasn't looking so good for Irvine for a while, because I saw Rhino up on top of the ledge. He was just hopping back and forth just like a monkey in a tree, like you said. But it was just so annoying to deal with, because you always had to be looking up at him, getting that elevation change. But it doesn't matter. Frosted went down just the wrong time in that fight, Trevor.
I mean, it was hard to say, and the game's far from over. We're paused only on our first point here, and I think it was incredible to see how Irvine really waited for the right time there, when the time is ticking so quickly in Flashpoint. You don't have a lot of opportunity, and if you waste one, you don't have time to reset sometimes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the shot calling from UCI is on point, because you're waiting for just the right moment to kind of go in at the same time. But no real ultimates have really been built yet. We're literally on the first point, ladies and gentlemen. So we haven't really seen what San Diego has to offer, because we went to New Junk City last time. So I really want to see what we can cook on Servasa, because we did cook on it earlier.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of game left here on Servasa, and it's interesting too how the ultimate economy changes in Flashpoint compared to the other games, where there's no reset between points.
Yeah.
I mean, it can there's different levels of strategy as far as when you use your ult, when you give up a point, when you push, and it's interesting. Shout out to the game for having a really interesting change up here as for high level play.
Yeah, because on control, I am so used to end of the round. They're like, round 1, win, defeat, but I always end up just using my ultimate, just for fun. But on Flashpoint, I'm always victim to be like, oh, the round's over. Let me just pop the Q really quick. And these players, they can't do that, unfortunately. But we're going to see what these players will do with their ultimates instead of using them blindly like me, as Irvine has a nice control onto the point, and UCSD is forced to reset.
Yeah, and again, no points have been scored yet here. San Diego got up to 98%, and Irvine barely snuck in a control here. And there is not even a point on the board here of this third game so far. It's anyone's, so it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, having the Kikini rush up from it's a pick onto the Supreme, unfortunately, forces ours pop that.
Wow.
Oh, the unfortunately doesn't connect, but the window does pop.
Yeah, I mean, this is really impressive as Zinnia takes out XCal. A little bit of a revenge shot there. Light gonna dance around to get away from Zinnia, try to stall them out, and Zinnia is toting a big overclock. He's not even gonna have to use it, I don't think. They just gotta get Rhino off the point in time to score it. But the Primal Rage is gonna stall even more. Maybe UCI can get back onto the point to prevent this first point going to San Diego, but it's gonna be tough. Zinnia getting another kill on Supreme, and the overclock gonna make really quick work of another kill on Danky. XCal showing off some really excellent shooting as overtime continues. UCI barely got one on the point, not in control of it. They are making San Diego work for this first point as they barely eke it out as Danky goes down.
Yeah, UCSD, great showing from them. Just overall, so much pressure onto Irvine to keep hold on to this point. But we are going to move on to the next one with Paco's Pulse Bomb and the Terror Surge on my Lamb is being forced out of mine, but everyone does. Oh, never mind. Zinnia gets the pick onto Supreme. I was going to say everyone made it out alive. We're going to make our way over to the next point, but unfortunately, Supreme goes and XCal gets that revenge shot back onto Zinnia. It's a back and forth between these two Sojourns. So entertaining to watch right here, but we are on to the next point now, so let's see what Rhino has to cook against Frosted.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a rivalry of this series, it's XCal and Zinnia so far. There's still time to change. One thing I love about Flashpoint is these duels, as the point changes, both teams have to make a little bit of a journey to the next point, and they've got time to fight as the Kitsune comes out the window. This is ult for ult as Otters takes one down, like it's another one. XCal takes Frosted out finally, and it's looking like this point is going to go to UCI for the control. I mean, they're down one, but they can make it up easily as they control this first point and hope to keep San Diego off for this next push.
Yeah, the team is being forced back all the way to their spawn. Again, time is ticking. Supreme and Rhino do have those two ultimates. They're coordinating that, making sure Rhino is able to jump in safely, but UCSD is also prepared with ultimates of their own. So it's kind of a matter of who makes that first contact, who gets that first initial pick. Ooh, barely missing onto the pre. Pulse Bomb does not go too successfully for Light, but still, Paco getting that pick onto Light regardless, punishing him for that play.
Yeah, and it's something about Tracer that's interesting is you can't be charging a Pulse Bomb if you're holding on to it, right? So if it goes wide once or twice, it's not the end of the world, as these players are so talented, they can charge it up really quick. Irvine now on 75%. San Diego going to have something to say about it. They've got one on the point, uncontested, and Rhino is facing off on quite a few as the Terror Surge comes out and takes out Supreme. Zinnia following up and getting Otters out of the fight, and Rhino, and he is going to XCal force off the point. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, the fight was over when both of the supports went down at the very same time. But now UCI is forced to regroup. UCSD will have some pretty strong footing on the site. We did burn the Nano. We are out of sync with Rhino's Primal, but still, regardless, there's a good opportunity for us to kind of come back to that, because XCal he's been feeling himself on those shots lately, so maybe he'll start feeling himself over here as the point is taking closer and closer to completion.
Yeah, San Diego has shown some excellent mastery over this map. A big javelin onto Rhino. Primal Rage ready, but he's holding on to it as he's getting tossed around by the Spear. Light taking down Zinnia pretty easily, and Spear doesn't stop the monkey. He's got it embedded in his chest, and he still activates the Primal Rage. punching San Diego off the point. XCal and Supreme knocking down enemies on San Diego, backing up Rhino as he finally takes out Paco, giving them control at this point, and likely the second control point going to Irvine as they tie it up in Game 3.
Yeah, Irvine getting the 1-for-1 now. It is clearly even, but going into this next point, UCEI just doesn't have too much to cook with. They have no ingredients. They have no ultimates. Well, on the other hand, UCSD has 3 ultimates online. Soon to be 5 for them if they can continue building that ultimate. But now they're going to race over here now, hopefully able to get something done with that huge purple.
Oh, and the beat's gonna drop to help combat the damage from that purple, and San Diego still got 2-3 ults on the board, making as Danky and Paco take out members of Irvine really quickly in quick succession. Didn't even have my eyes on that, and members of UCI were out of the running, giving this first initial control of the third point to San Diego.
Yeah, looking fantastic for the Tritons right now. I think they have a really good understanding of what's going on in the map. They're running it back from earlier in the day, right? And now they're able to kind of play this higher ground as they already have control of the point. Irvine's just being forced to walk in at Rhino is doing his best to kind of get that touch on, but Light getting the pick onto mine before immediately being traded out. It's anyone's game right now. The overclock does not from Zinnia, and the DPSs are popping off right now. However, Rhino doesn't want to let that go too easily, jumping back to safety after taking out Zinnia.
Yeah, we are trading blows here really quickly as Frosted's going to make something happen with his ult. I didn't think it was in the cards for San Diego in that fight, and Rhino thinks the same as he takes down Frosted, but there's still members of San Diego left. Paco showing some excellent footwork on the point to stall for his team to be able to support him and keep in control at this point. XCal on fire. 2 headshots in a row from XCal is going to have this point firmly in control of Irvine at the end of this fight, but they're not done. They're going to chase down San Diego and stall them out a little bit further from the point than they probably want to be.
Yeah, finally able to flip the point. XCal knew what he needed to do, and now that he has the overclock online, we can really make something work on that, because UCSD, they do have a lot of percentage on this point, but unfortunately, with only the window left to work with, there's nothing really that can advance the push, and now XCal's gonna put the overclock to work!
Wow, and a big purple onto Frosted. It's gonna be hard to come back from that, and XCal takes him out with the overclock finally, with support from Rhino. They're gonna keep firing, keeping San Diego at bay as they chug up to 67% on the point in favor of UCI.
Yeah, it's looking pretty even right now, but once again, UCSD being forced to regroup, losing, Frosted so early into the fight. No tank, no team overall, especially in Overwatch 2, the diminishing tank only, it makes the role so much more important, and Frosted clearly knows how to work it. It's just a matter of how they coordinate the timing on this fight, and the Kitsune rush is popped, and XCal getting the first pick onto mine.
Yeah, and that Kitsune damage on Winston makes a big difference, and a nice beatdown. It's going to take Zinni out of the fight. And Orissa's still here to tangle with the raid boss on the map. It's not going to matter as UCI takes them out relatively easily, making that second point for them. 2-1, Game 3, and it's still anyone's game, but I really don't want to call it either way, Chris.
Yeah, we're on map point right now, but I know UCSD will take him to the brink because Frosted is switching over to that Junker Queen. That Brawly playstyle is still there, but a little bit more aggressive to make sure UCI, maybe their supports will get targeted a little bit more, because Frosted really has the confidence to kind of run in like that. Some the takes in my ranked game, they're always so scared to kind of push in, but Frosted always comes up strong as they make their way over to this very next point. A lot of tight corners going on here, Trevor.
I mean, for real, and it's been cool to see. Wow, a big jump from Rhino. I can't take a second to talk about what I think, because this game just keeps happening, and Rhino's got tons of targets with the Primal ult, and it's a nice sticky bomb followed up by Rhino against Danky. Not many members of San Diego left here for this initial confrontation with the point, giving it to Irvine.
Yeah, having your takedown so early, incredibly painful for San Diego. They can't lose hope. They can't get frustrated right now because they are on match point, and they need to make sure that they can come back together as a cohesive unit. Danky with that beat, though, it's going to be huge for them, kind of bailing them out the very last second. Frost, I'll tell you, the confidence this man has to run in like that, but he's going to play it smart. Make sure they go around with the team, but no. Fortunately, Light is a sneaky one as Zinnia pops the overclock. No members of UC Irvine in sight, however.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. They used it to control that point well, but not a ton of good targets. And there's the final one at the end of the ult. XCal taken down by Zinnia. This rivalry continues, and XCal's got to be fuming as, you know, they've been trading headshots on Sojourn over and over again. The beat's going to drop, and Git frosted that kill against Rhino, giving the point most likely to San Diego, but it's not over yet as they've got to clean up. And Danky with a nice double kill at the end, and Mind to follow up. The supports are showing that they can do it all today.
Yeah, you know, these supports have been popping off. You know, whenever you're observing, you're told, you know, let's not look at the supports too much because they don't really get killed, but these guys do not care. They've been getting so many of their own picks left and right, and it takes a certain amount of finesse to really, you know, keep your team alive, but also kind of seek those opportunities for yourself to get those kills. And you know, these supports just know what they're doing. Absolutely.
Yeah, San Diego's got them on this round a lot as they're facing off against the Kitsune.
The double Kitsune, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they're overlapping in a major way as Light gets a nice shot. XCal following it up. Light, another one. The DPS are absolutely shining as they're going to take this point from San Diego, who have got to want it well, and that is a team kill for Irvine on this third point. They're going to cap it easily here, and they've only got a little bit of percentage to go. San Diego's going to have to race back to the point, although I'm not sure they're going to make it to take it from Irvine here. It's going to be close, although I think it might be it. Frosted making their way over to the point, getting some pot shots onto Irvine. It's going to be close, and they've got ult to help get them a little boost here to get onto point. But
gotta get this timing right because Danky's the only one that can realistically really get onto there, but unfortunately just too little too late for San Diego, and that puts Irvine up a third map already. This is series point. This could like tip the scale for this whole tournament, even because, you know, earlier we saw that UCI, they struggled. They kind of lost their footing a little, but right now it is 3-0 in favor of them, Trevor.
Yeah, and you would have really wanted that if you're San Diego. And it's so interesting because on another game type, 75% isn't anything to cry about. You can maybe get one more push there into overtime, but they just, I mean, they were feet or inches away from getting back on there and stalling
their
UCI
toes
out.
were like right outside of the point. But let's go see what these players got up to because that was such a convincing victory from UC Irvine.
Yeah, it was really a joy to watch, and I'm really curious to see some of this replay. This XCal, man, those shots, I mean, the rivalry between them and Xenia was super. It was showing in a really interesting way that whole fight. A nice stick from Paco onto Light. It's especially hard to land those on another Tracer who have so much mobility, and that just shows the incredible level of micro talent that these players have.
Yeah, these players are just, they know absolutely what they're doing. It's so coordinated the way they play. They don't actually, you know, go off on their own. You see, Rhino is there with XCal to get all of these picks, and he is never the type of monkey to go off on his own and just kind of sacrifice himself because he knows how to stay close enough to jump back to his team, and he's just getting all these picks left and right. I feel like Rhino is massively underappreciated right here because he's peeling for his supports and everything, but he's also the one jumping in to start the fight. You know, he might be the youngest out of all of the players, but he is definitely kind of the dad of the group, kind of looking over all of them, you know?
Yeah, and Primal Rage, I mean, that's one that takes a little bit to charge up, and if you miss with it and don't get something done for your team, it hurts, you know?
Yeah,
and Rhino, I don't think he's missed a single one, and it's been impressive, too, to see how San Diego has responded to the really, really well-used Primal Rages. It's made them work for it for sure, although they have been effective. I really want to see, I wonder if Rhino's going to keep going with it since it's working, or if they'll change it up to try to keep San Diego on their toes. And I'm also curious to see what San Diego's going to change up here to make this last game of the series and the championship happen. I mean, San Diego's going to have to do a reverse sweep here to bring it back.
Yeah, definitely. And going into this next map, it's going to be push, Trevor. And that's kind of one of my least favorite game modes. You know, we have Coliseo, we have Ishbranca, and we have New Queen Street. I don't really like any of them, but we're starting to see push a little bit more, you know, just because of the format of this tournament. And, you know, I just want to shout out, you know, just you and everyone today, because it's been a long day, and everyone here has put in such great preparation, such great work to it. So really shout out to our on-air talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's been awesome to see how the whole team from different parts of the state have made working together looks so easy, you know, and it's been a joy genuinely to work with such intelligent and passionate people who share a common interest. It's been a party the whole time.
You know, when I first joined UCI Esports, I literally told my manager, I love esports because of the way it brings people together. And look at all of these wonderful people who have come here today to kind of put this whole, thing together. And it's just even to the audience as well. Like, everyone is just here for esports, and I really just love that. First, so let's give ourselves a round of applause right now, because it's been such a great weekend.
Yeah.
And these players, they're ready to go. I think UCSD is ready for that reverse sweep, actually, because they have picked Colosseo as the next map.
Yeah, and it is not over yet. It's been a party, but the party continues. Colosseo, I think that's my favorite push map, personally.
Me too.
Yeah, I like the, it's nice to have the Coliseum there and duke it out in basically an ancient arena. I think it's a lovely cinematic
pretty
way.
epic.
Yeah, and maybe the end of this series.
Yeah, because UCSD has their backs against the wall. I don't think they've given up yet. They want this so bad, and I'm sure the fans at home and in the audience, you guys want it just as bad too. And it's going to be a lot, because XCal is popping off with his aim right now, and this is unfortunately a Widow map.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think who on SD is going to be picking into that Widow. Are they going to even pick the Widow? Because Zinnia, his aim has been on point today as well. But XCal, I think he's been really feeling himself. He's had a little bit of a warm-up on the Widow already. So we're going to maybe see if they do pick that.
Yeah, I would love to see a Widow face-off, and we are going to get back into game shortly here. And again, it could be the last one of the weekend, and what a way to end it if it was a Widow face-off. That's all I'm saying. I like that pick, but I would especially like to see it on both sides.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So we're going to be jumping into the game very, very shortly, but right now, Trevor, is there any random character you want to see that we've seen kind of the bread and butter, these past couple of games, but is there an out-of-pocket pick that you would maybe want to see?
I want to see the pig.
You want to see Hog.
I want to see Hog.
You want to see the Hog.
I think he would be fun. The changes have been really interesting. He's a little bit of a solo queue pick.
But this is a terrible map for Hog, so that was definitely kind of a hot take you had right there.
I just think he's fun to watch.
I think he's a silly guy, too. He'll take a little sniff of his inhaler, be back up to full health, but just right now, it's a little bit of a longer range pass. So unfortunately, I think we'll be seeing Frosted, on that Orisa.
Hey, there he is. There's the pig. I think Rhino heard me, and he agrees with me. The pig is the way to go. Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's back.
No. He wanted to give you the little bit of happiness, the bit of hype. But you know what? We'll be going with that Ramacho Boy Frosted on his tried and true Orisa. XL on the sniper, just on the Hanzo.
Yeah, we'll see if some arrows land here. And Zinnia on May, maybe going to get some nice... May's kind of a sniper when you think about it.
Yeah, if you right-click hard enough, anything's a sniper, to be honest. But, XL on the Hanzo, they always seem to get these random headshots on me when I'm playing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating. An arrow to the head is a bummer, especially in solo queue. And we'll see if XCal gets some of those as he gets stunned pretty quickly by Frosted's Javelin. He doesn't want any of that in his game. And here we're engaging as UCI takes control of the point first, but it is far from over as San Diego's going to reversal. That's something about this game mode. It is back and forth really quickly.
Yeah, the first pick does go to XL. Maybe a lucky headshot, maybe an unlucky headshot for mine as he does go down. Traded out by Zinnia, however, and the picks are going out left and right now. UCSD really wants to come back with it, but they've been forced back into their spawn by Otters. Sent them to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, another couple kills from Otters, and it was really cool to see Zinnia take out Light on the Tracer. Maybe that's the May pick, right? Maybe it's just to combat Light, who has shown some excellent skills from Light. He's shown some excellent skills and really made San Diego work to stop him.
Yeah, but already they're pushing up to that first little checkpoint. Zinnia getting the pick on the Supreme before he could jump away, and now they really want to take back the space that they lost.
Yeah, this May pick is working so far for Zinnia. Frosted's super low. It's going to be hard. He's going to be hard pressed to stay alive as his health bar comes back. Light doing some fancy footwork, probably avoiding Zinnia a little bit at this point, if I'm guessing, engaging Danky instead to keep him from healing his team. But, Lucio doesn't need to be looking in the right direction to heal his team, and I can't quite tell, but he might very well be in healing range. He's awful low now, and the pulse bomb is gonna be a serious threat to San Diego. But wow, there, I mean, ults are happening left and right, and XCal gets a nice headshot followed up by a Dragon that doesn't quite connect. Zinnia is taking pot shots. Light with a nice beatdown on Danky finally takes him out of the mix. Zinnia taken off, didn't quite have time for the Ice Cube as Rhino takes everyone down.
Let's make some progress.
Wow, this has been impressive so far, Chris.
Yeah, these players have been absolutely amazing with this, and I'm just so impressed by the sheer prowess that they are able to do. And you know, XL has been really good on the shots right here. And Light unfortunately doesn't have the full connect, but XL getting the pick on to mine.
Yeah, I mean, XCal is making this work with some really quick arrows. Rhino gonna take down Frost with the punch, and this very well might be it for the series. Zinnia having something to say about it takes him out, but Light follows him up, and Zinnia is working really hard to keep Irvine from taking this in Game 4. It is still anyone's game. 7 minutes left on the clock. Pushes a long one, Chris. You got to keep your energy up if you're a player, you know? I mean, it's not over. And 4 ults on San Diego.
But we are already 75 meters down. Zinnia getting the big honors does set UC Irvine back a couple paces, so they need to make sure this bot goes back to where it came from. And maybe going on the other way, but before we can get that momentum, we are jumping back to see our wonderful faces. I hope you guys didn't miss us too much, but right now it's looking kind of tough for UCSD. What do they need to do to kind of come back with this? It looks like a little bit of a roll. I don't want it to be. I want UCSD to kind of come back with this, get that reverse sweep, push it all the way to the limit, but their backs are against the wall right now.
You know, I love the Zinnia pick on May, though. I wonder if the change-up is helping him out, you know, and if you're the rest of San Diego, you could follow suit and change it up a little bit here. We are being kept on the edge of our seats in this game with the pause, and I'm wondering, you know, what they're going to do to change it up. It's hard to say, and they've got to be tired at this point.
Yeah, they're exhausted right now. In San Diego, they always have had a really fantastic ultimate economy, but right now they're holding on to them. They're not going to build any more ultimates if they don't use it, so it's a matter of kind of coordinating all these ultimates together. It's just kind of now the timing, because the pot is pushed up all the way, almost to their spawn, over halfway there, Trevor, and we still have a long way left to go before UC San Diego can even think about coming back.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be their move to make. I think they've got 4 ultimates on board here. I bet they're going to have to take the initiative and make this happen. But, you know, in the meantime, it has been a pleasure to be here with you, Chris. And you asked me a couple questions. Now I got to ask you one.
Okay. I'm in the question chair.
Why do you love Overwatch?
I love Overwatch because it's so open to kind of people of all skill levels. You know what? If you're a junk player back home, you don't need to have the most fantastic aim like XCal or Zinnia to really, you know, get all those picks. You can just, you know, be a silly little guy, press your Q, and just, you know, kill everyone with your ultimate. But also, if you're a technically, you know, very mechanical player, you can play that soldier and get so much value off of her. So I guess I really love Overwatch because it's kind of open to all skill levels and anyone can really have fun with it. And, you know, I love seeing the diversity in the game, people of all walks of life, as the characters, the players themselves. It's just a really fantastic game, and I think we're ready to jump back into the game in just 1 second. Trevor, are you excited?
I cannot wait. And like I said, I'm looking for some initiative from San Diego here with those ults.
They're ready. They're ready.
I can't wait to see it. And it's their game to win here for that reverse sweep. It could happen, which would name them the championship and take that 3rd trophy of the weekend from UCI.
Yeah, because keep in mind, UCI, we won League. We won Valorant, and we want to win Overwatch too. But San Diego is ready to jump back in and get that victory, you know, take it away from them.
Yeah, I mean, San Diego is hot on Irvine's heels here, and they're going to jump right back into things with control of the robot. They're going to, I'm guessing, use at least one ult here to stave off Irvine's attempts to push it, and XCal has just been landing these shots. It's been really cool how well they have utilized the Hanzo pick, which I don't think either of us expected on Coliseo, but it's been really impressive. Rhino also toting their ult. It could be time for some annihilation as Zinnia's gonna pop the ult, and it finds Rhino. They're gonna be plugging away with the headshots, but the frisbee saves Rhino's life. He is still alive, gonna pop the ult of his own, and he continues to be in the fight despite huge attention from Irvine. And it is gonna be, I mean, we are trading kills so quickly here. I am having a hard time even keeping track, but that frisbee was incredible. Lycan would take the beat down on Zinnia, and Maybe one more. Otters takes out Paco, and the robot is back in control of Irvine.
Wow, somehow I was fully expecting Rhino to die right there. The blizzard landed, and all of a sudden Otters coming up from out of nowhere just magically saved them, and then Irvine was able to wipe the floor with them somehow.
Yeah, I mean, Otters with the frisbee there was incredible. I couldn't wait to see. I can't wait to see him do it again, and he still has ult. We'll see where that window lands. And to San Diego's credits, they only used one ult there. They still got 3 to boot.
They have that in their pocket right now, but keep in mind, we do have the window from Otters, who has been a fantastic player. X now getting the early pick on to Frosted and opening up that window.
Whoa.
We are able to get these picks back and forth. Even though the prince being taken down, I think Irvine still has a strong footing on here.
Yeah, there were some nice May snipes from Zinnia there. That was really nice. You know, I called her a sniper, and I think Zinnia is showing how that's a little bit true. Going to use that ice box to stay alive. Light takes out Danky with the punch. Paco throws back a nice right click to take Light out and punish them from taking out their healer. Oh, and Paco takes out XCal for the first time this game with a nice overclock. Looking for one more. Takes out Otters. Frosted going to clean up Rhino, and the bot is back in San Diego's control.
Finally, San Diego knew what they needed to do, and they are bringing it. We're almost up to another blizzard right now, and it's looking good for San Diego. They need to keep this momentum going. Don't let Irvine face them, and they are doing that exactly right now.
Yeah, it is incredible to see how San Diego does not give up. They're pushing the robot, and honestly, not that far behind. There are still 4 minutes in here as another mail comes out from Zinnia. Not sure who they're connecting with yet. I can't quite see. And there is the window as well, laying down another really huge ounce of pressure from San Diego with another ult from Frosted coming in. Didn't quite connect, but then Paco's there to back up and take out Otters with the right click. And Danky's still got their ult. Probably going to help them stay in control of this robot, and we may be going to Game 5 here as San Diego is putting out an absolutely huge effort to keep Irvine from taking home this trophy. Both tanks are going to be dueling it out here really quickly, and wow, this is amazing. I can't keep it straight. So much is happening at once on this map. A huge ult from XCal. We'll see if it connects. See some damage on the board, but no kills.
Fantastic for UCSD as another Hondo Dragon doesn't really connect with them, and as the lamp does go through from both sides, burning that important piece of utility. The annihilation from Rhino does pop. He's trying to look for them. He's seeking them out right now as XCal and Otters are cleaning up shop right now. They are being forced to reset to the middle point back again. Even though Frosted gets that one pick onto Otters, it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is dead.
Yeah, that was incredible to see how Rhino forced them away from him with that annihilation. They did not want to get boxed, but UCEI's DPS and support were waiting for them to run away from Rhino and really easily took out San Diego, giving control of the robot to Irvine again as they're coming in to a push. And San Diego's going to have to make these last few fights count as it does come down to this. This is incredible to see.
This is so incredible. We have 2 minutes left of the clock. UCSD in I feel like I'm commentating football right now. Like, oh, they have possession of the ball, and now they're running away with them to the end zone. But you know, I don't know football. I know Overwatch, and what I know right now is UCSD is ready to take this back. They're not giving up without a fight. Even though like switching over to the Genji right now, I don't know how effective that's gonna be because Zinnia is doing so fantastic on the main at such a counter.
Yeah, but maybe. Oh, and here's the window. One of UCI's only ults here. It doesn't look like it's connecting yet, but XCal's got ult as well, which will maybe force San Diego off the point at this critical moment. San Diego got 3 ults here to work with, and this is going to be where it all comes down to this and how they use these ults. While XCal with 15 health barely escapes to the arms of his healers. Zinnia pretty low as well. I bet XCal's looking for the arrow lineup here as a Terror Surge comes in, doesn't connect with and then the Hanzo ult takes Frosted out. And Supreme getting a nice kill too, and it is looking pretty close to call. I mean, Paco when it counts takes 2 out, giving a little bit of an advantage to San Diego, but UCI is going to reset here really quickly, and wow, that is some Paco.
Oh, and here goes the Blizzard. There is no Honest here to save him this time. Paco does take down Rhino, and May just absolutely shredding through this team. I think this is a new San Diego that we are seeing. We are all the way pushed up, and I think UCSD can really take it here. I really do believe with a minute left and the bot pushed all the way that far, I think Irvine is kind of on the back foot right now because XCal is opting to switch over to the Soldier now.
Yeah, that was a clutch or quit moment for San Diego, and they clutched it. They are in control of this bot, and they cannot give a single ounce of advantage to Irvine as they approach here. It is going to be Irvine's series to win as they come in against Frosted, and Otters is pushed back pretty far by a nice javelin. XCal got a shot on Zinnia off screen, which is definitely looking bad. Another one from the Tri-Missile. Rhino getting into the mix with his ult, and it is looking bad for San Diego.
It's a massacre for the side of UCSD. It's not looking great as Frosted is being forced all the way back with the team running after him. They are being forced to reset with only 10 seconds left on the clock, Trevor. This is do or die for UC San Diego as XCal finishes off Frosted. They need to keep him up right now, and I think Zinnia's even given up a little because that is series for UCI. Sweeping all 3 titles.
Yeah, that is a 4-0 victory and 3 trophies to Irvine here with a huge victory. I mean, they got pushed off the point at the end there, but came back with a vengeance. That was incredible to see.
Absolutely
and I bet they're celebrating right
fantastic.
now on the stage, bringing home their 3rd trophy.
I know, what a fantastic showing from UCI and UCSD this weekend. What a heartbreaking loss for San Diego. They really pulled it out the very last second. I fully believed in them, but you know, the team, both of them actually, they played their hearts out. They did absolutely amazing. Lots of support coming out from the crowd right here.
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out both teams for giving us an incredible show, an incredible weekend, and honestly, San Diego, despite not getting it tonight, they played incredibly today, and they should be proud of themselves, as well as UCI, who is, I mean, they deserve it. You know, they did amazing, and it's been so cool to see, you know, the sportsmanlike conduct between all different teams here as we come to a conclusion this weekend. I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight. I'm too hyped up.
Oh, yeah, this has been such a fantastic series, and you know what? Every single map, I didn't really find it to be much of a roll, even though it was a 4-0, you know, UCSD had Irvine constantly on their toes, and look, we're getting some audience POV, lots of support here from the SoCal people, because we got the SD fans up in the house, but we also got the Irvine fans, so shout out to y'all. Thank you for staying throughout the long day. Oh, hello, Tilde, our boss, you know, our Lord and Savior. Thank you for the collage here, Michelle, and, you know, such a fantastic weekend, so thank you all for really coming. Don't leave just yet, though, because we have a lot of things cooking, such as the MSI MVP.
Yeah, I can't wait to deliver the good news to that special player.
That special someone. Yeah.
It's cool, too. I love Peter the Anteater. I love the artwork that we've seen from the Irvine fans here with some cool Anteater OC art, you know. I think Peter's great, and I'll shout out to Peter here at the end of the weekend. But yeah, I can't wait. On a more serious note, I think there's so many players that could deserve to be MVP today. It's gonna be hard to figure out.
You know what? Like, everyone at home in the audience, I won't lie, we were so conflicted during the cast. We were like, we thought we wanted someone to be the MVP. They were like, no, this one and then that one. It was just so many star players from either side that could have really, you know, brought home the trophy. But, you know, we're going to keep you guys on your toes. We're not going to tell you just yet who the MVP is. But, you know, so many great plays. Let's shout out just a whole stream of people. Because, first of all, Paco. Let's talk about Paco, because incredible aim today, and always so annoying. Always playing that tracer on that flank position. I don't think Supreme and Otters could ever kind of have a moment's rest.
Yeah, and I mean, Zinnia as well, really rising to the challenge against the opponent, you know, DPS, and showing off that they're here to play, you know, they're here to stay. And it was awesome to see against them face off against XCal in that rivalry today.
Oh my god, yeah, Zinnia versus XCal will be the kind of showdown of the century, because XCal was feeling the aim. Doesn't matter what, he was playing a lot of characters. Actually, we had the Sojourn, we had the Widow, and we had the Hanzo too, and it was just a lot of big aim characters, and XCal was really there to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, and Zinnia showed off some Maytech, which was impressive too, after showing that they can play Sojourn and a couple other characters to boot.
Yeah.
It was really fun to watch. I also loved seeing Rhino play Winston. I love watching Winston. I think, Rhino makes Winston seem so fun. I want to go home and play a game of Winston right now.
Trevor, you're telling me after this long weekend, you want to go home and you're going to open Overwatch?
Of course.
Oh my goodness. You know what? Me too. Like, honestly,
Let's do it.
every time, like, on Friday, it was League, I was like, ooh, I'm going to go home and start learning how to play League of Legends. I want a $50 gift card. I'm going to buy some skins. And I don't even play League like that anymore. And then, when I was watching Valorant yesterday, I was like, I'm going to rank up. I'm going to go queue ranked right now. And then now with Overwatch, I'm just so inspired by all of these players because they have really risen to kind of a different level.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to get a casters versus players stream in, which would be devastating, I'm sure, for us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We need to, like hinder them in some way. They need to have, like, a handicap or something for us to even, like, stand a chance. That's why we're here on this desk, Trevor. We're not in the crowd. We're not on the stage.
I'm more comfortable here personally, which is
Definitely.
saying a lot. But it would be fun, I think Overwatch is a great game, and it's especially fun to see such high-level play. But like you said, in a game that rewards different levels of different kinds of skill, not just different levels, right? And I mean, your aim might not be quite as good as Zinnia or XCal's, but you may bring other really excellent skills to the table, like decision-making, teamwork, or communication.
But you know what? Both of these teams, they actually had both things. And look, it's big smiles on the face for UC Irvine as they take their third title home. It's looking good because you know what? I'm going to be so glad to walk into the arena, in these next couple days and see 3 shining trophies on our desk. Just big congratulations to these guys. They absolutely played their hearts out.
Yeah, an absolutely huge weekend for UCI, and the pressure was on the Overwatch team specifically, given that their buddies on the Valorant and League team won the first 2. That's a lot of pressure.
Oh,
to
yeah,
bring home the hat
definitely.
trick.
But you know what? If I talk to them right now, they're probably going to say, you know what? We saved the best for last.
Yeah. Or they might even be like, no big deal.
Yeah, no biggie.
we practiced.
They're absolutely confident in how they played. So, big congratulations to UC Irvine. We're, again, keep an eye out for that MSI MVP. We've been cooking because we were switching back and forth. Like, we were kind of looking at each other.
Gesturing wildly.
Yeah, gesturing, a lot of this. But you know what? I'm so happy for these guys. They've worked so hard. It's been a rough year, with the homecoming tournament not going in their favor, but I think they're really happy. It's going to be the great momentum for them to go into the spring season of Overwatch.
Yeah, and shout out to our teams who traveled a long ways as well. Santa Monica, Red Bull North America is kind of almost in our backyard in Irvine.
Just a little bit,
some of these other teams traveled a long way to make this tournament happen, and we are really grateful to them for doing that because it was a show to watch.
Oh, yeah, this whole weekend, in fact, the fact that we were able to see so many of these schools, people coming from far and wide, so many friends, family, colleagues, just everyone kind of came out to kind of be here for this event. And there we go, the 3 trophies. So happy to have them there. Let's give a big shout out to the UC Irvine fan. We successfully got our little picture for, just for the memes. We got the little Saitama, and shout out to the broadcast room. Just so many faces, so many hands on deck to make this happen, Trevor.
Yeah. And watch the hands on those pointy trophies. They look dangerous. Please do not fall while you're carrying them. Walk, do not run with those in hand because those look sharp.
Yeah, big smiles over around Zot, everyone.
Zot. Yeah.
So excited for them to kind of come home with this. They're going to be hugging those trophies home tonight.
Yeah, I am proud to be an Anteater today. I'm also proud to have cast this with you, Chris. It was a delight.
Such a delight. And keep in mind, guys, this is me and Trevor's first time casting with each other. We weren't even sure if this was going to be a thing. But I am so glad to share the stage here with you today, Trevor. Yeah. What an amazing way to end off 3 days of just fantastic tournaments.
Yeah, it's been an honor to cast this finals and a pleasure doing it, especially with such good performances from both teams. They made it really fun to watch, which, doesn't always happen.
Yeah. Because sometimes I'll be watching a game and be like, man, This is the same stuff happening over and over again. I'm so tired of it. But today, I felt the energy. Like, everyone was ready to win, and just the energy from the crowd. I can't hear you from this. It's a little soundproof in here, guys. But to be honest, the energy was so real whenever I was in the crowd. So thank you to the audience for always showing up, always chatting, and always cheering on for your favorite players, Trevor. Like, Trevor, it's so fun being in the crowd.
It is so fun to be in the crowd, and thank you to our digital crowd as well online. Appreciate your attention and your support of this tournament. I honestly can't wait for next year. I'm already excited for it, and I want to see, you know, what's changed in the games. Part of what I love about esports is how much a game can change in a year, and how that keeps players on their toes and changes the game strategy-wise, skill-wise, and you never know what could happen between now and next year.
Yeah, because last year, UC Irvine, we were running a lot of hog. I was tired of screaming, oh my god, there was another hook, but this time we were seeing a lot of monkey this year, so I'm really excited to see how these teams kind of develop over the years, because last year, UCSD was also a prominent player in this Frosted, just absolutely shredding everyone last year, and I'm just so excited to see how they kind of develop from that, you know?
Yeah, we may very well have Overwatch 3 by then, which would be amazing.
You never know. Even though Overwatch 2 did take a couple of years to kind of cook, but maybe Overwatch 3 is around the corner, or Valorant 2, League of Legends 2. You never know.
You never know. League of Legends 2 would be huge after this many years. I don't know what they would change. Maybe 6 players on a team.
So if you have 6 players on the team, would you have like another lane or?
I would say 4 lanes.
You know what? Put this guy in Riot right now. We're gonna have League of Legends 2 because Overwatch 2 was only the beginning. CS2, just the beginning. It just wasn't enough. So we're going to keep going on with the sequels. And, hopefully UCEI will come back year after year. So Ray's going to be full of sequels.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the game is. I'm stoked to be here and be casting it with you, Chris, and with our incredible team and audience. Honestly, I want to play some now. I'm not even close to the level these people are at, but it's inspiring to see them play. Sorry, we just are getting word that we need to consider.
Yeah, I'm telling you, so many plays are going out right now. So we had so much trouble picking.
Yeah.
We had absolutely so much trouble picking. And our MSI MVP is going to be a new face to UCI.
Yeah, one that I think you know better than I do, having been on the team longer, Chris. We are really excited to announce it, though. And we are going to interview them right now. But the player is...
No, we'll keep them in suspense because you know what? Over to you in just a second, Kimmy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, casters. Welcome back to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. I'm Kimmy Alwyn, joined by the lovely Rhino of UCI Esports. Rhino, how do you feel taking away the last trophy for UCI? That is 3 trophies for UCI Esports out of UCEI, presented by Xfinity. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it was good to get the 3-peat. I feel like there was a lot of pressure on us to do it, but honestly, I think we cleaned it up a lot after that 3-2 win against them earlier, and I was just proud of our team's performance.
Okay, rolling down to this moment, how was it for your team to get to this moment, to the finals, to pick it up this win? What is the next step for your team out of UCEI, presented by Xfinity?
Hopefully just to win more and not choke, because we did in the collegiate season. But if we don't choke, I think we actually do have a lot of potential to make good strides in the season and make some good progress. And I think the goal should just be improvement overall.
That's really nice to hear the improvement of your team and how much you care for your team too. And lastly, my last question for you is, do you have any shout outs for anyone out there watching the stream, or for your teammates, or any other people you want to recognize up to this moment?
Yeah, shout out to my coach who was coaching from Florida, my team for just stepping up really and just playing great, and my family, my girlfriend, and yeah, that's about it.
That's right. And everyone, Rhino was selected by our casters as our MSI MVP for today's UCEI, presented by Xfinity Overwatch Day 3. Here is your special gift from MSI. And there you have it, folks. This is me, Kimmy Alwyn, joined by Rhino, our MSI MVP, and we'll be back to you, casters.
Yeah, thank you, Kimmy, and congrats to Rhino. That was some really impressive work in that last match and all of the matches of that final series. We are so grateful to have been able to been here with you for an amazing final, I guess, series of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Do we have any closing thoughts?
Just wow, because I never thought there would be a day that UCI would bring home all 3 trophies. Typically we're kind of the dominant force in, maybe Overwatch or something, but to take home trophies in all 3 titles, I'm so incredibly proud of our teams. I'm so incredibly proud of our production staff and everyone that came from super far away, from the audience to the places. Everyone came together to make this event such a successful thing, and I'm just so grateful that everyone's here.
Yeah, we're going to head to some final replays here just to celebrate one more moment before we go because, I mean, it's been incredible. Oh, man, I forgot about this match where XCal...
Too many good plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to keep them all straight because I think this was my favorite match of the series, personally. I like Ilios, and I think there was things that I don't think anyone planned for, which was really exciting. But yeah, that headshot was nice by XCal too, and another one.
I think you're just an XCal fan at this point, Trevor.
That map, I think, was especially fun to watch XCal on, and I think they really made it happen. Oh, that one was nice too. Yeah, I don't have that kind of tech on DPS, not even close.
But you could. But you could.
Yeah.
We literally go to school with XCal. We have a little chat with them about how well he was doing. Also, Riders. Everyone wants me to jump to other roles. I want to play DPS. I want to play tank now. So it's looking really great overall. So many plays I can't even remember all of them.
Yeah, that purple was really nice, and Rhino followed him so well. And that shows the teamwork that UCI was bringing there. I don't know. I think if I asked XCal to coach me, they would probably quit after a couple sessions. I just don't think I have.
No, XCal's so patient. He takes his time with his shots. He'll take his time with you because he is a fantastic player all around.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I might get frustrated before him then, the way that you make it sound. I don't think I have it in me. But yeah, I mean, maybe I'll have you coach me on Mercy. That would be nice. And I think I could maybe do that. But I mean, these replays were really well selected by our production team. This one
shout out to production.
Yeah, that chase by Rhino for that last monkey karate chop was really cool. I love a primal range.
Yeah, but let's not count out UCSD. They had so many fantastic shots as well. Just every single person kind of pulled up to it. They were ready to win. I think it could have gone either way, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4-0 series for UCI, but every single game was incredible from San Diego, and they really made UCI work for it, which is what you want to see in a championship game. You don't want it to be free for one team or another.
Yeah, definitely, and in all 3 titles, UCSD has gone up against UCI, so they are, the top of the top, and just what a great showing from everyone out here.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching. We're really excited to have been here. It was an honor, and, we will be hopefully with you soon again for another stream sometime. And thanks again to this lovely staff that we have on team. I've made a ton of friends this weekend, and everyone has been really kind and welcoming.
Yeah, just shout out to everyone on the production team, always pulling through such a strong support system for just everyone. Really, I just saw so many staff members running back and forth every single day. Oh, the media designers making these beautiful graphics that you're seeing right now. Just shout out to everyone, really. I can't stop saying thank you because this has been such a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, it really has been, and it couldn't have happened without our lovely fans as well, who continue to show support for collegiate esports, which I think is amazing. It's really cool to see so much support and love for the players and admiration of their talent as well. Like we said earlier, it's inspiring. I want to go do some esports myself, and maybe grind out a few games and try to place a little bit higher. It's inspiring to see.
Yeah, and I think even the viewers back home, there could be some little kids watching right now, so shout out to y'all. So this is what you could be doing.
Yeah.
We're getting so involved. Esports is a space for everyone, and I will say that 100%. Look, there's so many people in the committee, in just the design team, and the players. Esports really has a place for everyone, so big shout out to everyone that made this event happen.
Yeah, I think that's a really great note to end on, the fact that that esports can be a space for everyone, no matter who you are. It's somewhere to find a community and find kindness and support for, wherever you may find yourself. I think that's a great note to end on, Chris, as we close it out. Yeah.
You know what, Trevor? Thank you so much for sharing this night with me. It's been such a fantastic time.
Thank you, Chris. I really enjoyed it. I've been Trevor Goblin Smith with Chris Peachy Bobas, Lou, and thank you so much. We will talk to you soon.